sooner you embrace this reality, the easier it becomes to make rational decisions. When you stop trying to control the market or predict every move, you free yourself from the emotional stress that derails most traders. Emotional detachment is one of the most critical skills for long-term trading success. Mark Douglas emphasizes that successful traders do not allow emotions to dictate their decisions. Instead, they maintain a clear, objective mindset that allows them to follow their strategy consistently, regardless of whether they're winning or losing. This ability to separate feelings from trading decisions is what allows professionals to stay disciplined while others fall victim to impulsive reactions. The challenge is that trading naturally triggers strong emotions, especially fear and greed. When money is on the line, these emotions can cloud judgment and lead to irrational behavior. For example, fear might cause you to exit a winning trade too early because you're afraid of losing your profits. On the other hand, greed can make you hold on too long, hoping for a bigger win, even when your strategy signals it's time to exit. These emotional reactions prevent you from making logical decisions and often lead to inconsistent results. Douglas explains that emotional detachment doesn't mean you stop feeling emotions. It means you don't let those emotions control your actions. The goal is to observe your feelings without reacting to them impulsively. This requires understanding that the market itself is neutral. It doesn't care if you win or lose. The outcome of any single trade is not a reflection of your intelligence or self-worth. Once you accept this, it becomes easier to approach each trade with a calm, rational mindset. One of the main reasons traders struggle with emotional detachment is that they personalize their trades. When a trade wins, they feel smart and successful. When it loses, they feel like a failure. This emotional roller coaster creates a destructive cycle. After a big win, overconfidence may cause reckless trades. After a loss, fear may prevent you from taking valid opportunities. Douglas argues that professional traders avoid this cycle by recognizing that each trade is just a small part of a larger probability game. They don't judge themselves based on individual outcomes. Instead, they focus on following their edge consistently over time. A practical way to develop emotional detachment is by fully accepting the risk before entering a trade. Douglas emphasizes that if you are uncomfortable with the potential loss, you're more likely to make emotional decisions. Before placing a trade, ask yourself, can I accept losing this amount without hesitation? If the answer is no, either reduce your position size or skip the trade. By accepting the risk up front, you free yourself from the emotional burden of worrying about the outcome. Another powerful technique Douglas suggests is developing a mechanical mindset. This means treating your trading plan like a machine. Your job is simply to execute the process without questioning or second-guessing.
Good morning, good afternoon, y'all. Just touching base back with you guys. We'll do a quick recap. Definitely a tough trading day for me yesterday, but you know what it is. It's a day at a time. It traded in this range right through here in that golden pocket for most of the day there. Alright. Go ahead and do this. And then from there, as soon as it opened back up, it gapped down. So we'll see what's going on with it. About it dips. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. As always, do your own research. This is not financial advice. You guys are here to watch me do it, though. The biggest contradiction of it all, but it ain't none of your business. I'm gonna lock in, give me some levels lined out here. Those levels didn't hold. I got me some rest. I thought it was gonna hold between here, maybe bounce down here. It dug a little deeper. So we'll see what's going on with this thing. Gonna catch this gap up, we'll see what's going on with it. All right, y'all. We're here, working into the bell, into the next bell, into the next bell. Jabs away. Stay tuned.
Instead, they focus on following their edge consistently over time. A practical way to develop emotional detachment is by fully accepting the risk before entering a trade. Douglas emphasizes that if you are uncomfortable with the potential loss, you're more likely to make emotional decisions. Before placing a trade, ask yourself, can I accept losing this amount without hesitation? If the answer is no, either reduce your position size or skip the trade. By accepting the risk up front, you free yourself from the emotional burden of worrying about the outcome. Another powerful technique Douglas suggests is developing a mechanical mindset. This means treating your trading plan like a machine. Your job is simply to execute the process without questioning or second-guessing. Imagine yourself as a technician following a set of rules. When the rules signal an entry, you enter. When they signal an exit, you exit. This mechanical approach removes the need for emotional decision-making. The more you trust your process, the less you rely on feelings to guide your actions. Douglas also highlights the importance of mindfulness and self-awareness. Pay attention to your emotional state while trading. Are you feeling anxious, overconfident, or frustrated? These emotional cues can signal that you're about to make an impulsive decision. By recognizing these feelings in real time, you can pause and refocus on your strategy. Practicing emotional awareness allows you to catch yourself before your emotions take over. Journaling your trades is another tool Douglas recommends for emotional detachment. After each trade, record not just the technical details, but also how you felt during the process. Did fear cause you to exit early? Did excitement make you increase your position size? Over time, this journal will reveal patterns in your emotional behavior. By identifying these triggers, you can work on reducing their influence and maintaining greater objectivity. Douglas also points out that emotional detachment requires shifting your mindset about losses. Many traders view losses as failures to be avoided. But in reality, losses are an inevitable part of trading. No system wins 100% of the time. Instead of fearing losses, accept them as the cost of doing business. When you stop resisting losses emotionally, detachment. After each trade, record not just the technical details, but also how you felt during the process. Did fear cause you to exit early? Did excitement make you increase your position size? Over time, this journal will reveal patterns in your emotional behavior. By identifying these triggers, you can work on reducing their influence and maintaining greater objectivity. Douglas also points out that emotional detachment requires shifting your mindset about losses. Many traders view losses as failures to be avoided. But in reality, losses are an inevitable part of trading. No system wins 100% of the time. Instead of fearing losses, accept them as the cost of doing business. When you stop resisting losses emotionally, they lose their power to disrupt your decision-making. Mark Douglas emphasizes that your belief system plays a powerful role in shaping your trading decisions and overall performance. Whether you realize it or not, the way you think about money, risk, and success is deeply influenced by your subconscious beliefs. These beliefs act like an internal framework, guiding how you interpret market information and how you respond to wins and losses. If your beliefs are limiting or negative, they can silently sabotage your ability to trade consistently and confidently. At the core of Douglas's message is this: you don't trade the market, you trade your beliefs about the market. Two traders can look at the same chart and see completely different opportunities simply because of how their belief systems shape their perception. If you believe the market is unpredictable and dangerous, you're more likely to hesitate, overanalyze, and avoid taking trades. On the other hand, if you believe the market is an environment of opportunity where you can execute a well-defined edge, you will approach trading with confidence and clarity. The problem is that most traders are unaware of the beliefs operating beneath the surface. Many limiting beliefs are formed early in life through experiences with money, authority figures, and past failures. For example, if you grew up hearing phrases like, money doesn't grow on trees, or you have to work hard for every dollar, you might subconsciously associate financial success with struggle and scarcity. In trading, this belief can cause you to feel guilty about winning too easily, or make you unconsciously sabotage profits. Similarly, if you believe being wrong is a sign of weakness, you may hold on to losing trades far too long just to avoid admitting a mistake. Douglas argues that if you want to succeed as a trader, you must identify and reshape these hidden mental barriers. The first step is to bring them into your awareness. Pay attention to how you react during trading. What thoughts and emotions surface when you're winning or losing? Are you afraid to pull the trigger because you fear being wrong? Do you feel undeserving when you make easy profits? These reactions are clues that point to deeper, limiting beliefs. One effective method Douglas suggests is self-inquiry. Actively questioning your beliefs to uncover whether they serve you or hold you back. Ask yourself questions like, what do I believe about my ability to succeed as a trader? Do I believe losses mean I'm a failure? Do I trust myself to follow my plan, or do I doubt my decisions? By examining these beliefs, you start to see how they influence your behavior. For instance, if you believe you can't trust yourself, you'll second-guess every decision, which leads to hesitation and missed opportunities. If you believe the market is out to take your money, you'll trade defensively, cutting profits short while letting losses run. Once you identify limiting beliefs, the next step is to reprogram your mindset with empowering beliefs that align with successful trading. Douglas emphasizes that this isn't about positive thinking. It's about internalizing beliefs that reflect the true nature of the market. For example, instead of believing I need to be right to succeed, replace that with I only need to execute my edge consistently to be profitable. This new belief removes the emotional pressure to be perfect and focuses on following a system. Another belief shift is understanding that losses are a normal part of the game. They are not a reflection of your intelligence or self-worth. Professional traders fully accept that not every trade will be a winner, but they trust that their edge will play out over time. By adopting this belief, you free yourself from the emotional pain of being wrong, which allows you to take losses quickly and objectively. Douglas also highlights the power of visualization in changing belief systems. When you consistently visualize yourself trading calmly, following your plan, and accepting losses without emotional turmoil, you start to rewire your subconscious mind. This mental rehearsal makes it easier to stay disciplined in real time. Just as an athlete visualizes peak performance before a competition, traders can use the same technique to reinforce positive beliefs and behaviors. One of the most important beliefs to cultivate, according to Douglas, is trusting yourself. Successful traders believe in their ability to make decisions, manage risk, and handle whatever the market throws at them. Without self-trust, you'll always be second-guessing and reacting emotionally. Building this trust requires consistent action, following your plan, learning from mistakes, and proving to yourself that you are capable. By aligning your belief system with the realities of the market and the mindset of successful traders, you develop the psychological foundation needed for long-term success. Adapting to change is a crucial skill for any trader, and Mark Douglas emphasizes that the ability to stay mentally flexible is what separates successful traders from those who struggle. The market is constantly evolving. What worked yesterday may not work tomorrow. If you approach trading with a rigid mindset, you're setting yourself up for frustration and losses. Douglas argues that to thrive in the markets, you must embrace uncertainty and adjust your strategies without emotional resistance. At its core, trading is a dynamic environment. No 2 days are the same, and there are no guarantees. Many traders, however, fall into the trap of wanting the market to be predictable. They develop a belief that if they find the perfect system or pattern, they will always win. This desire for certainty leads to a dangerous mindset. When the market shifts, they resist the change, hoping their old methods will work again. Instead of adapting, they double down on losing strategies or avoid making necessary adjustments, which leads to further losses. Douglas explains that this resistance to change comes from our natural desire for security. The human brain is wired to seek patterns and avoid uncertainty because in most areas of life, predictability equals safety. But the market operates on probabilities, not certainties. Traders who cannot accept this reality become trapped by their emotional attachment to what should happen, rather than what is happening. This emotional rigidity blinds them to new opportunities and prevents them from responding effectively to evolving market conditions. One of the biggest psychological barriers to adapting is the fear of being wrong. When the market changes and a strategy stops working, admitting that requires acknowledging that your previous approach was incorrect. For many traders, this feels like a personal failure, so they hold on to their old methods, hoping things will return to normal. But Douglas makes it clear, being wrong is not the problem. It's refusing to accept that you're wrong that leads to disastrous outcomes. Professional traders don't take it personally when market conditions shift. They simply recognize the change and adjust their approach without emotional attachment. To cultivate mental flexibility, Douglas emphasizes the importance of maintaining a probability-based mindset. This means accepting that no strategy will work all the time and that losses are a natural part of trading. Instead of clinging to a rigid system, mentally flexible traders focus on reading the market as it is, not as they want it to be. They understand that the market gives constant feedback, and their job is to listen and respond accordingly. When a strategy shows signs of weakness, they adapt without hesitation, knowing that survival depends on staying aligned with the market's current behavior. Another key to adapting is letting go of expectations. Many traders enter the market with a fixed idea of how it should behave. If the market doesn't meet these expectations, frustration and confusion take over. Douglas argues that this mindset is dangerous because it blinds you to reality. Instead, he advises approaching every trading session with an open mind. Ask yourself, what is the market telling me right now? And be willing to shift your approach if the evidence suggests a change. A practical way to develop this mental flexibility is by constantly reviewing your trades and strategies. Douglas suggests keeping a trading journal to track your decisions, the market context, and the outcomes. Regularly reviewing this information helps you spot patterns of change early and adjust your behavior. For instance, if you notice that a previously reliable setup is no longer yielding results, it's a sign to either refine your approach or move on to new opportunities. This proactive adjustment prevents small losses from becoming large ones and keeps you in tune with the market's rhythm. Another helpful tool Douglas recommends is detaching your identity from your methods. Many traders become emotionally invested in a particular strategy or market view because it represents their intelligence or self-worth. When the market contradicts them, it feels like a personal attack, which triggers defensive reactions. Successful traders avoid this trap by understanding that their identity is not tied to any one method. Their goal is not to be right. Their goal is to be profitable. If that means changing their approach, they do so without ego or resistance. Douglas also emphasizes the value of staying curious and open-minded. Markets evolve due to changes in technology, economic conditions, and global events. What works in a bull market may fail in a bear market. By adopting a mindset of continuous learning, you remain adaptable. This means studying new techniques, observing other successful traders, and being willing to experiment. When you view change as an opportunity rather than a threat, you free yourself from the emotional paralysis that traps so many traders. Mark Douglas emphasizes that successful trading comes from focusing on the process, not the outcome. Most traders become obsessed with profits and losses, constantly measuring their self-worth based on whether a trade is a win or a loss. But this mindset is a trap. It leads to emotional reactions, inconsistent decisions, and ultimately, poor performance. Douglas argues that if you want to succeed long-term, your priority should be executing your trading plan with discipline and precision, regardless of the short-term results. The problem with focusing on outcomes is that it puts you at the mercy of factors you can't control. No matter how much analysis you do, you can never predict the market's next move with 100% certainty. Every trade has an element of randomness, and no strategy works perfectly all the time. If you measure success only by whether a trade wins or loses, you will constantly ride an emotional roller coaster, feeling euphoric when you win and devastated when you lose. This emotional volatility makes it nearly impossible to maintain the clear, objective mindset required for consistent trading. Douglas explains that the market is a probability-based environment. Each trade is just one event in a larger statistical game. Professional traders understand this reality and focus on the quality of their decisions rather than the immediate outcome. They know that even a perfectly executed trade can result in a loss because losses are simply part of the game. What matters is following the plan consistently because over time, a solid plan with a real edge will produce profits. By focusing on the process, you allow the law of large numbers to work in your favor. One reason many traders struggle to adopt this mindset is the need for instant gratification. People are naturally wired to want immediate rewards. When you take a trade, you want to see an immediate profit. It feels like validation that you were right. But Douglas argues that this obsession with being right is dangerous. It leads to emotional mistakes like cutting winners too early, holding losers too long, or abandoning your system after a few losses. Instead of chasing quick wins, the goal should be to execute every trade according to your plan, knowing that the long-term outcome will take care of itself. Douglas emphasizes that discipline is the key to focusing on the process. Discipline means sticking to your rules without second-guessing or letting emotions interfere. This means following your entry and exit criteria, respecting your stop losses, and not overtrading when the market isn't offering clear opportunities. When you commit to the process, you eliminate the emotional chaos caused by random outcomes. Over time, this discipline leads to more consistent and predictable results. A powerful mental shift Douglas suggests is to redefine what winning means. Instead of measuring success by the size of your profits, define success as executing your plan flawlessly. If you followed your process and the trade resulted in a loss, that's still a win because you did your job as a trader. This mindset frees you from the emotional highs and lows of individual trades and allows you to maintain confidence even during losing streaks. Traders who obsess over outcomes often panic and abandon their systems after a few losses. But those who focus on the process trust that the system will work over time. One practical way to reinforce this mindset is by keeping a process-oriented trading journal. Douglas advises that you track not just your profits and losses, but also how well you followed your plan. Did you enter at the right point? Did you stick to your stop loss? Did you manage your emotions? By reviewing your journal regularly, you start to see patterns in your behavior and can identify areas for improvement. This reflective process helps you focus on execution rather than immediate results. Another strategy Douglas suggests is mental rehearsal, visualizing yourself following your plan with precision. This practice conditions your mind to stay calm and focused during live trading. Imagine yourself executing trades without hesitation, accepting losses without frustration, and sticking to your rules no matter what the market does. The more you train your mind to prioritize the process, the easier it becomes to stay detached from individual outcomes. Douglas also emphasizes the importance of trusting your edge. If your trading system has been tested and has a genuine statistical advantage, you don't need to worry about any single trade. Your edge will play out over a large number of trades, but only if you execute consistently. By focusing on the process, you let go of the need to control individual outcomes and instead trust the probabilities to work in your favor. Mark Douglas highlights revenge trading as one of the most destructive behaviors a trader can engage in. It's that impulsive urge to get back at the market after a loss, to recover your money quickly by taking trades driven by frustration rather than logic. This emotional reaction is dangerous because it pulls you out of a rational, disciplined mindset and throws you into a cycle of careless decisions and bigger losses. At the heart of revenge trading is the emotional pain of losing. Losses in trading feel personal. They challenge your sense of control and self-worth. When a trade goes against you, especially if it's a big or unexpected loss, there's a natural human tendency to want to fix the situation immediately. Your mind shifts from logical analysis to emotional urgency. Instead of following your trading plan, you take impulsive positions, hoping to make back what you lost. But Douglas emphasizes that this mindset is a trap. Acting out of anger or desperation blinds you to the market's actual behavior and increases the likelihood of further mistakes. One key reason revenge trading is so harmful is that it disconnects you from your strategy. Successful trading relies on a disciplined process, clear entry and exit points, proper risk management, and the ability to stick to your rules. When you're in a revenge state, these guidelines go out the window. You might increase your position size recklessly, ignore stop losses, or take low-quality trades that don't fit your system. This emotional spiral often leads to larger losses, which only intensifies the desire to recover, creating a vicious cycle of emotional trading. Douglas explains that revenge trading is rooted in the need to avoid emotional discomfort. Losing money triggers feelings of failure, insecurity, and frustration. Many traders struggle to sit with these emotions, so they act impulsively to erase the loss as quickly as possible. But by doing so, they are actually increasing their emotional attachment to outcomes, making future losses even harder to accept. This cycle of emotional reactivity not only damages your account, but also destroys your mental clarity and long-term confidence. A critical shift that Douglas recommends is reframing how you view losses. Instead of seeing a loss as a personal failure, recognize it as a natural part of trading. Losses are unavoidable. Even the best traders experience them regularly. What separates successful traders is their ability to accept losses without emotional resistance. Each trade is just one event in a larger statistical framework. If you focus on executing your strategy consistently, individual losses become insignificant in the bigger picture. This mindset frees you from the emotional need to fight back against the market. To avoid the trap of revenge trading, Douglas emphasizes the importance of emotional awareness. Recognize the signs of emotional reactivity before they take control. If you find yourself feeling frustrated, anxious, or desperate after a loss, that's a clear warning signal. These emotions cloud your judgment and push you toward impulsive decisions. The best response is to pause and regain your mental clarity before making another trade. One practical strategy Douglas suggests is stepping away after a loss. When you feel the urge to chase the market, take a break. Physically remove yourself from the screen. This interruption breaks the emotional cycle and gives your rational mind time to re-engage. Use this time to review your trading journal, reflect on the loss objectively, and remind yourself that your job is to follow your plan, not to win back losses immediately. By creating space between the loss and your next decision, you regain control over your emotions. Another powerful tool is pre-defining your risk and accepting it fully before entering any trade. Douglas emphasizes that when you mentally accept the possibility of a loss up front, it becomes easier to handle emotionally if it happens. This acceptance prevents you from being blindsided by the outcome and reduces the emotional charge that triggers revenge behavior. Treat every trade as an isolated event. If the market proves you wrong, it's simply feedback, not a personal attack. Douglas also advises developing a post-loss ritual to reset your mindset. After a losing trade, instead of reacting impulsively, engage in a structured process to review what happened. Ask yourself, did I follow my trading plan? Was the loss due to market randomness or a mistake? What can I learn from this experience? By treating losses as learning opportunities rather than personal defeats, you shift your focus from emotional reactions to continuous improvement. This reflective practice helps you stay grounded and prevents you from falling into the emotional spiral of revenge trading. Lastly, Douglas stresses the importance of trusting your edge over the long run. If your trading strategy is built on a solid statistical advantage, short-term losses are just part of the process. Obsessing over individual outcomes distracts you from this bigger picture. By maintaining discipline and focusing on executing your system consistently, you allow the probabilities to work in your favor without the need for emotional retaliation. Successful traders understand that their power lies not in forcing outcomes, but in maintaining discipline and responding to the market with a calm, focused mind. Confidence in trading doesn't come from winning trades, it comes from preparation. The more you understand and trust your trading system, the less emotional uncertainty you'll feel when executing trades. Confidence isn't something you can fake or force. It's built through consistent effort, deep understanding, and real-world experience with your system. One of the biggest reasons traders lack confidence is uncertainty about their edge. If you don't fully understand why your strategy works, you'll constantly second-guess your decisions. Douglas points out that when traders aren't sure about their system, they become vulnerable to emotional swings, feeling overconfident after wins and fearful after losses. This emotional instability leads to inconsistency in execution, which sabotages long-term success. The solution? Thorough preparation. Douglas stresses the importance of deeply analyzing and testing your trading system before you risk real money. This means understanding every aspect of your strategy, your entry criteria, exit rules, risk parameters, and the logic behind them. When you know exactly why your system works and have tested it across various market conditions, you develop a rational foundation for confidence. A key part of preparation is backtesting. This process involves analyzing how your strategy would have performed historically. By doing this, you gain clarity on the system's strengths, weaknesses, and potential outcomes. Douglas explains that successful traders approach backtesting as a way to build belief in their edge. When you see consistent results across hundreds of trades, you internalize the idea that your system works over time, even if individual trades produce random outcomes. Beyond backtesting, Douglas emphasizes the value of forward testing, also known as paper trading. This means applying your strategy in real time without risking actual capital. It allows you to experience the emotional dynamics of trading while building trust in your process. As you see your system perform consistently in live market conditions, your confidence grows naturally. This gradual exposure helps bridge the gap between theoretical knowledge and practical execution. Another critical element of preparation is knowing your probabilities. Douglas repeatedly points out that no system wins all the time. Even the most profitable traders experience losses. The key is understanding that a single trade is just one event within a larger statistical framework. For example, if your strategy has a 60% win rate, you know that 40% of trades will be losses. But over a large sample size, the edge plays out. Internalizing these probabilities helps you stay calm and confident, even during losing streaks. Douglas also highlights the importance of personalizing your trading system. It's not enough to copy someone else's method. You need a strategy that fits your personality, risk tolerance, and time frame. When your system aligns with who you are, it becomes easier to follow consistently. Traders who adopt methods that don't match their psychological makeup often struggle with self-doubt and impulsive decisions. Confidence also comes from defining your risk clearly. Before entering any trade, know exactly how much you're willing to lose. Douglas emphasizes that when you accept this risk up front, there's no emotional surprise if the trade goes against you. This mental preparation frees you from the fear of loss and allows you to execute your plan without hesitation. Without clear risk parameters, every trade becomes a psychological battle, which erodes confidence over time. Douglas suggests creating a trading plan checklist to reinforce your preparation. This checklist should outline your strategy's core rules, including specific entry and exit criteria, position sizing and risk limits, market conditions to trade or avoid. By following a structured checklist, you reduce uncertainty and develop trust in your process. Over time, this routine strengthens your belief in your system and prevents emotional decision-making. Another powerful technique Douglas recommends is visualization. Mentally rehearse your trading scenarios, both winning and losing. Imagine how you will respond if a trade hits your stop loss or exceeds your profit target. This mental preparation desensitizes you to emotional triggers and helps you stay composed under pressure. When you've already visualized every possible outcome, the actual experience feels familiar, making it easier to act with confidence. Douglas also warns against seeking confidence from external validation, such as following market opinions or relying on other traders' views. True confidence comes from internal certainty, knowing that you've done the work to understand your edge. When you rely on others, you lose faith in your own decisions. But when you trust your preparation, external noise becomes irrelevant. Importantly, confidence grows through consistency. Douglas emphasizes that confidence is a byproduct of repeatedly executing your system, trade after trade. When you follow your rules without deviation, you build evidence that your process works. This evidence becomes the foundation of unwavering self-trust, even when faced with uncertainty. One of the biggest traps traders fall into is believing too strongly in market patterns. While it's true that technical analysis relies on identifying patterns, Douglas warns that these patterns are not guarantees. They are only probabilities. The market is driven by countless variables, including human emotions, global events, and economic data. No pattern, no matter how reliable it seems, can predict the future with absolute certainty. The danger lies in overinterpreting patterns and assuming they will always lead to the same outcome. Douglas points out that the human brain is naturally wired to seek order and predictability. This tendency can lead traders to see patterns where none actually exist. For instance, after spotting a chart formation that has worked several times before, traders may become overconfident, believing it must work again. But in reality, every trade is a unique event. Past patterns do not dictate future price movements. A key mistake traders make is treating patterns as certainties rather than probabilities. Douglas explains that no matter how many times a pattern has worked in the past, there is always a chance it won't work this time. Successful traders understand that the market operates on random distribution. Even with a proven edge, the outcome of any single trade is unpredictable. The problem comes when traders emotionally invest in the idea that a pattern must work, leading to frustration or reckless decisions when it doesn't. Douglas also highlights the risk of confirmation bias, the tendency to interpret information in a way that supports pre-existing beliefs. For example, if you strongly believe a pattern will lead to a price breakout, you may overlook signs that the market is weakening. This bias can blind you to new information that contradicts your expectations. Traders who fall into this trap often hold on to losing positions longer than they should, hoping the pattern will eventually work. To overcome the illusion of market patterns, Douglas suggests adopting a probabilistic mindset. This means accepting that patterns provide an edge over many trades, but cannot guarantee the outcome of any individual trade. When you think in probabilities, you stop needing to be right on every trade. Instead, you focus on following your process consistently, knowing that your edge will play out over time. Douglas emphasizes the importance of detaching from the outcome of any single trade. If you believe too strongly in a pattern, you risk becoming emotionally attached to the trade's success. This attachment can cloud your judgment, making it harder to cut losses or stick to your rules. By recognizing that patterns only offer a statistical edge, not certainty, you free yourself from this emotional burden. A powerful strategy Douglas recommends is defining your risk before every trade. When you accept the possibility that any pattern can fail, you prepare yourself mentally to handle losses without emotional distress. By setting clear stop-loss levels and sticking to them, you protect your capital and prevent small losses from turning into catastrophic ones. Another critical point Douglas makes is that patterns only work within the right context. A pattern that performs well in one market condition may fail in another. For example, a breakout pattern might work reliably in a trending market, but fail repeatedly in a choppy, sideways market. Successful traders adapt their strategies to the broader market environment instead of blindly following patterns. Douglas also suggests keeping detailed records of your trades. This allows you to track how often certain patterns succeed or fail under various conditions. Over time, this data helps you identify which patterns genuinely provide an edge and which ones are unreliable. By grounding your decisions in objective analysis rather than assumptions, you make more rational trading choices. Ultimately, Douglas argues that the key to long-term success is letting go of the illusion that patterns guarantee outcomes. The market is inherently uncertain, and no amount of analysis can remove that uncertainty. By accepting this reality and focusing on executing your plan with discipline, you shift from being emotionally reactive to being calm and methodical. One of the biggest psychological challenges traders face is carrying emotional baggage from past trades into their current decisions. Whether it's the pain of a big loss or the euphoria of a major win, these experiences can distort your judgment and prevent you from trading objectively. Douglas argues that to succeed consistently, you must neutralize the emotional impact of past experiences and approach each trade with a clear, present-focused mindset. When traders hold on to past losses, it often leads to fear and hesitation. Imagine you took a significant loss after following a setup that seemed perfect. The next time you see a similar opportunity, instead of executing your plan, you freeze, haunted by the memory of that previous failure. This emotional residue makes you second-guess your strategy, causing missed opportunities or late entries that throw off your risk-to-reward ratio. Douglas explains that this hesitation isn't based on the current market reality. It's your mind reacting to an old wound. On the flip side, past wins can create a dangerous sense of overconfidence. After a big win, it's easy to believe you've figured out the market. This belief often leads to reckless behavior, taking trades outside your plan, increasing position sizes, or ignoring warning signs. According to Douglas, this kind of emotional high detaches you from the reality that each trade is a unique event. The market doesn't care about your last win, and neither should you if you want to maintain consistency. A key insight Douglas shares is that the past has no influence on future market behavior. Each moment in the market is independent. What happened before doesn't dictate what happens next. But if you're emotionally attached to past experiences, you start projecting those emotions onto future trades. This creates a mental loop where your past mistakes or victories control your present decisions, making you reactive rather than strategic. To break free from this pattern, Douglas suggests developing emotional neutrality, a state where you view every trade without the emotional baggage of previous outcomes. This doesn't mean ignoring your experiences. It means acknowledging them without allowing them to shape your decisions. The goal is to treat each trade as a fresh, independent event, judged only by its probabilities, not by your past. One effective strategy Douglas recommends is mindful awareness, training yourself to recognize when past emotions are influencing your present decisions. For example, if you feel hesitation before a trade, pause and ask yourself, am I?
Mic check. All right, y'all. Had to get me some daily readings out the way. I had that on in the background, so it was, double whammy. Let's slow that down a little bit. With the trading, we're gonna pick up the pace a little bit. Start setting up for our entries. Actually, no. We're gonna set up our stop loss. And from our stop loss, we're gonna set up our entry. From there, we're gonna watch a little bit. I'm here from bell to bell, to bell to bell. Get some more reading out the way. I'm gonna finish out this important lessons from Mark Douglas. Then I'm gonna throw on what I was reading, retap on that there. But all right, here we go. Hope you all enjoy.
Trade as a fresh, independent event, judged only by its probabilities, not by your past. One effective strategy Douglas recommends is mindful awareness, training yourself to recognize when past emotions are influencing your present decisions. For example, if you feel hesitation before a trade, pause and ask yourself, am I responding to the market right now, or am I reacting to a past experience? By bringing these emotions to the surface, you create the mental space to choose a rational response instead of an emotional one. Another tool Douglas suggests is mental rehearsal. Before you trade, visualize potential outcomes, winning, losing, breaking even, and mentally prepare yourself to accept any result without emotional attachment. This process helps desensitize you to the emotional highs and lows, making it easier to stay grounded and present. When you've already experienced all possible outcomes in your mind, the actual result feels less personal and more like part of a statistical process. Douglas also emphasizes the importance of self-talk. The internal dialogue you have during trading can either reinforce emotional baggage or help release it. Instead of saying, "I can't afford another loss," shift to, "This is just one trade out of many. I trust my process." This subtle change in language reprograms your mind to stay focused on executing your plan rather than fixating on past outcomes. A practical step to neutralize past experiences is keeping a trading journal. Douglas encourages traders to record not just their trades, but also their emotional states. By writing down your thoughts and feelings after each trade, you can identify patterns of emotional interference and work to detach from them. Over time, this practice helps you separate your identity from your trading results. You are not your last trade, and your past doesn't define your future. One of Douglas's most powerful insights is that true freedom in trading comes from accepting the inherent uncertainty. If you cling to past experiences, you're subconsciously trying to control an uncontrollable market. But when you accept that every trade is an isolated event with uncertain outcomes, you free yourself from the emotional weight of past wins and losses. This mindset allows you to trade with clarity, consistency, and confidence. Mark Douglas emphasizes that impulse control is a critical skill for traders who want to succeed consistently. In the heat of market activity, the temptation to react instantly can be overwhelming, whether it's jumping into a trade out of excitement or cutting a position too early out of fear. However, Douglas argues that these knee-jerk reactions are often emotional responses, not rational decisions. To achieve long-term success, you must train yourself to evaluate and act with intention rather than reacting impulsively to every market fluctuation. At the core of impulse-driven behavior is the desire for immediate relief from fear, anxiety, or even the excitement of potential profits. When a trade moves quickly, your mind perceives it as a threat or opportunity that demands an instant response. This triggers the brain's fight or flight mechanism, pushing you to act without fully processing the situation. Douglas explains that while this instinct may have been useful for survival, it is destructive in trading, where patience and precision are key. Impulse trading often stems from emotional discomfort. For example, if the market starts moving against you, your natural reaction may be to exit the trade immediately to avoid further losses. On the surface, this seems reasonable, but Douglas points out that this kind of impulsive exit ignores the bigger picture. If the trade still aligns with your strategy, cutting it prematurely means you're not allowing your edge to play out. Similarly, when a trade moves in your favor, the impulse to take quick profits can prevent you from capturing the full potential of a move. A major problem with acting on impulses is that it erodes your ability to follow a structured trading plan. Every time you react impulsively, you reinforce the habit of emotional decision-making. Over time, this weakens your discipline and makes it harder to trust your process. Douglas emphasizes that successful traders are not those who never feel impulses. They are the ones who learn to pause and evaluate before acting. This pause creates a mental gap where rational analysis can override emotional urges. To master impulse control, Douglas recommends building awareness of your emotional triggers. Recognize the situations that typically lead to impulsive decisions, whether it's the fear of missing out, FOMO, the panic of a losing position, or the excitement of a winning trade. Once you identify these triggers, you can start to interrupt the automatic reaction by deliberately pausing before you take action. This brief pause gives you time to check whether your decision aligns with your plan or if it's just an emotional reflex. One practical strategy Douglas suggests is using predefined rules to guide your decisions. For instance, before you enter any trade, set clear parameters for entry, exit, and stop-loss levels. These rules act as guardrails, preventing you from making impulsive changes in the heat of the moment. If you feel the urge to act outside these rules, that's a signal to pause and ask yourself, is this decision based on my plan, or is it an emotional reaction? This simple question can help you regain control over your impulses. Another powerful technique is mental rehearsal. Before the trading day starts, visualize different market scenarios, both favorable and unfavorable, and imagine yourself responding calmly and rationally. By mentally practicing patience, you condition your brain to pause and evaluate under real-time pressure. Over time, this exercise strengthens your ability to stay composed when faced with sudden market movements. Douglas also emphasizes the importance of breathing techniques to manage impulsive urges. When you feel a strong emotional reaction rising, take a slow, deep breath and exhale gradually. This physical act slows down your nervous system and shifts your brain from an emotional state to a logical one. This brief reset helps you recenter your focus and evaluate the situation objectively. Journaling your trades is another tool Douglas recommends for mastering impulse control. After each trading session, write down not only what trades you took, but also why you made those decisions. Were they based on your strategy, or did you act on an emotional impulse? By tracking these patterns over time, you'll become more aware of your emotional triggers and better equipped to manage them. One of Douglas's most profound insights is that impulse control is a mental muscle. The more you exercise it, the stronger it becomes. Early on, you might still feel the urge to react impulsively, but with practice, you'll learn to observe those feelings without acting on them. This mental discipline separates average traders from those who achieve consistent, long-term success. Defining your edge is a fundamental requirement for long-term success in trading. Without a clear edge, trading becomes nothing more than gambling, an unpredictable series of wins and losses driven by luck rather than a repeatable process. Douglas explains that your edge is the unique advantage that gives you a higher probability of making profitable trades over time. This edge isn't about predicting every market move, but about consistently following a system that works in the long run. At its core, an edge is a statistical or strategic advantage. For example, it could be a specific pattern, setup, or method that you've tested and proven to produce consistent results. Douglas makes it clear that no edge guarantees a win on every trade. Instead, it provides a probabilistic framework, meaning that if you stick to your edge over many trades, the outcomes will tilt in your favor. Successful traders understand that it's not about being right all the time. It's about executing their edge consistently and letting the probabilities work out over time. One of the key ideas Douglas stresses is that your edge must align with your personality and goals. Every trader is different. Some thrive on quick decisions in fast-moving markets, while others excel with a patient, methodical approach. Forcing yourself to trade in a way that clashes with your natural tendencies creates stress, emotional conflict, and ultimately, poor decisions. That's why defining an edge isn't just about the technical side. It's also about knowing how you think and operate best. Douglas encourages traders to ask themselves a few essential questions when defining their edge. What market conditions do I understand best? Which setups do I find easiest to identify and execute? What timeframes fit my lifestyle and mental focus? How much risk am I comfortable taking per trade? By answering these questions honestly, you can narrow down a trading style that fits both your strengths and your psychological comfort zone. For instance, if you're patient and analytical, you might find success in swing trading or position trading, where decisions are made over days or weeks. If you thrive in fast-paced environments and enjoy quick decision-making, scalping or day trading could be a better fit. Another crucial point Douglas highlights is the importance of testing and refining your edge. It's not enough to assume that a strategy works. You must verify it through experience. This means tracking your trades, analyzing the outcomes, and identifying which patterns consistently deliver results. Through this process, you develop confidence in your edge, which makes it easier to stick to your plan, even during losing streaks. Douglas also warns against constantly switching strategies in search of the perfect system. Many traders fall into the trap of abandoning their edge after a few losses, believing that something else must work better. This strategy hopping mindset prevents you from developing the discipline and consistency needed for success. Once you define your edge, the real challenge is trusting it enough to follow it faithfully, even when it feels uncomfortable. One practical method Douglas suggests for reinforcing your edge is to write it down clearly. Describe the exact conditions for entering and exiting a trade, your risk management rules, and how you'll track your results. This written blueprint acts as a guiding framework, keeping you focused and preventing emotional decisions. When uncertainty arises, you can refer to your defined edge to stay grounded in your process. Douglas also emphasizes that accepting uncertainty is part of working with your edge. No strategy works 100% of the time. There will always be losing trades. But if your edge is statistically sound, losses become part of the larger process rather than personal failures. This mindset shift allows you to approach trading with calmness and clarity, knowing that each trade is just one of many within your overall system. And as Douglas points out, once you trust your edge, you no longer need to chase after every opportunity. You simply follow your plan, trade by trade, and let the probabilities work in your favor. Handling winning streaks is just as critical as managing losses because both can disrupt your mental balance and decision-making. While most traders focus on avoiding the emotional pain of losses, Douglas points out that a series of wins can be equally dangerous if it leads to overconfidence and reckless behavior. After a winning streak, traders often feel invincible, believing they've cracked the code of the market, only to make impulsive decisions that violate their strategy. One of the biggest psychological traps after a series of wins is the illusion of superior skill. When trades go well consistently, it's easy to believe that success is purely the result of personal talent or intuition. Douglas warns that this mindset causes traders to downplay risk, ignore their edge, and take larger or more frequent trades without proper analysis. The problem is that markets are unpredictable, and no streak, whether winning or losing, lasts forever. When the inevitable loss comes, an overconfident trader is often unprepared, leading to emotional distress and even greater mistakes. Douglas explains that after several wins, many traders unconsciously feel they are playing with house money. This false sense of security makes them more likely to take risks they would normally avoid. For instance, they might increase their position size, loosen their stop losses, or enter trades without the usual careful planning. The danger here is that even a small mistake during this overconfident phase can wipe out weeks or months of gains. To combat this, Douglas stresses the importance of maintaining emotional neutrality, regardless of whether you're winning or losing. Just as losses shouldn't shake your confidence, wins shouldn't inflate your ego. He suggests adopting a mindset where each trade is simply part of a larger probability game. No single trade defines your success, and no winning streak guarantees future results. This mental framework helps you stay grounded and focused on executing your plan rather than chasing emotional highs. Another strategy Douglas recommends is to review your process regularly, especially after a streak of wins. Ask yourself, did I follow my trading plan precisely, or did I take shortcuts? Were my wins the result of skill, luck, or a mix of both? Am I maintaining the same discipline I had before the winning streak? By answering these questions, you hold yourself accountable and prevent emotional bias from creeping into your decision-making. Douglas emphasizes that staying disciplined after a winning streak is a sign of a mature trader, someone who understands that their long-term edge comes from consistency, not occasional bursts of success. Another key point Douglas makes is the importance of sticking to your risk parameters. After several wins, the temptation to increase your position size can be strong, but he warns that scaling up impulsively without clear evidence that your edge can handle bigger risks puts your entire trading career in jeopardy. Instead, he advocates for a controlled, systematic approach to increasing position sizes only after sustained and verified success. Douglas also suggests using self-checks to manage your emotional state. For example, after a winning streak, take a step back and evaluate how you feel. Are you becoming overconfident? Do you feel the urge to take trades outside your plan? These are warning signs that your emotions are taking over. By recognizing these tendencies early, you can recenter yourself before making a costly mistake. Finally, Douglas emphasizes the importance of returning to your baseline after a winning streak. That means going back to the same disciplined approach that produced the wins in the first place. Remind yourself that winning streaks are temporary. They are not an excuse to change your plan. Successful traders accept that the market will always have ups and downs, and their primary job is to stick to their proven process, no matter how many wins or losses they encounter. Releasing attachment to money is crucial for becoming a consistently successful trader. One of the biggest psychological hurdles traders face is the emotional weight they place on money. When you view trades as more than just numbers, when they represent your financial security, dreams, or even self-worth, it becomes incredibly difficult to make rational decisions. Douglas explains that this emotional attachment creates fear, anxiety, and impulsiveness, all of which sabotage your ability to follow a trading plan. At the heart of this concept is the idea that money is a symbol, not just of value, but of what it can provide. For many traders, every trade feels personal. A win brings a surge of excitement and a sense of accomplishment. A loss, on the other hand, feels like a personal failure or a step backward from financial goals. This emotional roller coaster leads to inconsistent behavior, chasing profits when you're winning and avoiding necessary risks when you're losing. Douglas argues that as long as your emotional state is tied to money, you'll struggle to think objectively. He points out that successful traders treat the market like a probability game, where money is simply a way to measure outcomes, not a reflection of their value or future security. Each trade is just one event in a long series, and no single win or loss should carry emotional weight. By detaching from the emotional meaning of money, you free yourself to execute your strategy without hesitation or fear. One powerful example Douglas gives involves traders who start with small amounts and quickly grow their accounts, only to lose everything when the stakes get higher. Why? Because as the dollar amounts increase, so does the emotional pressure. When trading a small account, it's easier to follow the rules because the financial impact feels minimal. But once the stakes are higher, when losing a trade could mean missing a mortgage payment or sacrificing a lifestyle, it becomes much harder to stay rational. The solution? Detach emotionally and view every trade through the lens of probabilities. Douglas suggests that one way to break this attachment is by mentally reframing what money represents. Instead of seeing it as a life-changing resource, view it as a tool for executing your edge. Each trade is a calculated decision based on your system, and the money involved is just how the market keeps score. When you separate your personal identity from your trading results, losses no longer feel like personal failures. They're simply part of the process. Another key strategy he recommends is normalizing losses. Losses are inevitable in trading, no matter how good your system is. By accepting that you will lose money at times and that it doesn't define your intelligence or worth, you reduce the emotional charge behind each trade. This mindset allows you to approach trading with clarity and calmness, rather than fear and desperation. Douglas also emphasizes the importance of setting clear risk parameters. By deciding in advance how much you're willing to lose on any trade, you protect yourself from emotional reactions when things go wrong. This approach allows you to remain emotionally neutral because you've already accepted the risk before you enter the trade. Once the trade is live, there's no need to panic or second guess because you know the outcome is part of a larger process. A practical exercise he suggests is visualizing your trades as neutral events. Picture each trade as simply moving numbers within a system rather than as money being won or lost. This mental shift helps you stay detached and focused on following your edge rather than being swayed by emotional highs and lows. By reframing your relationship with money and focusing on process over outcome, you gain the mental freedom to trade without fear, hesitation, or emotional interference. This detachment is what allows professional traders to execute their plans with precision, no matter the dollar amount on the line. Power of mental rehearsal as a tool to train your mind for calm and effective decision-making during trades. Just like athletes visualize their performance before a game, successful traders mentally rehearse their strategies and emotional responses to stay composed under pressure. Douglas explains that the market environment is unpredictable, but your mindset doesn't have to be. By preparing your mind in advance, you can react with clarity instead of falling into emotional traps. One of the core ideas behind mental rehearsal is that your mind cannot distinguish between real and vividly imagined experiences. When you repeatedly visualize yourself executing trades with precision, managing losses calmly, and sticking to your plan, you're wiring your brain to respond that way in real situations. This process helps reduce anxiety because you've already experienced different market scenarios in your mind. When those situations arise in reality, your brain treats them as familiar, making it easier to respond rationally instead of emotionally. Douglas encourages traders to mentally walk through every step of a trade before executing it. This means visualizing the entire process, from identifying a setup to placing an order, adjusting stops, and handling both wins and losses. The goal is to create a mental blueprint that reinforces discipline and emotional neutrality. By imagining yourself following your plan flawlessly, you're conditioning your subconscious mind to repeat that behavior automatically. He also stresses the importance of rehearsing difficult situations. It's easy to stay calm when a trade goes your way, but how do you react when the market moves against you? Douglas suggests visualizing yourself handling losses with detachment, acknowledging the loss without frustration or panic. By practicing this mentally, you reduce the likelihood of making impulsive decisions when faced with real setbacks. Over time, this approach builds emotional resilience, allowing you to stay focused on your long-term strategy rather than reacting to short-term outcomes. Another key benefit of mental rehearsal is that it helps you identify emotional triggers before they affect your decisions. For instance, if you feel tension when imagining a losing streak, that's a sign you may be emotionally tied to outcomes. By recognizing these emotional responses in your mental practice, you can work on neutralizing them before they surface during live trading. Douglas emphasizes that emotional self-awareness is the foundation for consistent trading behavior, and mental rehearsal is one of the best ways to cultivate it. He also recommends visualizing success in a balanced, grounded way. This doesn't mean imagining yourself getting rich overnight. It means picturing yourself executing your edge consistently over time. By focusing on process-driven success rather than sudden financial rewards, you shift your mindset to one of discipline and patience. This mental shift protects you from overconfidence after wins or desperation after losses, helping you maintain an even emotional state no matter what the market does. Douglas suggests making mental rehearsal a daily habit. Spend time each day visualizing yourself executing your trading plan without hesitation or emotional interference. Imagine every possible outcome, wins, losses, break-even trades, and rehearse responding to each scenario with calmness and objectivity. This consistent practice reinforces the belief that you can handle any situation the market throws at you. He also points out that mental rehearsal is especially powerful when combined with post-trade reflection. After each trading session, review your performance mentally. Did you stick to your plan? Were there moments where emotions took over? By identifying gaps between your mental rehearsal and actual behavior, you create opportunities for growth and improvement. Ultimately, Douglas makes it clear. Mental rehearsal is not about predicting outcomes. It's about preparing your mind to handle uncertainty with confidence. When you visualize disciplined execution repeatedly, you program yourself to act that way instinctively. This preparation removes hesitation, reduces fear, and allows you to approach the market with a calm, focused mindset. Mark Douglas emphasizes that accepting randomness is a critical mindset shift for any trader aiming to achieve long-term success. At its core, this means recognizing that individual trade outcomes are random, even if your strategy has a statistical edge. No matter how perfect your analysis or how confident you feel, you cannot control how a single trade will play out. This realization helps you let go of frustration and emotional attachment to any one outcome. Douglas explains that many traders struggle because they expect certainty from an environment that is inherently uncertain. They believe that if they do enough research, follow expert opinions, or analyze charts deeply, they can predict what the market will do next. But the truth is, no one can accurately predict the market every time. Each trade is part of a probability game where you can't know in advance whether a particular trade will win or lose. Here's the key insight. Over a series of trades, patterns emerge, but individual outcomes remain unpredictable. If your trading system has a genuine edge, it means that over time, you will make more money than you lose. But that edge only plays out across many trades. Trying to force certainty onto a single trade is where most traders go wrong. They become emotionally invested in being right, and when the market moves against them, it feels like a personal failure. Douglas uses the analogy of a casino to drive this point home. Casinos know that every spin of the roulette wheel is random. They have no control over whether the next number is red or black. But because the house has a small statistical advantage, they are guaranteed to profit over thousands of spins. Similarly, if you stick to a strategy with a proven edge, you don't need to worry about individual wins or losses. Your focus should be on consistency, not predicting the next outcome. Accepting randomness also helps reduce emotional extremes. When you fully internalize that each trade is just one of many, you stop reacting to wins with euphoria and to losses with fear or frustration. Douglas explains that most traders sabotage themselves by letting their emotions take over after a few winning or losing trades. If you win, you might become overconfident and start taking reckless risks. If you lose, you might become hesitant or revenge trade to recover. Both reactions stem from the belief that you should be able to control outcomes. But once you accept randomness, these emotional swings lose their power. A practical step Douglas suggests is to reframe how you view losses. Instead of seeing a losing trade as a mistake or failure, see it as part of doing business. Just like any business incurs expenses, trading comes with inevitable losses. As long as those losses are within your defined risk parameters and your system has a long-term edge, there's no reason to take them personally. This mindset shift frees you from the emotional burden of trying to be right all the time. He also emphasizes the importance of tracking probabilities instead of outcomes. Successful traders don't obsess over whether the last trade was a win or a loss. They focus on executing their process consistently. If your edge suggests that 60% of your trades will be profitable, you must accept that 40% will lose, and there's no way to know which trade will fall into which category. By focusing on the bigger picture rather than individual results, you detach emotionally from any single trade. Douglas advises traders to predefine their risk before entering a trade. This means deciding exactly how much you are willing to lose if the market goes against you. Once you've accepted the risk, there's no reason to feel anxious or surprised if the trade doesn't work out. It was always a possibility. This practice reinforces the mindset that every trade is one event in a much larger statistical framework. Another key point he makes is to trust the process, not your emotions. Feelings of excitement, fear, or frustration are natural, but they have no place in decision-making. Your job as a trader is to follow your system with discipline, knowing that randomness governs individual trades, but probabilities govern long-term results. The more you trust your edge and stick to your plan, the less power emotional reactions will have over you. By fully embracing the concept of randomness, you gain emotional freedom. You no longer panic when a trade goes against you, nor do you become overconfident after a win. You understand that your job is not to predict the future. It's to execute your system consistently over time. This mindset shift allows you to stay calm, focused, and in control, regardless of short-term outcomes. If you found these topics helpful, make sure to like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Your support helps us bring more in-depth content to sharpen your trading skills and mindset. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Happy trading!
Either moving up and down. I was just checking some levels. I wanted to prequel this book I was reading. So what we'll do is we'll dive back in. I'm definitely gonna start dropping some levels now. I'm definitely gonna start off over in my NQ trades also. I'm not gonna be defeated with it. Just to be a little bit smarter. Look like some reversal setups here coming along on the 5 minute. Really quick. I don't expect to go long. So we'll see what's going on here. All right.
This city, with all its houses, palaces, steam engines, cathedrals, and huge, immeasurable traffic and tumult, what is it but a thought, but millions of thoughts made into one, a huge, immeasurable spirit of a thought, embodied in brick, in iron, smoke, dust, palaces, parliaments, coaches, docks, and the rest of it. Not a brick was made, but some man had to think of the making of that brick. Carlyle. For thousands of years, the riddle of the universe has been the question of causation. Did the egg come first or the chicken? The globe, says an Eastern proverb, rests upon the howdah of an elephant. The elephant stands upon a tortoise, swimming in a sea of milk. But then what? And what is life? As the Persian poet puts it, what without asking, hither hurried whence, and without asking, whither hurried hence? It has been said that every man, consciously or unconsciously, is either a materialist or an idealist. Certainly throughout the ages, the schools of philosophy as well as individuals have argued and quarreled, but always human thought through one or the other of these channels has rolled down the hill of speculation into the ocean of doubt. The materialist, roughly speaking, declares that nothing exists but matter and the forces inherent therein. The idealist declares that all is mind or energy, and that matter is necessarily unreal. The time has come when people have become dissatisfied with these unceasing theories, which get them nowhere. And today, as the appreciation of a primal cause becomes more clearly defined, the spiritual instinct asserts itself determinedly. Give me a base of support, says Archimedes, and with a lever, I will move the world. And the base of support is that all started with mind. In the beginning was nothing, a fire mist. Before anything could come of it, there had to be an idea, a model on which to build. Universal mind supplied that idea, that model. Therefore, the primal cause is mind. Everything must start with an idea. Every event, every condition, everything is first an idea in the mind of someone. Before you start to build a house, you draw up a plan of it. You make an exact blueprint of that plan, and your house takes shape in accordance with your blueprint. Every material object takes form in the same way. Mind draws the plan. Thought forms the blueprint, well drawn or badly done, as your thoughts are clear or vague. It all goes back to the one cause. The creative principle of the universe is mind, and thought is the eternal energy. But just as the effect you get from electricity depends upon the mechanism to which the power is attached, so the effects you get from mind depend upon the way you use it. We are all of us dynamos. The power is there, unlimited power. But we've got to connect it up to something, set it some task, give it work to do, else are we no better off than the animals. The 7 wonders of the world were built by men with few of the opportunities or facilities that are available to you. They conceived these gigantic projects first, in their own minds, pictured them so vividly that their subconscious minds came to their aid and enabled them to overcome obstacles that most of us would regard as insurmountable. Imagine building the pyramids of Giza, enormous stone upon enormous stone, with nothing but bare hands. Imagine the labor, the sweat, the heartbreaking toil of erecting the colossus of roads between whose legs a ship could pass. Yet men built these wonders in a day when tools were of the crudest and machinery was undreamed of, by using the unlimited power of mind. Mind is creative, but it must have a model on which to work. It must have thoughts to supply the power. There are in universal mind ideas for millions of wonders far greater than the 7 wonders of the world. And those ideas are just as available to you as they were to the artisans of old, as they were to Michelangelo when he built St. Peter's in Rome, as they were to the architect who conceived the Woolworth Building, or the engineer who planned the Hellgate Bridge. Every condition, every experience of life is the result of our mental attitude. We can do only what we think we can do. We can be only what we think we can be. We can have only what we think we can have. What we do, what we are, what we have, all depend upon what we think. We can never express anything that we do not first have in mind. The secret of all power, all success, all riches, is in first thinking powerful thoughts, successful thoughts, and thoughts of wealth, of supply. We must build them in our own mind first. William James, the famous psychologist, said that the greatest discovery in 100 years was the discovery of the power of the subconscious mind. It is the greatest discovery of all time. It is the discovery that man has within himself the power to control his surroundings, that he is not at the mercy of chance or luck, that he is the arbiter of his own fortunes, that he can carve out his own destiny. He is the master of all the forces round about him. As James Allen puts it, dream lofty dreams, and as you dream, so shall you become. Your vision is the promise of what you shall one day be. Your ideal is the prophecy of what you shall at last unveil. For matter isn't the ultimate, but a product of thought. Even the most material scientists admit that matter is not what it appears to be. According to physics, matter, be it the human body or a log of wood, it makes no difference which, is made up of an aggregation of distinct minute particles called atoms. Considered individually, these atoms are so small that they can be seen only with the aid of a powerful microscope, if at all. Matter, dream or reality. Until recently, these atoms were supposed to be the ultimate theory regarding matter. We ourselves, and all the material world around us, were supposed to consist of these infinitesimal particles of matter, so small that they could not be seen, or weighed, or smelled or touched individually, but still particles of matter and indestructible. Now, however, these atoms have been further analyzed, and physics tells us that they are not indestructible at all, that they are mere positive and negative buttons of force or energy called protons and electrons, without hardness, without density, without solidity, without even positive actuality. In short, they are vortices in the ether, whirling bits of energy, dynamic, never static, pulsating with life, but the life is spiritual. As one eminent British scientist put it, science now explains matter by explaining it away. And that, mind you, is what the solid table in front of you is made of, is what your house, your body, the whole world is made of, whirling bits of energy. To quote the New York Herald Tribune of March 11, 1926, we used to believe that the universe was composed of an unknown number of different kinds of matter, one kind for each chemical element. The discovery of a new element had all the interest of the unexpected. It might turn out to be anything, to have any imaginable set of properties. That romantic prospect no longer exists. We know now that instead of many ultimate kinds of matter, there are only 2 kinds. Both of these are really kinds of electricity. One is negative electricity, being, in fact, the tiny particle called the electron, familiar to radio fans as one of the particles, vast swarms, of which operate radio vacuum tubes. The other kind of electricity is positive electricity. Its ultimate particles are called protons. From these protons and electrons, all of the chemical elements are built up. Iron and lead and oxygen and gold and all the others differ from one another merely in the number and arrangement of the electrons and protons which they contain. That is the modern idea of the nature of matter. Matter is really nothing but electricity. Can you wonder then that scientists believe the time will come when mankind, through mind, can control all this energy, can be absolute master of the winds and the waves, can literally follow the master's precept? If ye have faith as a grain of mustard seed, ye shall say unto this mountain, remove hence to yonder place, and it shall remove, and nothing shall be impossible unto you. For modern science is coming more and more to the belief that what we call matter is a force subject wholly to the control of mind. How tenuous matter really is perhaps best illustrated by the fact that a single violin string, tuned to the proper pitch, could start a vibration that would shake down the Brooklyn Bridge. Oceans and mountains, rocks and iron, all can be reduced to a point little short of the purely spiritual. Your body is 85% water, 15% ash, and phosphorus, and they in turn can be dissipated into gas and vapor. Where do we go from there? Is not the answer that, to a great degree at least, and perhaps altogether, this world round about us is one of our mind's own creating, and that we can put into it and get from it pretty much what we wish? You see this illustrated every day. A panorama is spread before you. To you, it is a beautiful picture. To another, it appears a mere collection of rocks and trees. A girl comes out to meet you. To you, she is the embodiment of loveliness. To another, all that grace and beauty may look drab and homely. A moonlit garden, with its fragrant odors and dew-drenched grass, may mean all that is charming to you, while to another, it brings only thoughts of asthma or fever or rheumatism. A color may be green to you that to another is red. A prospect may be inviting for you that to another is rugged and hard. To quote Applied Psychology by Warren Hilton, the same stimulus acting on different organs of sense will produce different sensations. A blow upon the eye will cause you to see stars. A similar blow upon the ear will cause you to hear an explosive sound. In other words, the vibratory effect of a touch on eye or ear is the same as that of light or sound vibrations. The notion you may form of any object in the outer world depends solely upon what part of your brain happens to be connected with that particular nerve end that receives an impression from the object. You see the sun without being able to hear it because the only nerve ends tuned to vibrate in harmony with the ether waves set in action by the sun are nerve ends that are connected with the brain center devoted to sight. If, says Professor James, we could splice the outer extremities of our optic nerves to our ears and those of our auditory nerves to our eyes, we should hear the lightning and see the thunder, see the symphony and hear the conductor's movements. In other words, the kind of impressions we receive from the world about us, the sort of mental pictures we form concerning it, in fact, the character of the outer world, the nature of the environment in which our lives are cast, all these things depend for each one of us simply upon how he happens to be put together, upon his individual mental makeup. In short, it all comes back to the old fable of the three blind men and the elephant. To the one who caught hold of his leg, the elephant was like a tree. To the one who felt of his side, the elephant was like a wall. To the one who seized his tail, the elephant was like a rope. The world is to each one of us the world of his individual perceptions. You are like a radio receiving station. Every moment, thousands of impressions are reaching you. You can tune in on whatever ones you like. On joy or sorrow, on success or failure, on optimism or fear. You can select the particular impressions that will best serve you. You can hear only what you want to hear. You can shut out all disagreeable thoughts and sounds and experiences. Or you can tune in on discouragement and failure and despair. Yours is the choice. You have within you a force against which the whole world is powerless. By using it, you can make what you will of life and of your surroundings. But, you will say, objects themselves do not change. It is merely the difference in the way you look at them. Perhaps. But to a great extent, at least, we find what we look for, just as, when we turn the dial on the radio, we tune in on whatever kind of entertainment or instruction we may wish to hear. And who can say that it is not our thoughts that put it there? Who, for the matter of that, can prove that our surroundings in waking hours are not as much the creature of our minds as are our dreams? You've had dreams many a time where every object seemed just as real as when you were awake. You felt of the objects. You've pinched yourself, yet still you were convinced that you were actually living those dreams. May not your waking existence be largely the creation of your own mind, just as your dream pictures are? Many scientists believe that it is, and that in proportion as you try to put into your surroundings the good things you desire, rather than the evil ones you fear, you will find those good things. Certain it is that you can do this with your own body, just as certain that many people are doing it with the good things of life. They have risen above the conception of life in which matter is the master. Just as the most powerful forces in nature are the invisible ones, heat, light, air, electricity, so the most powerful forces of man are his invisible forces, his thought forces. And just as electricity can fuse stone and iron, so can your thought forces control your body, so can they make or mar your destiny. The philosopher's charm. There was once a shrewd necromancer who told a king that he had discovered a way to make gold out of sand. Naturally, the king was interested and offered him great rewards for his secret. The necromancer explained his process. It seemed quite easy, except for one thing. Not once during the operation must the king think of the word abracadabra. If he did, the charm was broken and the gold would not come. The king tried and tried to follow the directions, but he could not keep that word abracadabra out of his mind. And he never made the gold. Dr. Windbigler puts the same idea in another way. Inspiration, genius, power are often interfered with by the conscious mind's interposing, by man's failing to recognize his power, afraid to assist himself, lacking the faith in himself necessary to stimulate the subconscious so as to arouse the genius asleep in each. From childhood on, we are assured on every hand by scientists, by philosophers, by our religious teachers, that ours is the earth and the fullness thereof. Beginning with the first chapter of Genesis, we are told that God said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth." All through the Old and New Testament, we are repeatedly adjured to use these God-given powers. "He that believeth on me," said Jesus, "the works that I do shall he do also, and greater works than these shall he do. If ye abide in me, and my words abide in you, ye shall ask what ye will, and it shall be done unto you. For verily I say unto you, that whosoever shall say unto this mountain, Be thou removed, and be thou cast into the sea, and shall not doubt in his heart, but shall believe that those things which he saith shall come to pass, he shall have whatsoever he saith. The kingdom of God is within you." We hear all this, perhaps we even think we believe, but always, when the time comes to use these God-given talents, there is the doubt in our heart. Baduin expressed it clearly. To be ambitious for wealth and yet always expecting to be poor, to be always doubting your ability to get what you long for, is like trying to reach east by traveling west. There is no philosophy which will help a man to succeed when he is always doubting his ability to do so, and thus attracting failure. You will go in the direction in which you face. There is a saying that every time the sheep bleats, it loses a mouthful of hay. Every time you allow yourself to complain of your lot, to say, "I am poor, I can never do what others do, I shall never be rich, I have not the ability that others have, I am a failure, luck is against me," you are laying up so much trouble for yourself. No matter how hard you may work for success, if your thought is saturated with the fear of failure, it will kill your efforts, neutralize your endeavors, and make success impossible. And that is responsible for all our failures. We are like the old lady who decided she wanted the hill behind her house removed. So she got down on her knees and prayed the good Lord to remove it. The next morning she got up and hurried to the window. The hill was still in its same old place. "I knew it," she snapped. "I gave him his chance. But I knew all the time there was nothing to this prayer business. Neither is there, as it is ordinarily done. Prayer is not a mere asking of favors. Prayer is not a paean of praise. Rather, prayer is a realization of the God power within you, of your right of dominion over your own body, your environment, your business, your health, your prosperity. It is an understanding that you are heir of God and co-heir with Christ, and that as such, no evil has power over you, whereas you have all power for good. And good means not merely holiness. Good means happiness, the happiness of everyday people. Good means everything that is good in this world of ours, comforts and pleasures and prosperity for ourselves, health and happiness for those dependent upon us. There are no limits to good except those we put upon it ourselves. What was it made Napoleon the greatest conqueror of his day? Primarily his magnificent faith in Napoleon. He had a sublime belief in his destiny, an absolute confidence that the obstacle was not made which Napoleon could not find a way through, or over, or around. It was only when he lost that confidence, when he hesitated and vacillated for weeks between retreat and advance, that winter caught him in Moscow and ended his dreams of world empire. Fate gave him every chance first. The winter snows were a full month late in coming, but Napoleon hesitated and was lost. It was not the snows that defeated him. It was not the Russians. It was his loss of faith in himself. The kingdom of heaven. The kingdom of heaven is within you. Heaven is not some faraway state, the reward of years of tribulation here. Heaven is right here, here and now. When Christ said that heaven was within us, he meant just what he said, that the power for happiness, for good, for everything we need of life is within each one of us. That most of us fail to realize this heaven, that many are sickly and suffering, that more are ground down by poverty and worry, is no fault of his. He gave us the power to overcome these evils. He stands ready and waiting to help us use it. If we fail to find the way, the fault is ours. To enjoy the heaven that is within us, to begin here and now to live the life eternal, takes only a fuller understanding of the power that is within us. Even now, with the limited knowledge at our command, we can control circumstances to the point of making the world without an expression of our own world within, where the real thoughts, the real power resides. Through this world within, you can find the solution of every problem, the cause for every effect. Discover it, and all power, all possession is within your control. For the world without is but a reflection of that world within. Your thought creates the conditions your mind images. Keep before your mind's eye the image of all you want to be, and you will see it reflected in the world without. Think abundance, feel abundance, believe abundance, and you will find that as you think and feel and believe, abundance will manifest itself in your daily life. But let fear and worry be your mental companions. Thoughts of poverty and limitation dwell in your mind, and worry and fear, limitation and poverty will be your constant companions day and night. Your mental concept is all that matters. Its relation to matter is that of idea and form. There has got to be an idea before it can take form. As Dr. Terry Walter says, the impressions that enter the subconscious form indelible pictures, which are never forgotten,
The market is open.
and whose power can change the body, mind, manner, and morals, can in fact revolutionize a personality. All during our waking hours, the conscious mind, through the five senses, acts as constant feeder to the subconscious. The senses are the temporal source of supply for the content of the soul mind. Therefore, it is most important that we know and realize definitely and explicitly that every time we think a thought or feel an emotion, we are adding to the content of this powerful mind, good or bad, as the case may be. Life will be richer or poorer for the thoughts and deeds of today. Your thoughts supply you with limitless energy, which will take whatever form your mind demands. The thoughts are the mold, which crystallizes this energy into good or ill according to the form you impress upon it. You are free to choose which, but whichever you choose, the result is sure. Thoughts of wealth, of power, of success can bring only results commensurate with your idea of them. Thoughts of poverty and lack can bring only limitation and trouble. A radical doctrine, you'll say, and think me wildly optimistic, because the world has been taught for so long to think that some must be rich and some poor, that trials and tribulations are our lot. that this is at best a vale of tears. The history of the race shows that what is considered to be the learning of one age is ignorance to the next age. Dr. Edwin E. Slauson, editor of Science Service, speaking of the popular tendency to fight against new ideas merely because they were new, said, "All through the history of science, we find that new ideas have to force their way into the common mind in disguise, as though they were burglars instead of benefactors of the race."
So I'm just sitting here setting some charts up, right? And I look over, and this is going on. It's just like fuck my charts, right? Fuck my lines. Look at that. That's just ridiculous. It just went and ate all that up. So I guess London said it was super cheap. So I'm gonna let this do what it's gonna do, and I'm gonna step out of this because this is just wild. It's about to go close that gap. It's gonna go close that gap. I want a piece of that. Maybe it's a fake out. Let's go lower. We will only know here shortly. I'm gonna chill out on this one though, because this is a breakout to the top, but I missed it. But I think that's a little bit of a take profit there. That's some levels there. We'll see what it does from here. Gee Louise. All right, y'all.
Emerson wrote, "The virtue in most request is conformity. Self-reliance is its aversion. It loves not realities and creators, but names and customs." In the ages to come, man will look back upon the poverty and wretchedness of so many millions today and think how foolish we were not to take advantage of the abundance all about us. Look at nature, how profuse she is in everything. Do you suppose the mind that imaged that profuseness ever intended you to be limited, to have to scrimp and save in order to eke out a bare existence? There are hundreds of millions of stars in the heavens. Do you suppose the mind, which could bring into being worlds without number in such prodigality, intended to stint you of the few things necessary to your happiness? What is money but a mere idea of mind, a token of exchange? The paper money you have in your pocket is supposed to represent so much gold or silver currency. There are billions upon billions of this paper money in circulation, yet all the gold in the world amounts to only about $8 billion. Wealth is in ideas, not in money or property. You can control these ideas through mind. Reduced to the ultimate, to the atom or to the electron, everything in this world is an idea of mind. All of it has been brought together through mind. If we can change the things we want back into mental images, we can multiply them as often as we like, possesses all that we like. To him that hath. Take as an example the science of numbers. Suppose all numbers were of metal, that it was against the law to write figures for ourselves. Every time you wanted to do a sum in arithmetic, you'd have to provide yourself with a supply of numbers, arrange them in their proper order, work out your problems with them. If your problems were too abstruse, you might run out of numbers, have to borrow some from your neighbor or from the bank. How ridiculous, you say? Figures are not things, they are mere ideas, and we can add them or divide them or multiply them or subtract them as often as we like. Anybody can have all the figures he wants. To be sure he can, and when you get to look upon money in the same way, you will have all the money you want. To him that hath shall be given, and from him that hath not shall be taken away even that which he hath. To him that hath the right idea everything shall be given, and from him who hath not that right idea shall be taken away everything he hath. Thought externalizes itself. What we are depends entirely upon the images we hold before our mind's eye. Every time we think, we start a chain of causes, which will create conditions similar to the thoughts which originated it. Every thought we hold in our consciousness for any length of time becomes impressed upon our subconscious mind and creates a pattern, which the mind weaves into our life or environment. All power is from within and is therefore under our own control. When you can direct your thought processes, you can consciously apply them to any condition, for all that comes to us from the world without is what we've already imaged in the world within. Do you want more money? Sit you down now quietly and realize that money is merely an idea, that your mind is possessed of unlimited ideas. That being part of universal mind, there is no such thing as limitation or lack. That somewhere, somehow, the ideas that shall bring you all the money you need for any right purpose are available for you. That you have to put it up to your subconscious mind to find these ideas. Realize that, believe it, and your need will be met. What things soever ye desire when ye pray, believe that ye receive it, and ye shall have it. Don't forget that, believe that ye receive it. This it is that images the thing you want on your subconscious mind, and this it is that brings it to you. Once you can image the belief clearly on your subconscious mind, whatsoever it is that ye ask for, ye shall have it. For the source of all good, of everything you wish for, is the universal mind, and you can reach it only through the subconscious. And universal mind will be to you whatever you believe it to be, the kind and loving Father whom Jesus pictured, always looking out for the well-being of his children, or the dread judge that so many dogmatists would have us think. When a man realizes that his mind is part of universal mind, when he realizes that he has only to take any right aspiration to this universal mind to see it realized, he loses all sense of worry and fear. He learns to dominate instead of to cringe. He rises to meet every situation, secure in the knowledge that everything necessary to the solution of any problem is in mind, and that he has but to take his problem to universal mind to have it correctly answered. For if you take a drop of water from the ocean, you know that it has the same properties as all the rest of the water in the ocean, the same percentage of sodium chloride. The only difference between it and the ocean is in volume. If you take a spark of electricity, you know that it has the same properties as the thunderbolt, the same power that moves trains or runs giant machines in factories. Again, the only difference is in volume. It is the same with your mind and universal mind. The only difference between them is in volume. Your mind has the same properties as the universal mind, the same creative genius, the same power over all the earth, the same access to all knowledge. Know this, believe it, use it, and yours is the earth and the fullness thereof. In the exact proportion that you believe yourself to be part of universal mind, sharing in its all power in that proportion, can you demonstrate the mastery over your own body and over the world about you? All growth, all supply is from the world within. If you would have power, if you would have wealth, you have but to image it on this world within, on your subconscious mind, through belief and understanding. If you would remove discord, you have but to remove the wrong images, images of ill health, of worry and trouble from within. The trouble with most of us is that we live entirely in the world without. We have no knowledge of that inner world which is responsible for all the conditions we meet and all the experiences we have. We have no conception of the Father that is within us. The inner world promises us life and health, prosperity and happiness, dominion over all the earth. It promises peace and perfection for all its offspring. It gives you the right way and the adequate way to accomplish any normal purpose. Business, labor professions exist primarily in thought, and the outcome of your labors in them is regulated by thought. Consider the difference, then, in this outcome if you have at your command only the limited capacity of your conscious mind, compared with the boundless energy of the subconscious and a universal mind. Thought, not money, is the real business capital, says Harvey S. Firestone. And if you know absolutely that what you are doing is right, then you are bound to accomplish it in due season. Thought is a dynamic energy with the power to bring its object out from the invisible substance all about us. Matter is inert, unintelligent. Thought can shape and control. Every form in which matter is today is but the expression of some thought, some desire, some idea. You have a mind. You can originate thought, and thoughts are creative. Therefore, you can create for yourself that which you desire. Once you realize this, you are taking a long step towards success in whatever undertaking you have in mind. More than half the prophecies in the scriptures refer to the time when man shall possess the earth, when tears and sorrow shall be unknown, and peace and plenty shall be everywhere. That time will come. It is nearer than most people think possible. You are helping it along. Every man who is honestly trying to use the power of mind in the right way is doing his part in the great cause. For it is only through mind that peace and plenty can be gained. The earth is laden with treasures as yet undiscovered, but they are every one of them known to universal mind, for it was universal mind that first imaged them there. And as part of universal mind, they can be known to you. How else did the prophets of old foretell thousands of years ago the aeroplane, the cannon, the radio? What was the genius that enabled Ezekiel to argue from his potter's wheel, his water wheel, and the stroke of the lightning to an airplane with its wheels within wheels, driven by electricity and guided by man? How are we to explain the descriptions of artillery in the Apocalypse and the astonishing declaration in the Gospels that the utterances of the chamber would be broadcast from the housetops? To the manner born. Few of us have any idea of our mental powers. The old idea was that man must take this world as he found it. He'd been born into a certain position in life, and to try to rise above his fellows was not only the height of bad taste, but sacrilegious as well. An all-wise Providence had decreed by birth the position a child should occupy in the web of organized society. For him to be discontented with his lot, for him to attempt to raise himself to a higher level, was tantamount to tempting Providence. The gates of hell yawned wide for such scatterbrains, who were lucky if in this life they incurred nothing worse than the ribald scorn of their associates. That is the system that produced aristocracy and feudalism. That is the system that feudalism and aristocracy strove to perpetuate. The new idea, the basis of all democracies, is that man is not bound by any system, that he need not accept the world as he finds it. He can remake the world to his own ideas. It is merely the raw material. He can make what he wills of it. It is this new idea that is responsible for all our inventions, all our progress. Man is satisfied with nothing. He is constantly remaking his world. And now more than ever will this be true, for psychology teaches us that each one has within himself the power to become what he wills. Learn to control your thought. Learn to image upon your mind only the things you want to see reflected there. You will never improve yourself by dwelling upon the drawbacks of your neighbors. You will never attain perfect health and strength by thinking of weakness or disease. No man ever made a perfect score by watching his rival's target. You have got to think strength, think health, think riches. To paraphrase Pascal, our achievements today are but the sum of our thoughts of yesterday. For thought is energy. Mental images are concentrated energy, and energy concentrated on any definite purpose becomes power. To those who perceive the nature and transcendency of force, all physical power sinks into insignificance. What is imagination but a form of thought? Yet it is the instrument by which all the inventors and discoverers have opened the way to new worlds. Those who grasp this force, be their state ever so humble, their natural gifts ever so insignificant, becomes our leading men. They are our governors and supreme lawgivers, the guides of the drifting host, which follows them as by an irrevocable decree. To quote Glenn Clark in the Atlantic Monthly, whatever we have of civilization is their work, theirs alone. If progress was made, they made it. If spiritual facts were discerned, they discerned them. If justice and order were put in place of insolence and chaos, they wrought the change. Never is progress achieved by the masses. Creation ever remains the task of the individual. Our railroads, our telephones, our automobiles, our libraries, our newspapers, our thousands of other conveniences, comforts, and necessities are due to the creative genius of but 2% of our population. And the same 2% own a great percentage of the wealth of the country. The question arises, who are they? What are they? The sons of the rich? College men? No. Few of them had any early advantages. Many of them have never seen the inside of a college. It was grim necessity that drove them, and somehow, some way, they found a method of drawing upon their genie of the mind, and through that inner force, they have reached success. You don't need to stumble and grope. You can call upon your inner forces at will. There are 3 steps necessary. First, to realize that you have the power. Second, to know what you want. Third, to center your thought upon it with singleness of purpose. To accomplish these steps takes only a fuller understanding of the power that is within you. But what is this power? Where should you go to locate it? Is it a thing, a place, an object? Has it bounds, form, or material shape? No. Then how shall you go about finding it? If you have begun to realize that there is a power within you, if you have begun to arouse in your conscious mind the ambition and desire to use this power, you have started in the pathway of wisdom. If you are willing to go forward, to endure the mental discipline of mastering this method, nothing in the world can hinder you or keep you from overcoming every obstacle. Begin at once, today, to use what you have learned. All growth comes from practice. All the forces of life are active: peace, joy, power. The unused talent decays. Open the door. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If any man hear my voice and open the door, I will come in to him, and will sup with him, and he with me. So let us make use of this dynamo, which is you. What is going to start it working? Your faith, the faith that is begotten of understanding. Faith is the impulsion, the propulsion of this power within. Faith is the confidence, the assurance, the enforcing truth, the knowing that the right idea of life will bring you into the reality of existence and the manifestation of the all-power. All cause is in mind, and mind is everywhere. All the knowledge there is, all the wisdom there is, all the power there is all about you, no matter where you may be. Your mind is part of it. You have access to it. If you fail to avail yourself of it, you have no one to blame but yourself. For as the drop of water in the ocean shares in all the properties of the rest of the ocean water, so you share in that all power, all wisdom of mind. If you have been sick and ailing, if poverty and hardship have been your lot, don't blame it on fate. Blame yourself. Yours is the earth and everything that's in it. But you've got to take it. The power is there, but you must use it. It is round about you like the air you breathe. You don't expect others to do your breathing for you. Neither can you expect them to use your mind for you. Universal intelligence is not only the mind of the creator of the universe, but it is also the mind of man, your intelligence, your mind. Let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus. So start today by knowing that you can do anything you wish to do, have anything you wish to have, be anything you wish to be. The rest will follow. Ye shall ask what ye will, and it shall be done unto you.
Alright, I'm waiting for this retest out here. It's doing something. Is it a fake out? Is it a, stair stepping up from here? We won't know until it starts doing it. So we ain't gonna get too far stuck off into the charts. I'm backing up off the times here. We got some lines. We're gonna see if it's gonna close this gap or not. It's a little fake out. We're just gonna sell back off. Or are we on our way back up to where, we were yesterday? We're just going to trade sideways or continue to go to the upside. We took out some ranges. We took out 2 big ranges. So we're settled down in one right now. It's the top step daily range. And we're right there at another one. So we can trade right here all day. Or right under, right above. Or you can continue higher or lower. That's the crazy thing about it. We will never know until the end of the day. We're going to keep on chopping along here. I got some jabbing to do, of course. I got a lot of jabbing to do. But we're here to jab away. One jab at a time. Alright. I'll catch you guys in a little bit.
Now then, let's break down the lesson on definiteness of purpose and see exactly what it means, why it's the starting point of all achievement. Because it is the starting point of all individual achievements, and a definite purpose must be accompanied by a definite plan for its attainment, followed by appropriate action. Now, you have to have a purpose, you have to have a plan, and you have to start putting that plan into action. And ladies and gentlemen, it's not too important that your plan be sound. It is, in fact, it's not too important. Because if you find that you've adopted a plan that's not sound, that's not working, you can always change. You can modify your plan. But it is very important that you be definite about what it is you're going after, what your purpose is. That must be very definite. There can be no ifs or ands about it, and you'll see before you get through this lesson why it's got to be definite. Now, just to understand this philosophy, to read it or to hear me talk about it, wouldn't be of very much value to you. The value will come when you begin to form your own patterns out of this philosophy and put it into work in your daily lives, in your business, in your professions, or in your jobs, or in your human relations. That's where the benefits will really come. The second premise, all individual achievements are the results of a motive or a combination of motives. I just want to impress upon you that you have no right to ask anybody to do anything at any time without what? Without giving that person an adequate motive. And incidentally, that's the warp and the woof of all salesmanship. The ability to plant in the mind of the prospective buyer an adequate motive for his buying. Learning to deal with people by planting in their minds adequate motives for their doing the things that you want them to do. Now, there are a lot of people who call themselves salesmen who have never heard of the 9 basic motives, who do not know that they have no right to ask for a sale until they have planted a motive in the mind of the buyer for his buying. The third premise, any dominating idea, plan, or purpose held in the mind through repetition of thought, any dominating idea, plan, or purpose held in the mind through repetition of thought and emotionalized with a burning desire for its realization is taken over by the subconscious section of the mind and acted upon through whatever natural and logical means that may be available. Now, in that paragraph, you've got a tremendous lesson in psychology. If you want the mind to pick up an idea and to form a habit so that the mind will automatically act upon that idea, you've got to tell the mind what you want over and over and over again. No end to it. When Mr. Coué came over here some years ago with his famous formula, day by day in every way I'm getting better and better, he cured thousands of people, but a very great number more than that he didn't cure. And I wonder if you would know why. There was no desire, there was no feeling put into that statement. You might just as well blow in the wind as to make a statement unless you put some feeling back of it. Unless you believe it. And incidentally, if you tell yourself anything often enough, you'll get to where you will believe it, even a lie. It is funny, isn't it? But it happens to be true. You know, there are people who tell little white lies, and sometimes they're not so white at that, until they get to where they believe them themselves. Now, the subconscious mind doesn't know the difference between right or wrong. It doesn't know the difference between positive or negative. It doesn't know the difference between a penny or $1 million. It doesn't know the difference between success and failure. It'll accept any statement that you keep repeating to it by thoughts or by words or by any other means. And incidentally, it's up to you in the beginning to lay out your definite purpose, write it out so that it can be understood, memorize it, and start repeating it day in and day out until your subconscious mind picks it up and automatically acts upon it. Now, this is going to take a little time, You can't expect to undo overnight what you've been doing to your subconscious mind back down through the years by allowing negative thoughts to get into it. You can't expect that to happen overnight. But you will find that if you emotionalize any plan that you send over to your subconscious mind and repeat it in a state of enthusiasm and back it up with a spirit of faith, if you do that, the subconscious mind not only acts more quickly, but it acts more definitely and more positively. And the fourth premise, any dominating desire, plan, or purpose which is backed by that state of mind known as faith is taken over by the subconscious section of the mind and acted upon immediately. That state of mind, ladies and gentlemen, is the only state of mind that will produce immediate action through the subconscious mind. And when I say faith, I don't have reference to wishing or hoping or mildly believing. I don't have reference to any of those things. I have reference to a state of mind wherein whatever it is that you're going to do, you can see it already in a finished act before you even begin it. Now that's pretty positive, isn't it? I can truthfully tell you that not ever in my whole life have I undertaken to do anything that I didn't do it unless I got careless in my desire to do it and backed away from it or changed my mind or my mental attitude. I have never failed to do anything that I made up my mind to do, and I'll tell you that you can put yourself in a frame of mind where you can do whatever you make up your mind to do unless you weaken as you go along, as so many people do. Now let's get back to this fourth premise again. Any dominating desire, plan, or purpose which is backed by that state of mind known as faith is taken over by the subconscious section of the mind and acted upon immediately. I don't know for sure, ladies and gentlemen, but I suspect that there's a relatively small number of people in the world at any one time who understand the principle of faith, who really understand it and know how to apply it. And even if you do understand it, if you don't back it up with action and make it a part of your habit life, you might just as well not understand it. Because faith without deeds is dead. Faith without action is dead. Faith without absolute positive belief is dead. I don't know how you're going to get any results through believing unless you put some action back of that belief. And incidentally, if you tell your mind often enough that you have faith in anything, the time will come when your subconscious mind will accept that, even if you tell your mind often enough that you have faith in yourself. Have you ever thought what a nice thing it would be if you had such complete faith in yourself that you wouldn't hesitate to undertake anything you wanted to do in life? Have you ever thought what a benefit that would be to you? Do you know how many people there are that sell themselves short all the way through life because they don't have the right amount of confidence, let alone faith? Give a guess as to the percentage.
98.
Well, it's somewhere between 98 and 100. The margin who do is so small that I wouldn't begin to guess just exactly what it is. But judging by the good many thousands of people that I've come into contact with, and you know without my telling you that my audiences and my classes are always above average, judging by those people, I would say that it's well over 98% of the people who never in our whole lives develop a sufficient amount of confidence in themselves to go out and to undertake and to do the things they want to do in life. They accept from life whatever life hands them. Isn't it a strange thing how nature works? She gives you a set of tools. Everything that you need to attain all that you can use or aspire to have in this world. She gives you a set of tools adequate for your every need. And she rewards you bountifully for accepting and using those tools. That's all you have to do, just accept them and use them. She penalizes you beyond compare if you don't accept them and use them. Nature hates vacuums and idleness. She wants everything to be in action. And especially does she want the human mind to be in action. The mind is not different from any other part of the body. If you don't use it, if you don't rely upon it, it atrophies and withers away and finally gets to where anybody can push you around. anybody. And oftentimes you don't have the willpower to even resist or protest when people push you around. The fifth premise: the power of thought is the only thing over which any human being has complete, unquestionable means of control, a fact so astounding that it connotes a close relationship between the mind of man and infinite intelligence. Now, there are only 5 known things in the whole universe, ladies and gentlemen, just 5, and out of those 5 is shaped everything that's in existence, from the smallest electrons and protons of matter on up to the largest suns that float out there in the heavens, including you and me. Just 5 things. There's time and there's space. There's energy and there's matter. And those 4 things would be no good without the 5th thing. They'd be nothing. Everything would be chaos. You and I never could have existed without that 5th thing. What do you think it is? A universal intelligence. And it reflects itself in every blade of grass, everything that grows out of the ground, in all of the electrons and protons of matter. It reflects itself in space and in time, in everything that is. There is intelligence. Intelligence operating all the time. And the person who is the most successful is the one who finds ways and means of appropriating most of this intelligence through his brain and putting it into action. This intelligence permeates the whole universe, space, time, matter, energy, everything else. And every individual has the privilege of appropriating to his own use as much of this intelligence as he chooses. He can only appropriate it by using it. Just understanding it or believing in it is not enough. You've got to put it into specialized use in some form. And the responsibility of this course mainly is to give you a pattern, a blueprint by which you can take possession of your own mind and put it into operation. All you have to do is to follow the blueprint. Don't just pick out that part of it which you like best and discard the other. Take it all as is. The 6th premise, the subconscious section of the mind appears to be the only doorway of individual approach to infinite intelligence. Now, I want you to study that language very carefully. I said it appears to be. I don't know if it is, and I doubt if you do, and I doubt if anyone knows definitely. A lot of people have a lot of different ideas about it, but from the best intelligence that I have been able to use, best observations that I have been able to make through thousands of experiments, it is true that the subconscious section of the mind is the only doorway of individual approach to infinite intelligence, and it is capable of influence by the individual through the means described in this and subsequent lessons. The basis of approach is faith based upon definiteness of purpose. Now, there's one sentence that gives you the whole key to that paragraph. Faith based upon definiteness of purpose. Do you have any idea why it is that you don't have as much confidence in yourself as you should have? Had you ever stopped to think about that? Did you ever stop to think about why it is that when you see an opportunity coming along or what you believe to be an opportunity, you begin to question your ability to embrace it and use it? Haven't you had that happen to you many times? Doesn't it happen every day? And if you've had a chance to be closely associated with people who are very successful, you'll know that that is one thing that they are not bothered by. If they want to do something, it never occurs to them they can't do it. I hope that in your association with the Napoleon Hill Associates, you'll come to know my distinguished business associate, Mr. W. Clement Stone, better, because if I ever saw a man that knows the power of his mind and is willing to rely upon that mind, Mr. Stone is that man. I don't think Mr. Stone has any worries. I don't believe he would tolerate a worry. I think it would be an insult to his intelligence if he recognized that anything was worrying him. Why? Because he has confidence in his ability to use his mind and to make that mind create the circumstances that he wants created. And that's the condition and the operation of any successful mind. And that's going to be the condition of your mind when you get through with this philosophy. You're going to be able to project your mind into whatever objective you choose, and there'll be never any question in your mind as to whether you can do what you want to do or not. Never a question in the world. The seventh premise, every brain is both a receiving set and a broadcasting station for the vibrations of thought, a fact which explains the importance of moving with definiteness of purpose instead of drifting, since the brain may be so thoroughly charged with the nature of one's purpose that it will begin to attract the physical or material equivalents of that purpose. Get it into your consciousness that the first radio broadcasting and receiving set was the one that exists in the brain of man. And not only does it exist in the brain of man, but it exists in a great many animals. I have a couple of Pomeranian dogs, and they know exactly what I'm thinking sometimes before I know. They're so smart. They can tune in on me. They know when we start off for an automobile ride whether they're going or whether they're not. Don't have to say a word, not a word, because they're in constant attunement with us. Your mind is sending out vibrations constantly, and if you're a salesman and you're going to call on a prospective buyer, the sale ought to be made before you ever come into presence of the buyer. Had you ever thought of that? If you're going to do anything requiring the cooperation of other people, condition your mind so that you know the other fellow's going to cooperate. Why? First, because the plan that you're going to offer him is so fair and honest and so beneficial to him that he can't refuse it. In other words, you have a right to his cooperation. You would be surprised to know what a change there will be in people when you come sending out over this broadcasting station of yours positive thoughts instead of thoughts of fear. Now, if you want a good illustration of how this broadcasting station works, you need $1,000 real badly, and you go down to the bank some morning, and you've got to have that $1,000 by the day after tomorrow. They're going to take the car back, or the furniture, or something else. You just have to have that $1,000. Why, the banker can tell the moment you walk inside the door that you just have to have it, and he doesn't want you to have it. Isn't that funny? No, it's not funny. It's tragic. You carry the matches around in your pocket oftentimes to set your own house afire. You broadcast your thoughts, and they precede you. And when you get there, you find that instead of getting the cooperation you went after, the other person reflects back to you what? That state of doubt, that state of mind that you sent out ahead of it. I used to teach salesmanship. I made my living that way for a long time while I was doing the research on this philosophy. And I have taught over 30,000 salesmen, many of them now life members of the coveted $1 Million Roundtable in the life insurance field. And if there is one thing in this world that has to be sold, it's life insurance. Nobody ever buys life insurance. It has to be sold. And the first thing that I taught those people under my direction was that they must make the sale to themselves before they try to make it to the other fellow. And if they don't do that, they're not going to make a sale. Somebody might buy something from them, but they'll never make a sale unless they first make it to themselves. Every brain a broadcasting station and a receiving set. And you can attune that brain so that it'll attract only the positive vibrations released by other people. Now, that's the point I'm coming to and that I wanted you to get. By habit, you can train your own mind to pick up out of that myriad of vibrations that are floating out there constantly. Train your mind to pick up only the things that are related to what you want most in life. And how do you do that? Why, you do that by keeping your mind on what you want most in life, your definite major purpose. So, by repetition, by thought, by action, until finally the brain will not pick up anything not related to that definiteness of purpose. Now, is that a marvelous thought? You can educate your brain so that it will absolutely refuse to pick up any vibrations except those related to what you want. And ladies and gentlemen, when you get your brain under control like that, you will be on the path, really and truly on the beam. Now let's see what are some of the benefits of definiteness of purpose. And first of all, definiteness of purpose automatically develops self-reliance. personal initiative, imagination, enthusiasm, self-discipline, and concentration of effort. All of these being prerequisites for success of vital importance. Now that's quite an array of things that you really developed. You develop through definiteness of purpose. That is to say, knowing what you want, having a plan for getting it, having your mind occupied mostly with the carrying out of that plan. And if you happen to adopt a plan, and unless you're an unusual person, you're almost sure to adopt some plans that are not going to work so well. When you find out that your plan is not right, immediately discard it and get another one. And keep on until you find one that will work. And in the process of doing this, just remember one thing, that maybe somewhere along the line, that infinite intelligence, being gifted with a great deal of wisdom, might have a plan for you better than the one you had yourself. Have an open mind. If you adopt a plan to carry out your major purpose or a minor purpose and it doesn't work well, dismiss that plan and ask for guidance from infinite intelligence. And you may get that guidance, and what can you do to be sure that you will get it? Why, you can believe that you'll get it. You can believe that you'll get it, and it's not going to hurt if you say out loud orally that you believe it. I suspect that the Creator knows your thoughts, but I found that if you express yourself with a lot of enthusiasm, it doesn't hurt any. And I'm sure that it doesn't hurt in arousing your subconscious mind. When I wrote Think and Grow Rich, the original title of it was The 13 Steps to Riches. And both the publisher and I knew that that was not a box office title. We had to have $1 million title. Well, they went ahead and set the book up in type, and the publisher kept prodding me every day to give him the title that I wanted, and I wrote 500 or 600 titles. There weren't any of them any good. Not any of them. And then one day he scared the dickens out of me. He called me up and said, well, he said, tomorrow morning I've got to have that title. And he said, if you don't have one, I have one that's a humdinger. I said, what is it? He said, we're going to call it Use Your Noodle and Get the Boodle. I said, my goodness, you'll ruin me. Why, he said, this is a dignified book. And that's a flippant title. Why, that will ruin the book and me too. Well, he said, whether it will or not, that's the title, unless you give me a better one by tomorrow morning. Now, I want you to follow this incident because it's potent with food for thought, what I'm now telling you. I went in that night and sat down on my bed as I was going to, on the side of the bed, and I had a talk with my subconscious mind. And I said, now look here, old sub. You and I have gone a long way together, and you've done a lot of things for me and some things to me, thanks to my ignorance. But I've got to have $1 million title, and I've got to have it tonight. Do you understand that? I got to talking so loudly that the man in the apartment above me thumped on the floor. And I don't blame him, because I guess he thought I was quarreling with my wife or something. Well, I really gave the subconscious mind no doubt as to what I wanted. Now, I didn't tell the subconscious mind exactly what kind of a title. I said, it's got to be $1 million title. I went to bed. When I had charged my subconscious mind until I reached that psychological moment where I knew it was going to produce what I wanted. And if I hadn't have gotten to that point, I'd have been up there still, sitting on the side of that bed, talking to my subconscious. There is a psychological moment, and you can feel it when the power of faith takes over whatever you're trying to do and says, all right, now you can relax. This is it. I went to bed, and about 2 o'clock in the morning, I woke up as if somebody had shaken me real hard, and as I came out of my sleep, Think and Grow Rich was in my mind. Oh, boy, I let out an Indian hoop. I jumped to my typewriter and wrote it down, and I grabbed the telephone, and I called the publisher. He said, what's the matter? Is town on fire now? It's about 2:30 in the morning by this time. I said, yes, you bet it is, with $1 million title. He said, let's have her. I said, Think and Grow Rich. He said, boy, you've got it. Yes, I'll say we've got it. That book has grossed outside of the United States over $23 million already, and probably will gross over $100 million before I pass on. And there's no end to it. $1 million. a multi-million-dollar title. Well, after the thrashing that I gave my subconscious, I'm not surprised that it really came over and did a good job. Now, why didn't I use that method in the first place? Isn't that a funny thing? Why, I know the law. Why did I fool around about it and temporize? Why didn't I go to the source and get my subconscious mind all heated up instead of sitting down there to my typewriter writing out 500 or 600 titles? Why didn't I? Well, I'll tell you why. For the same reason that you oftentimes know what to do but won't do it. There's no explaining the indifference of mankind toward himself. Even after you know what the law is, you know what the score is, and you fool around until the last limit before you do anything about it. Just like in prayer. Fool around about prayer until the time of need comes, and then you're scared to death, and of course you don't get any results from prayer. If you want to have results from prayer, you condition your mind so that your life is a prayer, day in and day out, every minute of your life. A constant prayer, because it's based upon belief. Belief in your dignity and your right to tune in on infinite intelligence and to have the things that you need in this world. And so it is with this human mind. You've got to condition the mind as you go along from day to day so that when any emergency arises, you'll be right there ready to deal with it. Also, the definiteness of purpose induces one to budget one's time and to plan day-to-day endeavors which lead to the attainment of one's major purpose. If you would sit down and put an hour-by-hour account of the actual work that you put in each day for 1 week, and then an hour-by-hour account of the time that you waste that you could devote to anything you want to if you wanted to, badly enough, you're going to get one of the shocks of your life. We're not efficient. You know, you have 3 hours, about 8 hours to sleep, about 8 hours to earn a living, then have 8 hours of free time that you can do anything that you want to with here in this country where we live. And then definiteness of purpose makes one more alert in recognizing opportunities related to the object of one's major purpose, and it inspires the courage to embrace and act upon those opportunities. And now, we all see opportunities almost every day of our lives, which, if we embraced them and acted upon them, could benefit us. But there's something in us that we call procrastination. We just don't have the will, the alertness, the determination to embrace opportunities when they come along. But if you condition your mind with this philosophy, you'll not only embrace opportunities, but you'll do something better. What could you do better than embrace an opportunity? Make the opportunity. That's the idea. One of Napoleon's generals, the other Napoleon, came to him one day, and they were fixing to attack the next morning. This general says, "Sir, the circumstances are not just right for the attack tomorrow." And Napoleon says, "Circumstances not right? Hell, I make circumstances. Attack." And I have never seen a successful man yet in any business that didn't say, when somebody says it can't be done, he said, "Attack. Attack. Start where you are." And when you get around to that curve in the road, although you can't see by it until you get there, you'll always find that the road goes on around. Attack. Don't procrastinate. Don't stand still. Attack. And definiteness of purpose inspires confidence in one's integrity and character, and it attracts the favorable attention of other people. Have you ever thought about that? I think the whole world loves to see a person walking with his chest sticking out, walking with an atmosphere that tells the whole doggone world that he knows what he's doing and he's right on the way doing it. Why, do you know people will get out of the way on the sidewalk and let you go by if you are determined to get by? And you don't have to whistle at them either, or holler at them, or anything of that kind. You just have to send your thoughts ahead with determination that you're going through that crowd. And believe me, they stand aside and let you go through. And the world's like that. The man who knows where he is going and is determined to get there will always find willing helpers to cooperate with him. Now, there's another very important thing. The greatest of all its benefits, that is, definiteness of purpose, it opens the way for the full exercise of that state of mind known as faith. by making the mind positive and freeing the mind from the limitations of fear and doubt and discouragement and indecision and procrastination. The very minute that you decide upon something, you know that's what you want, you know you're going to do it, all of these negatives that have been bothering you, they pick up their baggage and get out. They just move out. They can't live in a positive mind. Can you imagine a negative frame of mind and a positive frame of mind occupying the same space at the same time? Could you imagine that? No, you can't, because it can't be done. And did you know that the slightest bit of a negative mental attitude is sufficient to destroy the power of prayer? Did you know that the slightest bit of a negative mental attitude is sufficient to destroy your plan, whatever it is you're doing, carrying out your definiteness of purpose? You have to move with courage, with faith, with determination in connection with carrying out your definiteness of purpose. And next, definiteness of purpose makes one success conscious. You know what I mean by success conscious? If I said it makes one also health conscious, would you know what I meant by that? What do I mean? Why, your thoughts are predominantly about health. And with reference to success consciousness, your thoughts are predominantly about success. The can-do part of life and not the no-can-do. Did you know that 98% of the people who never get anywhere in life that we were talking about a while ago are no-can-do people? Any circumstance that you place before them or that is placed before them or that overtakes them, immediately they fasten their attention upon the no-can-do part, the negative part. I'll never forget, as long as I live, what happened to me when Mr. Carnegie surprised me and gave me a chance to organize this philosophy. I tried every way in the world to give him all the reasons I could think of, and had about six reasons why I couldn't do it. I didn't have sufficient education. I didn't have the money. I didn't have the influence. I didn't know what the word philosophy meant. Well, and there was about two others that immediately popped into my mind. And I was trying to get my mouth open to tell Mr. Carnegie that I thanked him for the compliment he'd paid me. But what was going on in my mind was that I was doubting that Mr. Carnegie was such a good judge of human nature as he had been reported to be when he was picking me to do a job like that. Now that's what went on in my mind. But there was a silent person standing looking over my shoulder, and he said, "Go ahead and tell him you can do it. Spit it out." And I said, "Yes, Mr. Carnegie, I'll accept the commission, and you can depend upon it, sir, that I will complete it." He reached over and grabbed me by the hand. He said, "I not only like what you said, but I like the way you said it." That's what I was waiting for. He saw that my mind was on fire with belief that I could do it, even though I hadn't the slightest asset to give me a beginning other than my determination that I would get the assets necessary to create this philosophy. And if I had wavered in the slightest, if I had said to Mr. Carnegie, "Well, yes, Mr. Carnegie, I'll do my best," I'm sure, I never asked him about this, but I am sure that he would have taken the opportunity away from me instantly, because it would have indicated that I wasn't too determined to do it. "Yes, Mr. Carnegie, you can depend upon me, sir, to complete it. And you're living witnesses here, although Mr. Carnegie's long since been gone, you're living witnesses that Mr. Carnegie didn't pick wrongly." He knew what he was about. He had found something in the human mind, in my mind, that he'd been searching for years. He found it. I didn't know its value, but I found out the value of it later, and I want you to recognize the value of it, because you have that same thing in your mind. That same capacity to know what you want and to be determined that you'll get it even though you don't know where to make the first start. And what does make a great man? Give me a good definition. What makes a great man or a great woman? Do you have any idea what greatness is? Greatness is the ability to recognize the power of your own mind, to embrace it and use it. That's what makes greatness. And in my book of rules, every man and every woman can become truly great by the simple process of recognizing his or her own mind, embracing it and using it. Now here are instructions for applying the principle of a definite major purpose. And these instructions are to be carried out to the letter. Don't overlook any part of it. First, write out a clear statement of your major purpose, sign it, commit it to memory, and repeat it orally at least once a day in the form of a prayer or an affirmation if you choose. You can see the advantage of this because it places your faith in your Creator squarely back of you. Now, I've found from experience, ladies and gentlemen, here is the weakest spot in the students' activities. They read this, they say, well, that's simple enough, I understand it, and what's the use of going to the trouble of writing it out? You might just as well not have this lesson if you're going to take that attitude to it. You must write it out. You must go through the physical act of translating a thought onto paper, and then you must memorize it, and then you must start talking to your subconscious mind about it. Give that subconscious mind a pretty good idea of what it is you want. And it won't hurt any if you remember the story I told you in the first half of the lesson tonight about what I did to get my $1 million book title. It won't do a bit of harm if you give your subconscious mind to understand from here on out that you're the boss and that you're going to do something about it. But you can't expect the subconscious mind or anything else to help you if you don't know what it is you want, if you're not definite about it. 98 out of every 100 people, taking cross-section of humanity in general, do not know what they want in life and consequently never get it. They take whatever life hands them. Now, in addition to your definite and major purpose, you can have minor purposes, as many as you want, provided they lead you in the direction of your major purpose. Provided they are related to or lead you in the direction of your major purpose. Your whole life should be devoted to carrying out your major purpose in life. Find out what it is you want. And incidentally, it's all right to be modest like I am when you go to asking for what you want. But don't be too modest. Reach out and ask for a bounty. Ask for the things that you are sure you're entitled to, but in asking, be sure that you don't overlook the subsequent instructions I'm going to give you about what it is you're going to give in return for what you expect. Second, write out a clear, definite outline of the plan or plans by which you intend to achieve the object of your purpose, and state the maximum of time within which you intend to attain it. And describe it in detail precisely what you intend to give in return for the realization of the object of your purpose. Make your plan flexible enough to permit changes any time you are inspired to do so, remembering that infinite intelligence may present you with a better plan than yours, and oftentimes will if you are definite about what you want. Have any of you ever had a hunch that you couldn't describe, you couldn't explain away? You know what a hunch is? It's your subconscious mind trying to get an idea over to you, and oftentimes you are too indifferent to even let the subconscious mind talk to you for a few moments. I've heard people say, well, I had the darndest fool idea today, but that darn fool idea, you know, might have been $1 million idea if you'd have listened to it and have done something about it. Have great respect for these hunches that come to you, because there's something outside of yourself trying to communicate with you, undoubtedly. I have a great respect for these hunches that come to me, and they come to me constantly. And I find them always related to something that my mind's been dwelling upon, something that I want to do, something that I'm engaged in. Write out a clear, definite outline of the plan or plans, and state the maximum of time within which you intend to attain it. Now, that timing is important, very important. Don't write out as your definite major aim that I intend to become the best salesman in the world, or that I intend to become the best employee in my organization, or that I intend to make a lot of money. That's not definite. Whatever it is that you consider to be your major objective in life, write it out clearly and time it. I intend to attain within blank number of years so-and-so, and then go ahead and describe so-and-so, what it is. And then in the next paragraph down below, I intend to give in return for the thing that I request so-and-so, and then go ahead and describe it. Now, this business of timing, you know, nature has a system of timing everything. If you go out, if you're a farmer, you want to plant some wheat in the field, you go out and you prepare that ground, you sow the wheat at the right season of the year, and then after you sow it, you go back the next day with the harvester and start harvesting. The very next day. Well, isn't anybody going to catch me up on that one? What do you wait for? For nature to do her part. Infinite intelligence or God or whatever you want, it's all, no matter what you call it, we're talking about the same thing, but there is an intelligence that does its part if you do your part first. Intelligence is not going to direct you to nor attract to you the object of your major purpose unless you know what it is and unless you properly time it. It'd be quite ridiculous if you started out with only a mediocre talent and said that you're going to make $1 million within the next 30 days. It'd be quite ridiculous. In other words, make your major purpose within reason of what you know you're able to deserve. And next, keep your major purpose strictly to yourself, except insofar as you will receive further instructions on this subject in the lesson on the mastermind. Now, why do I suggest that you keep your major purpose to yourself? Well, the reason, of course, that you don't disclose your major purpose to other people is that there are a lot of idle, curious people in this world who like to stand on the sidelines and stick their toes out when you go by, especially if you've got a high head and look like you're going to accomplish more in life than they are. And for no good reason at all, as you go along, they stick their toes out just to see you fall. They'll throw monkey wrenches in your machinery. If they don't have monkey wrenches, they'll put sand in your gearbox. But they will slow you down. Why? Because of the envy of mankind. Now, the only way to speak about your definite major purpose is in action after the fact and not before the fact, after you've achieved it. Let it speak for itself. Let it speak for itself. The only way anybody can afford to boast or brag about himself is not by words, but by deeds. And then if the deeds are engaged in, you don't need any words. They speak for themselves. Now, about making your plan flexible, don't become determined that the plan you worked out is perfect just because you worked it out. You'll make a mistake if you do that. Leave your plan flexible. Give it a good trial, and if it's not working properly, change it. Next, call your major purpose into your consciousness as often as may be practical. Eat with it, sleep with it, and take it with you wherever you go, keeping in mind the fact that your subconscious mind can thus be influenced to work for its attainment while you sleep. Your conscious mind is a very jealous mind. It stands guard and doesn't want anything to get by except the things that you are afraid of and the things that you're very enthusiastic about. And especially the things that you are afraid of. It does let those get by sometimes too. But generally speaking, if you want to plant an idea in your subconscious mind, you have to do it with a tremendous amount of faith, tremendous amount of enthusiasm. You've got to rush the conscious mind so that it steps aside and lets you go through to the subconscious because of your enthusiasm and your faith. And then repetition is a marvelous thing too. The conscious mind finally gets tired of hearing you say a thing over and over and over. It says, all right, if you're bound to repeat that, I can't stand here and watch you forever. Go on in there and take it into sub and see what he'll do with it. That's the way it works. This conscious mind is a very contrary thing. And you know, it learns all of the things that won't work. Did you know that? It has a tremendous stock of things that won't work and things that are not right. It has a tremendous stock of old pieces of string, horseshoes, and nails, like some misers gather up a whole stock of those things lying around, useless trash that is gathered, impedimenta that you don't need. And that's the kind of stuff it's feeding to your subconscious mind. Every night, just before you go to bed, you should give your subconscious mind some sort of an order for the night, what it is you want done. I should say the healing of your body. Certainly the body needs repairing every day. When you lay the carcass down for sleep, turn it over to infinite intelligence and request your subconscious mind every cell in your body, every organ, and to give you tomorrow morning a perfectly conditioned body in which the mind may function. Don't go to bed without giving orders to your subconscious mind. Tell it what you want. Get in the habit of telling it what you want. If you keep on long enough, it'll believe you and deliver what you ask for. And therefore, you better be careful about what you ask for, because if you keep on asking for it, you're going to get it. I wonder if you wouldn't be surprised if you knew right now what you've been asking for back down through the years. You ever thought of that? You've been asking for it. Sure you have. Everything that you have that you don't want, you've been asking for it. Maybe by neglect. Maybe you didn't tell the subconscious mind what you really wanted, and it stocked up on a lot of stuff you didn't want. It works that way. Now, here are some important factors in connection with your definite major purpose. First of all, it should represent your greatest purpose in life, the one single purpose which, above all others, you desire to achieve, and the fruits of which you are willing to leave behind you as a monument to yourself. Now, that's what your definite major purpose should be. I'm not talking about your minor purposes now. I'm talking about your major, overall purpose, your lifelong purpose. And believe me, friends, if you don't have an overall lifelong purpose, you're just wasting the better portion of your life. The wear and tear of living is not worth the price you pay for it unless you really are aiming for something, unless you're going somewhere in life, unless you're doing something with this opportunity here on this plane. I imagine you were sent over here to do something. I imagine you were sent over here with a mind capable of hewing out and attaining your own destiny. And if you don't attain that, if you don't use that mind, I imagine that your life, to a large extent, will have been wasted from the viewpoint of the one who sent you over. Take possession of your mind. Aim high. Don't believe because in the past you may not have achieved much that you can't achieve in the future. Don't measure your future by your past. If you do, you're sunk. A new day is coming. You're going to be born again. You're setting up a new pattern. You're in a new world. You're a new person. Well, if not, why not? I intend that every one of you shall be born again. Mentally, physically, and maybe spiritually. A new aim, a new purpose. A new realization of your own individual power. And a new realization of your own dignity as a unit of mankind. If you ask me what I believe to be the greatest sin of mankind, I bet you'd be surprised at what my answer would be. What would yours be? What do you think the greatest sin of mankind is? The greatest sin of mankind is neglect to use his greatest asset. That's the greatest sin of mankind. It's bound to be that, because if you use that greatest asset, you'll have everything you want and you'll have it in abundance. You notice I didn't say you'll have everything within reason. I said you'd have everything you want and have it in abundance. I didn't put any qualifying words in there. You're the only one that can put qualifying words in there as to what you want. You're the only one that can set up limitations for yourself. Nobody else can do it for you, unless you let them. Your major purpose, or some portion of it, should remain a few jumps ahead of you at all times as something to which you may look forward with hope and anticipation. Now, if you ever catch up with your major purpose and attain it, then what? What are you going to do there? Get another one, of course you. And you will have learned, by having attained your first one, that you can attain a major purpose, and the chances are when you select your next one, you will make it a bigger objective than you did your first one. If your objective is to acquire material riches, well, don't aim for too high for the first year. Work out a 12-month plan within reason, and watch how easily you can attain it, and then next year double it. Then next year double that. One's major purpose should keep a few jumps ahead of him. What's the purpose of that? Why not lay out a definite purpose that you can catch up with, well, just tomorrow, say? Well, now, obviously, if you do that, your definite major purpose is not going to be very extensive, is it? And you're not going to have the fun of pursuit. You know, the fun of pursuit is a great thing. After you've found success, or after you've found your objective, then there's no fun in it, but you have to turn around and start after something else. Life is less interesting when one has no definite purpose to be attained other than that of merely living. The hope of future achievement in connection with a major purpose is among the greatest of man's pleasures. Sorry is the man indeed who's caught up with himself and no longer has anything to do. I've found a lot of them. They're all miserable. No, you've got to keep active. Keep doing something. Keep working. Keep an objective ahead of you. One's major purpose may, and it generally does, consist of that which can be attained only by a series of day-to-day and month-to-month and year-to-year steps. Because it is something which should be so designed as to consume an entire lifetime of endeavor. It should harmonize with one's occupation, business, or profession, for each day's work should enable one to come one day nearer to the attainment of his major purpose in life. I feel sorry, indeed I feel sorry for the individual who is just working day in and day out in order to have something to eat and some clothes to wear and a place to sleep. I feel sorry for that kind of a person that has no aim beyond just enough to exist on. I can't imagine anybody in this class satisfying himself sitting down with an existence. I think you want to live. I think you want abundance. I think you want everything that's necessary for you to do the thing you want to do in life, including money. One's major purpose, and it generally does, consist of that which can be attained only by a series of day-to-day or month-to-month steps. Now, remember that when you start in pursuit of your definite major purpose. One's major purpose may consist of many different combinations of lesser aims, such as the nature of one's occupation, which should be something of his own choice. When you come to write out your definite major purpose, you write it out like planks in a platform. Number 1, so-and-so. Number 2, so-and-so. And somewhere along there, right near the head, be sure that you include in your definite major purpose perfect harmony between yourself and your mate. Think that's important? Do you know of anything more important than that? Do you know of anything, any human relationship more important than that of a man and his wife? No, of course you don't. I'll answer that one for you. Nobody does. And have you ever heard of a relationship of man and wife where there was not harmony? Have you ever seen a thing like that? You have, huh? Yeah, I'll answer that for you too. I know you have. It's not pleasant, is it? Not pleasant to even be around people who are not in step with one another. Well, you can be harmonious. And there is where you ought to start applying your mastermind relationship first. Your wife or your husband should be your first mastermind ally. Maybe you'll have to go back and court him or her over again, but all right, that's nice too. I don't know of anything I ever did in my life that I enjoyed as much as courting. It's a wonderful experience. Go back and court the gal over again, or the man. It's a wonderful experience. Or if you're not on the right kind of terms with your business associate, or your fellow worker, or the people you work with every day, go back and rededicate yourself to the business of striking out on a new basis. You'll be surprised at what a little confession on your part will do. Wonderful thing. The confession is really a marvelous thing. Most people claim they have too much pride to confess their weaknesses. I'll tell you, it's a good thing to get some of your weaknesses out of your system by confession. Acknowledge that maybe you're not perfect, you're well nigh perfect, but not entirely perfect. Maybe the other fellow say, well, come to think about it, neither am I. And then you're off to the races. Rededicate yourself to a better relationship with the people that you come into contact every day, whoever they may be. What a wonderful thing it is. You can do that. You can handle it. You can handle it. I know you can. You know, most of these inharmonies in human relations is due to the neglect of people. You just neglect to build up your human relations. You could do it if you wanted to do it. and the budgeting of income and expenses so as to provide for the accumulation of a definite amount for old age and security, the security of loved ones and so forth, and the budgeting of time so as to provide whatever income that is necessary to support one's plan for the attainment of a definite major purpose. That should be a part of your definite major purpose. Write out your platform of life and include down under these minor purposes the things that are related to your major purpose, the things that you're going to have to get in the step-by-step movement up toward your major purpose. And a definite plan for developing harmony in all of your relations, and especially these, in the home where one works, where one plays or relaxes. The human relationship plank is the most important one in connection with one's major aim, since the aim is attainable very largely through the cooperation of others. Had you ever thought of that the things that you do in life, if they're worthwhile, have to be done through harmonious cooperation with other people? And how are you going to get that harmonious cooperation if you don't cultivate people? If you don't understand them, if you don't make allowances for their weaknesses? Did you ever have a friend that appreciated your trying to reform him or change his mind about something? Do you like to have a friend come around and try to reform you? No, you don't. Nobody does. But there are certain things you can do for a friend by example. That's a mighty effective way of doing it. But start in to tell a man where he's wrong, the chances are that he'll have business around the corner. The next time he sees you coming, he'll get on the other side of the street. In your human relations, you can develop a marvelous relationship, but you can't do it by criticizing people, harping upon their faults, because we all have faults. A better thing to do is to talk about a person's virtues and his good qualities. And I have never seen a person yet so lowly that he didn't have some good qualities. And if you'll concentrate upon those good qualities, that person on whom you're concentrating will go out of his way and lean over backwards to make sure that you're not disappointed. One should not hesitate to choose a major aim which may be for the time being out of his reach, for one may always prepare himself to attain pretty much any desired purpose in life. Certainly when I chose as my definite major purpose the organizing and taking to the world of the first practical philosophy of individual achievement, it was way beyond my reach. And what do you think it was that kept me down through 20 years of unproductive effort of research? What do you think it was that kept me striving and struggling in the face of the fact that the majority of people I knew were criticizing me? What do you think it was? I had to have an abundance of faith, and I had to keep that faith alive by moving always as if I knew in advance that I was going to complete the task that Mr. Carnegie assigned to me. There were times when it looked as if what my friends and relatives were saying about me was absolutely true. And in a sense it was, that I was wasting my time. From their viewpoint and their measuring stick and their standards, I was wasting 20 years of my time. But from the viewpoint of the millions of people who have benefited and will benefit by my work during those 20 years, I was not wasting my time. You can't fail unless you think you can. If you think you can fail, then you can. If you stay around me long enough, I'll get you so you're not going to think you can fail. You'll know you're not going to fail. Our greatest demonstration of the universal application of the principle of definiteness of purpose may be seen by observing how nature applies it as follows. And there is a great string of applications, the way nature moves with definiteness of purpose. And ladies and gentlemen, if there is anything in this universe that's definite, it's the laws of nature. They don't deviate, they don't temporize, they don't subside. You can't go around them, you can't avoid them. And however you can, learn their nature and adjust yourself to them and benefit by them. Nobody ever heard of the law of gravitation being suspended, not even for one fraction of a second. It never has been done and never will be. Because nature's whole setup throughout the whole universe, system of universes perhaps, is so definite that everything moves with precision like clockwork. And if you want an example of the necessity of an individual's moving with definiteness, you only have to have a smattering of understanding of the sciences to see the way that nature does things, and then you'll have that example. the orderliness of the universe and the interrelation of all of the natural laws, the fixation of all of the stars and planets in immovable relationship to one another. Isn't it a marvelous thing to know that the astronomers can sit down and with a pencil and a few pieces of paper predetermine hundreds of years in advance the exact relationship of given planets and stars, right where they'll be with relationship to one another, in advance. And you know they couldn't do that if there was not a purpose, a plan under which we're working. We want to find out what that purpose is as it relates to us as individuals. That's why you're in this course. That's why I'm teaching you. I'm giving you that little bit that I have picked up from life and from the experiences of men and from my own experience, so that you will learn how to adjust yourself to the laws of nature in order that you may use those laws instead of allowing yourself to be abused by your neglect in using them. To me, one of the most horrible things to contemplate is the possible cessation of natural laws. Imagine all of the chaos, all of the stars and planets running together, why they'd make the H-bomb look like a firecracker if nature allowed her laws to be suspended. But she doesn't do that. She has very definite laws to go by. And you'll find that if you check these 17 principles, they check perfectly with all of the laws of nature. You get over to that principle of going the extra mile, you'll find that nature is profound in her application of the principle of going the extra mile. When she produces blooms on the trees, she doesn't produce just enough to fill the trees. She produces enough to take care of all of the damages, the winds and the storms. When she produces fish in the sea, she doesn't just produce enough to perpetuate the fish. She produces enough to feed the bullfrogs and the snakes and the alligators and all the other things that still have enough left to carry out her purpose. She has an abundance of things, overabundance. And also, she forces man to go the extra mile, or else he'll perish. He would perish in one season if he didn't go the extra mile. If nature didn't compensate a man when he goes out and puts a grain of wheat in the ground by giving him back 500 grains to compensate him for his intelligence, why, we'd starve to death in one season. If you do your part, nature does her part, and she does it in abundance, in superabundance. And one of the strange things about nature is that if you keep your mind focused on the positive side of life, it becomes greater than the negative side. Always does that. If you keep your mind on the positive side, it becomes greater than all of the negatives that may try to penetrate your mind and influence your life. Look around and you'll find examples, living examples all around you of people that you want to emulate and people you do not want to emulate. People that are failing, and you'll be able to tell why they're failing. I dare say that from this time on, you will be able to use this philosophy as a measuring stick, and wherever you find a success or a failure, you'll be able to lay your finger right on the cause of it, right on it, and that includes you too. First of all, the first premise is that the mastermind principle is the medium through which one may procure the full benefits of the experience, the training, the education, and the specialized knowledge and influence of others as completely as if their minds were in reality one's own. Isn't that a marvelous thing to contemplate? That whatever it is that you lack in education or in knowledge or in influence, you can always obtain it through somebody who has it. The exchange of favors, the exchange of knowledge is one of the greatest exchanges in the world. It's a very nice thing to engage in business where the exchange of money makes you a profit, but I would a whole lot rather exchange ideas with somebody, give a man an idea that he didn't have before and receive in return one that I didn't have, than I would to make an exchange of money. You, of course, know that Thomas A. Edison was perhaps the greatest inventor the world has ever known. He was dealing all the time with many of the sciences, and yet he knew nothing at all about any of the sciences. You'd say it would be impossible for a man to succeed in any undertaking unless he were educated in that field. I was astounded when I first talked to Andrew Carnegie to hear him say that he personally didn't know anything about the making or the marketing of steel. And I was so astounded at that statement, I said, well, Mr. Carnegie, just what is your part in this job here? What part do you play? Well, he said, I'll tell you the part that I play. My job is to keep the members of my Mastermind Alliance working in a state of perfect harmony. And I said, is that all you have to do? He said, well, have you ever tried to get any two people to agree on anything for 3 minutes in succession in your life? I said, well, I don't know that I have. Well, you said you try it someday to see just what kind of a job it is. To get people to work together in a spirit of harmony is one of the greatest of human achievements. And then Mr. Carnegie went on to break down his mastermind group, to describe each one individually, to tell what part he played. One was his metallurgist, one was his chief chemist, one was his plant works manager, and one was his legal advisor, one was the chief of his financial staff, and so on down the line. There were over 20 of those men working together whose combined education, experience, and knowledge constituted all there was known about the making and the marketing of steel at that time. And Mr. Carnegie said it wasn't necessary for him to know about it. He had men all around him who did understand the making and the marketing of steel, and that was his job, to keep them working in perfect harmony. And the second premise, an active alliance of two or more minds in a spirit of perfect harmony for the attainment of a common objective, stimulates each individual mind to a higher degree of courage than that which is ordinarily experienced, and prepares the way for that state of mind known as faith. You know, in driving an automobile, every so often the battery runs down, and you have to do something about it. You come out some morning, you step on the starter, nothing happens. I know people who get out of bed in the morning do the same thing. Nothing happens, except they feel badly, they don't want to put on their shoes, they don't want to get dressed, they don't even eat breakfast. Now, they need what do they need? Need the batteries charged, of course, and they have to have a source for doing it. It's a mighty fine thing if a man gets up in the morning feeling like that, and if he can have a little talk with his wife, for instance, and she's a good coordinator, and she helps to charge his batteries. The chances are when he comes home that night, he will come home with all of the rabbit skins that he went out to get. The third premise, a mastermind alliance properly conducted stimulates each mind in the alliance to move with enthusiasm, personal initiative, imagination, and courage to a degree far above that which the individual experiences when moving without such an alliance. In my own early beginning, I had a mastermind alliance of 3 people. I had an alliance with Mr. Carnegie and with my stepmother. And we, through 3 people, nursed this philosophy through the stages when everybody else was laughing at me and making fun of me for undertaking to serve the richest man in the world for 20 years without any compensation. And there was a whole lot of logic to what they were saying, because at that time I wasn't getting very much compensation out of it, in the way of money at least. There came a time, however, when the laughing was on the other side of the face. But that took a long time, and there was plenty of blood and tears shed, I'll assure you, before I got to the point at which I could laugh back when the people laughed at me. But the relationship between we 3 people, my stepmother and Mr. Carnegie and myself, enabled me to offset all of this fun-making that was thrown at me by my relatives and my friends and everybody who knew what I was engaged in. Now, there are times, you know, when if you undertake anything above mediocrity, you're going to meet with opposition, you're going to meet with people who will chide you and poke fun at you, and most of them will be right close to you, some of them perhaps your own relatives. You need some source to which you can turn when you're going to aim above mediocrity, to get your batteries charged and to keep them charged so that you won't quit when the going is hard, and so you won't pay any attention when somebody criticizes you. You know, criticism falls off my back just like water off a duck's back, or more than that, like a bullet off a rhinoceros's hide. Well, I'm absolutely immune to all forms of criticism. Whether it's friendly or unfriendly makes no difference to me whatsoever. I'm just immune to it, that's all. And I became immune because of my relationship with certain people through whom I built up an immunity under my mastermind alliance. If it had not been for the relationship with my stepmother and Mr. Carnegie, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you folks tonight. You wouldn't be here as students of this philosophy, and this philosophy would not be spread all over the world helping millions of people. Because I had 1 million opportunities to quit. At least 1 million opportunities. And every one of them looked very alluring. And almost sometimes it seems as if I were stupid if I didn't quit. But this marvelous relationship, I could always go back to Mr. Carnegie, I could always go run into my stepmother, and we'd sit down and have a little chat, and she'd say, "Stand by your guns. You'll come out on top. I know you will." She once said, at a time when I didn't have 2 nickels to rub together, as my enemies were saying, she once said that you are going to be the richest member of the Hill family, far and away. I know it. I can see it in the future. Well, if you would take all of my riches and put them together, I suspect that I have more riches than all of my relatives put together for 3 generations back, on both sides of the house. That's true. And my stepmother could see that. She could see that what I was doing, it was bound to make me rich. I don't have reference alone to monetary riches. I have reference to those higher and broader riches that you find when you get to where you can render service to so many people. And the 4th premise, to be effective, a mastermind alliance must be active. It must be active. You can't just form an alliance with somebody and say, now that's it, we've got it. I'm lined up with this person, that person, the other person, we've got a mastermind alliance. It amounts to absolutely nothing until you become active. Every member of the alliance has got to step right in there and start pitching. Mentally, spiritually, physically, financially, every way that is necessary. They must engage in the pursuit of a definite purpose, and they must move with perfect harmony. Do you know the difference between perfect harmony and ordinary harmony? Do you know what it is? How many of you know the difference between perfect harmony and ordinary harmony? How many of you have ever had a relationship of perfect harmony with anybody? I'll tell you the truth. I suspect that I have had harmonious relationships with about as many people, maybe more people than any person living today, beyond any question of doubt. But I want to tell you that perfect harmony in relationship is about the rarest thing in the world. And I think I could count on the fingers of my 2 hands all of the people that I now know with whom I have a relationship of perfect harmony. I have a speaking acquaintance, a very nice, polite speaking acquaintance with a lot of people, but that's not perfect harmony. I have a working alliance with a lot of people. That's not harmony, perfect harmony. Perfect harmony consists only when your relationship to the other fellow is such that if he wanted everything you have, you would willingly turn it over to him. Now, it takes a lot of unselfishness to put yourself in that frame of mind. Mr. Carnegie stressed time and time again the importance of this relationship of perfect harmony, because he said if you don't have perfect harmony in your mastermind alliance, it's not a mastermind alliance after all, it's just cooperation or coordination of effort. Without this factor of harmony, the alliance may be nothing more than ordinary cooperation or friendly coordination of effort. The mastermind gives one full access to the spiritual powers of the other members of the alliance. I want you to underscore that part in your notes. The mastermind gives one full access to the spiritual powers of the other members of his alliance. I'm not talking now about just the mental powers or the financial powers, but the spiritual powers. The feeling that you have when you begin to establish permanency in your mastermind relationship is going to be one of the most outstanding and pleasant experiences of your entire life. When you're engaged in a mastermind activity, I want to tell you that you have so much faith, you know that you can do anything that you start out to do. You have no doubts, you have no fears, you have no limitations. And that's a marvelous frame of mind to be in. And the 6th premise, yes, I just want to know if you're following me. It is the 5th. It is a matter of established record that all individual successes based upon any kind of achievement above mediocrity are attained through the mastermind principle and not by individual effort alone. Just imagine how little you could accomplish if you didn't have the cooperation of other people. Suppose that you're in a profession. Suppose you're a dentist or a lawyer or a doctor or an osteopath or anybody in the profession. And suppose that you didn't understand how to convert each one of your clients or patients into a salesman for yourself. Imagine how long would it take to build up a clientele or a following. The outstanding professional men understand how to make a salesman out of every person that they serve. And they do it all by indirection. They don't go about it directly. They do it by going the extra mile, by going out of their way to be of unusual service, but they do make salesmen out of all of their clients. Most successes are the result of personal power, and personal power of sufficient proportions to enable one to rise above mediocrity is not possible without the application of the mastermind principle. Now, during the first term of Franklin D. Roosevelt in the White House, I had the privilege of working with him as a confidential advisor, and it was I who laid out the skeleton of the propaganda plan that took the words business depression out of the headlines of the papers and substituted in their stead business recovery. Those of you who remember what happened on that Black Sunday when we had a meeting down at the White House when the banks were closed the following Monday morning, remember what a stampede there was in this country. People were lined up in front of the banks all over the country to draw off their deposits. They were scared to death. They had lost confidence in their country, in their banks, in themselves, and everybody else. I suppose they still had some confidence in God, but didn't show much signs of it. It was a scary time, I'll tell you. And we sat down there and worked out a skeleton of a plan of procedure that created one of the most outstanding applications of the mastermind that this nation has ever seen, and I doubt that any nation on earth has ever had the equal of it. Because it was only a matter of weeks until we had taken all that fear out of people. It was only a matter of days until salesmen on the road who had run out of funds, who couldn't get money, were laughing about it, not in any way scared about it. My own funds were closed up. I had no money, none at all. Yes, I did. I must tell you, this is funny. I got very smart when I found out what was coming, and I ran down to the bank and got a $1,000 bill. Well, I might just as well have had only 10 cents. Nobody could change it. It wasn't worth a nickel. Not a nickel. But I wasn't scared because everybody else was in the same boat that I was in. But something had to be done about it, and Franklin D. Roosevelt was a great leader. He had great imagination. He had great courage. And here's what we did. First of all, we got both houses of Congress working in harmony with the president. The first time in the history of this nation that both houses of Congress, Democrats and Republicans alike, got behind the president and forgot about what their political fates happened to be. In other words, there were no Democrats, there were no Republicans. They were just Americans down there backing the president, everything that he needed in order to stop that stampede of fear. I have never seen anything to equal it in my life. I never hope to see it again. I wish I could, but I don't hope to. Because there was a great emergency on then, and something had to be done about it. Second, the majority of the newspaper publishers of America, everything that we sent out, the newspapers published it. They gave it marvelous space. And then the radio station operators, they gave us marvelous help, despite their political beliefs. And the churches, all denominations, all that was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in this country. Catholics and Protestants, Jews and Gentiles, and all of the rest, pulling together as Americans. I want to tell you, it was a wonderful sight. A wonderful sight. What a wonderful thing it was. They all got behind the president. Every one of them made some sort of a contribution toward reestablishing faith in the people of this country. But during these hectic days, I want to tell you that there wasn't any doubt in the minds of the majority of the people. I don't know, I didn't come in contact with anybody who didn't think that Mr. Roosevelt was the only man, the finest man that could possibly have handled that chaotic condition. And don't get me wrong politically. I'm just talking about a great man who did a great job at a time when it needed to be done. And he did it because he had a mastermind alliance worked out there that was unbeatable. Now let's take up the different kinds of mastermind alliances that you may have. First of all, there are alliances for purely social or personal reasons, consisting of one's relatives, friends, and religious advisors, where no material gain is sought. The most important of this type is the mastermind alliance which may exist between a man and his wife. I couldn't emphasize, if I were brilliant and if I had the great magnetic powers, I couldn't overemphasize the importance to you who are married of going to work immediately and rededicating that marriage to a mastermind alliance based upon this lesson tonight. It'll bring joys into your life that you never dreamed of. It'll bring success into your life that you never dreamed of. It'll bring health into your life that you never dreamed of. It's a perfectly marvelous thing when the real mastermind alliance exists between a man and his wife. I don't know of anything that equals it. And then there are alliances for business or professional advancement consisting of individuals who have a personal motive of a material or a financial nature connected with the object of their alliances. Now, I imagine that the majority of you who are in this class now will be forming your first mastermind alliances for purely economic or financial advancement purposes. And that's perfectly legitimate. That's one of the reasons why you're taking this course. You want to improve your economic and financial condition. And you should start in immediately now to form a mastermind alliance for that purpose. And if you only can find to begin with one person, that's all right. Start out with one. And then look around until the two of you select another one. Now, you can't select another one, but the two of you. When you go to select the third party, be sure that the second one that you've already selected is in accord. You understand that? That's important. And then when you go to select the fourth, the three of you then will pass on the fourth. And you'll go over the matter very carefully before you make him a member of the alliance. And then when you go to select the fifth, the four of you will select the fifth. You see, in the Mastermind Alliance, there's no such thing as one person dominating, except in this respect that, generally speaking, one person is the leader. He's the coordinator and the leader, but he in no way undertakes to dominate his associates. Because the very moment you start to dominate anybody, you find resistance and rebellion. Even though it's not open rebellion, it's rebellion nevertheless. And in the Mastermind Alliance, it's supposed to be one continuous spirit of perfect harmony where you move and act as if you were only one mind. The American system of free enterprise is another example of efficiency through the mastermind principle. This system is the envy of the world because it has raised the standard of living of the American people to an all-time high level. And that despite the fact that there's not perfect harmony. But there is motive to the American system of free enterprise to inspire every individual to do his best. There is a motive there. And incidentally, more and more industry and business is coming to understand that they can go a step further, and instead of just having cooperation or coordination of effort between management and the workers, that they can have the mastermind principle by sharing the management problems, by sharing profits, by sharing everything. And wherever I have been successful in influencing any business to adopt that policy, the business has made more money than it's ever made before, and the employees have received more wages, and everybody's happy. General instructions for the forming and the maintenance of the Mastermind Alliance. First, adopt a definite purpose as an objective to be attained by the Alliance, choosing individual members whose education, experience, and influence are such as to make them of the greatest value in achieving the purpose. A lot of times I'm asked by students, what is the most favorable number for a Mastermind Alliance? And how do you go about selecting the right sort of people for your Mastermind Alliance? And the nearest answer that I can give you that is that the procedure is exactly the same as if you were starting into a business and you were choosing employees. What kind of an employee would you choose? Marvelous. I see the sparks flying. Wonderful. Wonderful. Dependability at the top of the list. If a person is not dependable, I don't want any part of him in a business transaction. No part of him, no matter how brilliant he may be, no matter how well educated he may be, the more educated he is, the more dangerous he may be if he's not dependable. And if he's not loyal, I would say the same thing. If an individual is not loyal to those to whom he owes loyalty, then to me he has no character whatsoever, and I want no part of him. Dependability and loyalty, and then after that comes what? Ability to do the job. Ability. Look, notice where I place ability, down at third place. I'm not interested in the man's ability until I find out whether he's dependable and whether he is loyal. And then what would you say came after that in my category, my book of rules? Number 4, positive mental attitude, of course. What good is a negative wet blanket around you? Why, you could pay him to stay away and then be ahead of the game. And number 5, what would that be? Going the extra mile, that is right. And number 6, what would you say that is? Faith. Applied faith. Now let me tell you, when you find people that come up to all of those 6 traits, I want to tell you, you've really found somebody. You're in the presence of royalty. Some businesses, if you're only running a peanut stand or 2, you maybe need only 1 person. But if you're running a chain of peanut stands, you might need 100 persons. And then as to the qualifications of a mastermind ally, first of all, take those 6 points that I gave you, and there are the qualifications. There are the qualifications for your mastermind. There must be dependability. There must be loyalty. Must be ability. Must be a positive mental attitude. Must be willing to go the extra mile. Applied faith. Now there you are. If you want to know what the qualifications of your mastermind allies are, there it is. And don't settle for anything less. If you find a man that has 5 of those qualities and doesn't have all 6 of them, you better beware of him before you start. Because they're all essential in a mastermind relationship. You can check very carefully and see that that's true. You couldn't have perfect harmony unless you were working with somebody who checked 100% on all of those 6 points. You just couldn't have a mastermind alliance. You might have a working arrangement like so many people do, but it wouldn't embrace all of the potential values of the mastermind. Next, determine what appropriate benefit each member may receive in return for his cooperation in this alliance. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, nobody ever does anything for nothing. No, they never do. You say when you give love to somebody, you don't get anything out of that? You don't do that for nothing? Well, let me tell you something. You get plenty out of that. Because to have had the privilege of loving is a great privilege. And even though the love is not returned, you still have had the benefit of that state of mind known as love, and you've enjoyed development and growth as a result of it. No, there's no such thing as something for nothing. Nobody works without some sort of a compensation. There are very many different forms of compensation. So don't expect that your mastermind allies are going to jump in and help you make a fortune or help you do anything unless they are equally participating in the benefits that come out of that mastermind alliance. Now there's the criterion by which you go. They must each individual must approximately benefit equally with yourself, whether it's a monetary benefit or a happiness or peace of mind benefit, social benefit, or whatever it happens to be. Never ask anybody to do anything, if you want to be sure of his doing it, unless you give him an adequate motive for doing it. If I went down to the bank and wanted to borrow $10,000, what would be an adequate motive for the bank lending me that money? Two motives. All of them under the heading of desire for financial gain. Now the bank would be delighted to loan me as much money as I could take away if I give them 3-for-1 security. Collateral. They want collateral and they want the profit on that loan. That's what they're in business for. Now there are other transactions not based upon the monetary motive. For instance, when the man asks the girl of his choice to marry him, what's the motive there? Love. Oh, sometimes. Theoretically, love, yes.
Animal magnetism. Money.
Well, isn't this interesting? I bet out of all the people sitting here, everyone would have a different idea or definition as to what the motive is when a man asks the girl of his choice to marry him and she accepts. Why does she accept him? I want to tell you that when my father brought my stepmother home, he was just a farmer. He never had on a white shirt or a tie. He was afraid of white shirts and ties. Wore blue cotton shirts. And my stepmother was a college woman. She was well educated, and they were as different as the North Pole and the South Pole. And I wondered all of my life until one day just how he happened to be able to sell himself to her. Of course, she cleaned him up and put a white shirt on him and made him look like somebody, but nevertheless, it took her quite a little while to do it. And she finally got him into the money, and he became an outstanding man. And at that point, I said to her one day, oh, how in the world did my father, I remember what he looked like and what he talked like. He used the Queen's English. Says, I seen him coming and I've done my duty and all that sort of thing. I said, how in the world did he ever sell himself to you? What was the motive? She said, well, I'll tell you. First of all, I recognized that he had good blood in his veins and that he had possibilities, and I believed that I could bring them out. And she did bring them out. Mrs. Henry Ford and Mrs. Thomas A. Edison are two of the outstanding examples that I use time and time again to show what a woman can do to make her husband successful. Had it not been for Mrs. Ford's understanding of the mastermind principle, although she didn't call it by that name, Mr. Ford would never have been known. The Ford automobile never would have been here, and I doubt if the automobile industry would have been ushered in as it has been. It was Mrs. Ford, more than it was Mr. Ford, that kept him going, kept him alert, kept him filled with confidence in himself when the going was hard, and when other people were criticizing him in connection with his contraption, as they called it, that was only designed to scare horses. Just as I was criticized for fooling away my time with the richest man in the world working for nothing. Mrs. Ford sustained him through those trying hours when the going was hard, and all of you will experience that period in your life. The going is hard at some place with everybody. Now, a lot of times a woman will marry a man because she sees that he has possibilities. She can do something with him, make something out of him. Sometimes it's monetary consideration, sometimes it's love, sometimes it's one thing and sometimes another. But every time anybody engages in any transaction, there is a motive back of it. You may be sure of that. And whatever it is that you want anybody to do, pick out the right kind of a motive and plant it in the mind under the proper circumstances, and you'll become a master salesman. Next, establish a definite plan through which each member of the alliance will make his contribution in working toward the achievement of the object of the alliance, and arrange a definite time and place for the mutual discussion of the plan. Indefinite this year will bring defeat. Keep a regular means of contact between all members of your alliance. Did you ever hear of a great friendship existing? Well, let me rephrase that. Have you ever had a great friendship with somebody and then suddenly saw it grow cold and then finally die? How many have had that experience? Of course, most of us have, to be sure. And what do you think was the reason for it? Neglect. That's all, neglect. If you have very close and very dear friends, the only way you can keep them is to keep in contact, constant. It's nothing but an occasional postal card. I have one student who was a member of my class in 1928 in New York City, and she never has missed a single one of my birthdays to send me a card. One time she was off on her vacation, and she forgot it until mid-afternoon of my birthday, and she sent me a telegram congratulating me on my birthday. In other words, she has been the most constant student that I've ever had out of the many thousands all over the country. Well, as a result of that close attention that she's given me, there have been times when I've been able to help her in a business way, too. Last time I got her promotion, it was amounted to about $4,000 a year, which is quite a little bit of payoff for the business of keeping in contact. Quite a nice bit of payoff. But you have to keep in contact with your mastermind allies. You have to have regular meeting places. You have to keep them active. If you don't, they grow cold or grow indifferent, and finally they're of no value to you. If you had a definite major purpose, knew exactly what you wanted to do, had a mastermind alliance of people that could help you do it, and then had sufficient faith to keep you going while you did it, don't you see that would be about all you would need? Why then do we need 14 additional principles, do you suppose? Well, I'll tell you why. We need 14 additional principles to induce you to make use of these three. You need personal initiative, you need imagination, you need enthusiasm. In other words, this philosophy is something like baking a cake. When you go to bake a cake, you don't put in just one ingredient. You put in a pinch of this, and a pinch of that, and a dash of the other thing, and then you put it in the stove and bake it. And if you took out any one of those ingredients, you wouldn't have the same kind of a cake. And it's the same way with this philosophy. You can't leave out any one of these 17 principles. It'd be just like taking a link out of a chain. You wouldn't have a chain anymore. You'd have two parts of a chain, but not a whole chain. And these other 14 principles are supporting principles of these three. Faith is a state of mind that has been called the mainspring of the soul, through which one's aims, desires, plans, and purposes may be translated into their physical or financial equivalent. And here are the fundamentals of faith. Now, when you speak of applied faith, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about something vastly different from just mere belief. Applied, the word applied means what? Action. That's the action part of faith. And without action, faith is nothing but just daydreaming. And there are a lot of people, you know, who believe in things, but they don't do anything about them. They are engaging only in daydreaming. Applied faith is an active faith. Now, the fundamentals of faith are, first of all, definiteness of purpose, supported by personal initiative and action. Action. The more action, the better. It means continuous action. Not only on your part, but on the part of those that may be cooperating with you or may be mastermind allies of yours. And next, a positive mind, free from all negatives such as fear, envy, hatred, jealousy, and greed, is essential. Mental attitude determines the effectiveness of faith. Mental attitude. Did you know that is a fact? The frame of mind that you're in when you go to pray determines what happens as a result of that prayer. There's no two ways about that. You can test it for your own selves and find out. I have no doubt you have. I have no doubt that you've had the experiences I've had of sending out prayers that didn't produce anything but a negative result. You've had that experience, haven't you? How many of you have had that experience? Oh, come on now, be modest. Do you suppose there ever was anybody that didn't have that experience at one time or another? I want to tell you that when you go to prayer, unless you have such absolute faith that whatever you are going after, that you're going to acquire, that you can see it in advance in your possession before you start asking for it, the chances are that the effect of your prayer is going to be negative. And next, a mastermind alliance with one or more people who radiate courage based on faith and are suited mentally and spiritually to one's needs in carrying out a given purpose. I'm talking to you now about the elements or the constituent parts or the premises that go into the business of applied faith. And next, recognition of the fact that every adversity carries with it the seed of an equivalent benefit, and temporary defeat is not failure until it has been accepted as such. Do you know where the majority of people fall down in connection with their application of their faith? It's when they're defeated, and they accept that defeat as being something they can't do anything about. Instead of beginning immediately to search for that seed of an equivalent benefit that's in every defeat, they become moody and broody. They become discouraged. They build up inferiority complexes instead of reversing that order and using that defeat as nothing more than temporary and making another effort. And next, the habit of affirming one's definite major purpose in the form of a prayer at least once daily. Now, the subconscious mind only knows what you tell it or what you allow other people to tell it or what you allow the circumstances of life to tell it. And it doesn't know the difference between a lie and the truth. It doesn't know the difference between a penny and $1 million. It accepts the things that you send over. And if you send over a predominating thoughts on poverty and ill health and failure, that's exactly what you'll get. No matter how much faith that you may have later on, you find out that the subconscious responds to the mental attitude that you're maintaining during the day. And it's necessary for you to affirm over and over again the objects that you are going to attain in life until you educate your subconscious mind to attract automatically to you the things that are related to what you're aiming to attain in life. You'll find that your mind is like an electromagnet. And once you charge it with a clear picture of what you want, it'll attract to you from the highways and the byways the things that you need to carry out that purpose. And next, recognition of the existence of infinite intelligence that gives orderliness to the entire universe. That the individual, you that is a minute expression of this intelligence. And as such, you, the individual, your mind has no limitations except those accepted or set up in your own mind. Your mind has no limitations whatsoever, except those that you allow to be established there or that you deliberately set up in your own mind or accept. Now that's a pretty broad statement, isn't it? But the achievements of men like Mr. Edison and Mr. Ford and Mr. Carnegie and Napoleon Hill, if you please, certainly, definitely supports the idea that there is no limitation except that which you set up in your own mind. And if I had ever wavered for 1 second, from the time that I started with Mr. Carnegie up until the time I gave this philosophy to the world, if I had wavered 1 second in my belief that I would do it, I would never have done it. How did I happen to do it? Do you have any idea what played the strongest part in what I've achieved? It wasn't my brilliancy. It wasn't my outstanding intelligence. I have no more brilliancy than the average person, and no more intelligence than the average person. But there was something in there that was responsible for it.
Having a definite
Grand. In other words, I believed I could do it, and I never stopped believing it. The harder the going was, the more I believed I would do it. And I want to tell you that if you can take that attitude towards yourself, if you can throw yourself over on the side of yourself, so to speak, when you're overtaken by adversity, when people are against you, if you can do that, if you can stand by and not also go over against yourself, then you're using applied faith. And you've got to do that. Do you know there are testing times for people? Had you ever thought of that? Nobody is permitted to attain high state in life and stay there without being tested, any more than anybody is allowed to go into a well-managed business and go up to a high position and stay there without he's been tested with lower positions step by step until he earns the right to be up to the top. I don't know how the Creator runs his business entirely, but I can see how I can catch a pretty good idea of how he does it from observing that part which I can understand. Of course, there's much more that I can't understand. But I can see definitely that he allows nobody to attain to a high estate in life without giving him severe testings. And one of the most astounding things that I found in my research was that the men of great achievement in all walks of life, back down through the ages, were great only in proportion as they had been defeated and as they had met with opposition. Now that's an astounding thing. It couldn't have been a coincidence that every one of these outstanding men was great in proportion exactly as he had been small and as he had been opposed and as he had had to struggle. I used to tell of my early struggles and tell of some of my defeats. My business management got after me about it and said it wasn't a good idea. I still think it's a good idea. I think it's a fine idea, because if you only knew the amount of major defeats that I've met with and still kept my head above water and still lived to deliver this philosophy, you'd say that if Hill can do it, I can do it too. And that was the only reason, of course, that I ever spoke of it. The habit of affirming one's definite major purpose in the form of a prayer at least daily, and the recognition of infinite intelligence. Now, I don't mind what terms you use. You can call that God, or you can call it Jehovah, or you can call it Buddha, or you can call it Muhammad. Anything you want to. No matter what you call it, we're all talking about the first cause. There isn't two first causes. There's only one. There couldn't be two. There's one first cause that's responsible for this great universe we're living in, for you and for me and for everything that's in the universe. I call it infinite intelligence because I have students of all faiths and all religions all over the world as my students, and the infinite intelligence happens to be a sort of a neutral in-between term that nobody can object to. Nobody at all. But unless you not only believe in that, unless you can prove to yourself, unless you can absolutely put down on paper evidence that there is a first cause that you can draw on, why then you are not going to be able to make the fullest use of applied faith. One of my students asked me one day about my concept of God, about my concept of infinite intelligence, and if I meant the same thing as God. I said, why, yes, I do. Well, he said, can you prove the existence of your concept of God? I said, why, everything in the universe is the finest of evidence of the existence of it, because of the orderliness of the universe. Everything's orderly, from the electrons and protons of the smallest part of matter on up to the largest suns that float through the heavens. Everything's in orderliness, no chaos, no running together of the planets. Why, there's more evidence of a first cause than there is of anything that I know of. And if you don't believe that, if you don't accept it, if you don't see it, if you don't feel it, if you don't know that, then you won't know that you are a minute part of that infinite intelligence expressing through your brain. And if you once recognize that, then you recognize the truth of what I said, that your only limitations are those which you set up in your own mind or permit somebody to set up there or circumstances to establish for you. Next, careful inventory of your past defeats and adversities, from which it becomes obvious that all such experiences do carry the seed of an equivalent benefit. Now, just to hear me say that every adversity carries with it the seed of an equivalent benefit, that every defeat, every failure carries with it the seed of an equivalent benefit, wouldn't mean a thing in the world to you, unless I made application of it and gave you illustration after illustration, and unless you examined enough illustrations in your own experience to see that it always works out that way. That's why I want you to examine these adversities that come to you. Do you know that oftentimes your adversities are your greatest blessings? Do you have any idea the greatest blessing that ever came into my life? Those of you who know considerable about me, would you have any idea what it is? Of course, it was the loss of my mother. And ordinarily, you would say that would be the greatest catastrophe that could overtake a child, would be to lose his mother at the age of 9 years. Why do I say that was the greatest blessing? Because it brought me a new mother to take her place that's been responsible for everything that I've achieved, everything that I shall achieve. Very largely responsible, at least. And without her influence, I'd still be up there fighting rattlesnakes, drinking mountain liquor, and fighting feuds. For my relatives still are doing that same thing. No reason to expect that I wouldn't be. I've had a lot of other adversities. And I want to tell you that without some 20 major adversities I've gone through with, I would never have been able to approve the soundness of this philosophy, and that there is a seed of an equivalent benefit in every adversity. Can you imagine any worse adversity coming to a man than to walk down to the hospital and to be informed that his son was born without any sign of ears, and that he would be a deaf and dumb mute all of his life? Can you imagine any worse adversity than that? I will always be thankful that that happened, because by my contact with infant intelligence, he was improvised with a hearing system of some sort that gave him 65% of his normal hearing, and with a hearing aid, 100%. He's learned to live a normal life, and I got the greatest demonstration of my entire experience of the power of faith. I couldn't have gotten it any other way. I couldn't have gotten it secondhand. I had to get it firsthand. I never accepted that affliction of that child, not even before I saw him, not even after I saw him. I never accepted it. His relatives accepted it. They wanted to put him in the school of underprivileges where he learned the sign language, learned lip reading. I didn't want him to know there were such things. And when he got up to where he was old enough to go to school, I had a fight with the school authorities every year, just as regular as the time came around. They wanted to send him over to school for underprivileged children, where he'd mix with the other children and see that there were afflictions. I didn't want him to know there were such things. And I taught him from the very beginning that his not having any ears was a great blessing. And he believed it. And it turned out to be, because people took compassion on him. They did things for him they wouldn't have done otherwise. He got a job as a salesman for the Saturday Evening Post. And he led every salesman throughout the United States. Oftentimes he'd go out with $5 worth of merchandise and come back with $10 in cash. He did that many times. People would look at him and say, well, that poor little fellow, no ears, out selling papers. I guess his parents are poor. Give him a dollar bill, and instead of giving him back, giving him back 95 cents, and say, oh, just sonny, you just keep that. And very often he'd get $1 apiece for Saturday Evening Post. Not at all conscious today of any affliction. He's living a perfectly normal life, because I taught him that an affliction, any kind of an affliction, can be transmuted into a benefit. Now that's an astounding thing, isn't it, to consider that that is true. But it is true. Now, as I said, you're just hearing me say that won't mean a thing in the world unless you begin to look around in your own experiences, take inventory, and watch what happens in the future. There'll be things happen to you in the future that are unpleasant, and maybe some to me too. But I can tell you what I'm going to do when anything unpleasant happens to me. I'm going to immediately transmute it into something pleasant. Immediately. And then I'm still talking about the fundamentals of faith. The self-respect expressed through harmony with one's own conscience is certainly an important factor in applied faith. Self-respect expressed through harmony with one's own conscience. Isn't it a marvelous thing that the Creator set up in everybody a judge advocate that tells you the right thing and the wrong thing? You don't have to ask anybody. Isn't that a marvelous thing? You don't have to ask anybody what's right or wrong. Your own conscience tells you. Unless you convert it into a conspirator instead of a cooperator by choking it off and not responding to it, as so many people do. Your conscience can be not only a guide, but it can also be corrupted to where it's a conspirator. It'll help you cover up your meanness. And a lot of people use it for just that purpose, too. Believe me, they have it choked off. If that weren't true, there couldn't be so many brutes loose in the world today, concocting plans for starting bigger and better wars. They have no conscience. They've killed off the conscience. That conscience is a marvelous thing. And next, to create a mental attitude favorable for the expression of faith. Now, here's what you do. First of all, Know what you want and determine what you have to give in return for it. Know what you want in life. And I mean not only in your major purpose, but in your minor purposes. What kind of a house you want to live in? What kind of a car you want to drive? What kind of a wardrobe you want? What kind of an education you want your children to have? What kind of a present you're going to buy your wife for her birthday? And you better be sure to buy her one every time if you're going to keep on good terms with her. What kind of a cake are you going to bake for your husband on his birthday? And you better make it a good one. Did you know, ladies and gentlemen, married ladies and gentlemen in particular, did you know it's not the big things in the relationship between a man and his wife that counts? It's the little niceties, the little things that count. Well, it's the little niceties, the little things that my wife cooks up for me. Now, I don't mean in food, but the little parties, the little visits, the trips that she cooks up for me when I'm home. They don't amount to so much in one way, and yet another way they're very sentimental. And keeps that relationship alive that we had before we were married. We're still courting each other. I think I do more of a courting job now than I did before, because after all, I not only got her, I have to keep her. That's important. Don't we have a lot of fun with these off-the-cuff remarks? Not that you don't find any of that in the notes at all, but just... But I just know that these are very super intimate things that make joy in my life would be just as acceptable in your life too. I know it's the little things in your life that make the difference between the happiness and unhappiness. And next, when you affirm the object of your desires through prayer, let your imagination see yourself already in possession of the thing that you're going after. Now that, you might say, that takes a lot of willpower, a lot of determination, but if you keep at it, you'll find it's not so hard to do. In the first place, it's easy for me to do that because I never go after anything that I haven't first sold myself thoroughly on the idea that I not only have the right to get it, but that I am going to earn that right by giving something in return. And that's the best salesmanship in the world. When you go out to sell a person an idea or a merchandise or a service, if you know positively that you're going to give him his money's worth and more too before you start, it does something to you that enables you to do something to him, that enables him to, in return, do something for you. It's the very acme of master salesmanship. You know, I've said this, ladies and gentlemen, several times, and at the risk of being boresome to you, I'm going to repeat that if you want your prayers to be effective, don't wait until the time of need to utter them. Build up the habit of prayer when you don't need anything. And what do you pray for then? For what you already have. You give gratitude for what you already have, don't you? Wouldn't it be an interesting thing if I gave you a lesson assignment right now to write down before you go to bed tonight, everything that you have in this world to be thankful for? And I'm giving you that assignment, every one of you, and I want you to carry it out. It's going to be one of the surprises of your life. You may have a lot of things you don't want, but you have a lot of things you do want. Write down a list of them and express gratitude that you have these things that you like. And you certainly can start with the fact that you're associated here in a country where you have freedom of speech, freedom of action, freedom of thought, and freedom of opportunity. Certainly that would head the list. Because in other countries we don't have that much. And then you could come right on down from that and put down all the things that you have to be grateful for, and then start in expressing gratitude every night and every day. Keep your mind open for guidance from within. Now, what do I mean by that, do you suppose? Yes, hunches. You'll get hunches. Don't be, what is the word I want to use? Disrespectful. Don't be disrespectful of hunches. Treat them with civility. Examine them. And you may find that some of these very unusual hunches that you come are bringing you messages that you need to get you over the hump in whatever it is that you're doing. And when you are inspired by hunches to move on some plan created by your imagination which leads in the direction of that which you desire, accept the plan and act upon it at once. And remember always that there can be no such state of mind as faith without appropriate action. Faith without deeds is dead. And when overtaken by defeat, as you may be many times, remember that man's faith is tested many times, and your defeat may be only one of your testing times. Isn't that an astounding and an encouraging thing to recognize that when you're meeting with defeat, that probably in the eyes of your Creator, you're only being tested to see whether you're a man or a worm? And believe you me, we all go through that testing time. And the ones that survive these tests and come out on top with an abiding faith are the ones that become truly great in life. I don't think there's any doubt in the world but what it's a part of the Creator's plan to see that everybody that amounts to anything above mediocrity must pay the price of undergoing test after test as to his faith. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I see evidence everywhere that that's true. Any negative state of mind will destroy the power of faith and result in a negative climax. Your state of mind is everything. Why do you suppose that in my notes here you notice that I have underscored your state of mind is everything? I underscored for emphasis. Why do you suppose I wanted to emphasize that statement? That's right. That's the only thing you have control over. The only thing in this world that you have control over is your state of mind. And certainly that connotes the fact that the Creator intended that to be the most important asset that you have, and it is, because with the use of that mind, you can project it into any objective or to the attainment of any end you choose. Your education, your background, your nationality, your creed has nothing whatsoever to do with your ability to achieve. It's the state of mind that you maintain. That's the thing that determines how and what and when you achieve. To me, that's the most profound thing in all of the knowledge of mankind. The most profound of all knowledge is the fact that the humblest person can take possession of his own mind. He can color it any way he chooses. He can project it into high places or into the gutter. He can make it a success or he can make it a failure. Just the change of his mental attitude changes from success to failure almost instantly. A burning desire is the sort of material of which faith is created. Do you know what a burning desire is? That's right, obsessional desire. Obsessional means a desire that takes possession of you, obsesses you. There are a lot of desires in the world, but they're not burning desires, and they're not obsessional desires. And most people in their whole life never express or never experience an obsessional desire for anything. We start out with hopes, not too definite, but faint hopes for things. Then wishes. Everybody wishes for a lot of money without having to work for it. Well, maybe not everybody, but of course my students don't. But a lot of people do. Most people, I'll say, wish for things. Wish for a Cadillac when they're driving a Ford. If you want a Cadillac car and you make up your mind to have it, get out and see that the men under you or the job that you're holding, see that you put into it that which will entitle you to a Cadillac car. But if you don't want a Cadillac car, the chances are you'll drive a Ford or something else the rest of your life. You have to want things. You have to want them with a burning desire, and then you have to do something about that burning desire. What is it? Action. You've got to start in right where you stand, showing that you do have faith in your ability. Start right where you stand with action. Now, here's a lot of examples of men of achievement. I'm not going to go over them. You know them. But there is one down here that I particularly want to call your attention to. That of Miss Helen Keller, who believed that she would learn to talk despite the fact that she had lost the use of her speech, her sight, and her hearing. Can you imagine that? Lost the use early in life of her speech, her sight, and her hearing. She couldn't hear, she couldn't see, and she couldn't speak. And yet, did you know, of course you do know, that Miss Helen Keller became one of the best educated women in the world. She's in contact with more public affairs and civic affairs and conditions all over the world than the 9/10 of the women who have all of their senses. Isn't it an astounding thing? And all she has to go by is a vibration. If you speak to her, she puts your fingers up to her lips and she can tell what you're saying by her fingertips. Entirely by vibration. Think with a woman with a handicap of that kind all the way through life, getting joy out of life, rendering useful service, making speeches. She's learned after a fashion to talk. Doing a great work where the majority of people would have settled for a tin cup and a bunch of lead pencils on a street corner with any one of those afflictions. While I was on the staff of Franklin D. Roosevelt, I passed at the corner of Pennsylvania Avenue and the street running by the White House. Every day I passed a man sitting there with a tin cup and some pencils. I became acquainted with that man. He had lost the use of his legs. He had the same affliction as Franklin D. Roosevelt, exactly. And it happened at about the same time. And I found out that he had even a better education than Franklin D. Roosevelt had. But out there he was, out there with a tin cup and pencils, trying to eke out a living by begging. There was just a block away, there was the man with the most important and responsible position in the whole world, running a great nation, who also had lost the use of his legs, but he hadn't lost the use of his brain. He hadn't lost confidence in himself. These afflictions that come along, sometimes they turn out to be a great blessing. They teach us that, very often they teach us that we can get along without an eye, or without both eyes, or without legs, or without hands. We can get along without a lot of things if we have the right mental attitude toward what's left of us. That's important. If you would have faith, keep your mind on that which you want and not on that which you do not want. Now, how do you go about that? How does one go about keeping his mind off of the things he doesn't want? Look up that word transmute and see what it means. Look it up in the dictionary. You know in a general way, but look it up just for because it'll be more impressive in your subconscious mind. The way you keep your mind off of things you don't want is to transfer your mind over to things you do want and start talking about them. Start giving thanks for already possessing them. It sounds perfectly silly to anybody who doesn't know what you're doing. It won't sound silly to you because you know what you're doing. You're talking to your subconscious mind. You're re-educating yourself. You're keeping your mind fixed on things you want and off of the things you don't want. And in order to do that, you have to keep talking. You have to keep thinking. You can't talk without thinking. Well, some people can, but most of them can't. Keep on talking about things you want. And if you ever feel blue or discouraged or lacking in courage, I'll tell you a good remedy for it. May I? Yes. Sit down and take a tablet and start numbering. Number 1, the thing that you want most in life. Number 2, the thing that you want next most. Number 3, the thing you want next most. And when it gets down to the kind of a house you live, describe the lot that you want it on, whether you want it on a lot of acreage, on top of the hill, or down below the road, or above the road, how many rooms you want that house to have, how you want each room furnished. Why, you have a grand time furnishing those rooms. Why, it'll be one of the most, well, it'll be better than window shopping, because you can go the limit in your own mind. In window shopping, you only have 2 legs, you can only walk so far. Do a little mental window shopping. And believe you me, you'll get your mind off of that moodiness, you'll get it onto something that's constructive, and you'll be educating your subconscious mind to keep on the right side of the street and away from the other side of the railroad tracks. The assignment I'm giving you now is not foolish, it's not facetious, it's a real assignment, and you'll get real joy out of doing it. Start right in doing something physically, writing down the things that you want when anything bothers you. I don't know why it is that when a person makes up his mind what he wants and becomes determined to get it, that the whole powers of the universe seem to come to his aid to see that he gets it. I don't know why that is, but I'll tell you one thing, I know that it is, and that's enough for me. There are a lot of things in this world that I can see, a lot of advantages I can use that I don't understand, but I don't need to understand them. I know which button to press to get the result I want, and I don't need to know what happens between the pressing of that button and the result that happens. I know that if you follow the instructions in this philosophy, I know that you'll be able to take possession of your own mind, you will be able to get the things out of life that you want, you will be able to make life pay off on your own terms. I know that. How would I know, do you suppose, that any person can actually make life pay off point by point on his own terms instead of accepting the circumstances? How would I know that?
By your experience.
There is only one way in this world that I could possibly know that, and that's by my own experiences. I can tell you as sincerely as I'm standing here on this platform talking to you tonight, there isn't a blessed thing in this world that I want that I don't have or can't get easily. Not anything. What an astounding statement that is. If you go back just a few years ago, what an astounding statement it is, because it's so broadly in contrast to what I might have said a few years back, before I'd learned the secret of getting everything that I want. And do you know, there was a time when I was carrying around in my own pocket the matches with which I was setting my house of opportunity afire and didn't know it. And I finally got rid of those matches. I began to build that house of opportunity. And I commenced to find out that the house resembled the picture of it that I built in my mind, right down to the finest detail. Well, there's no such thing as a blanket faith. You must have a definite objective, a purpose, a goal before you can have faith in anything. Faith is a mental attitude wherein the mind is cleared of all fears and doubts and directed toward the attainment of something definite through the inspiration of infinite intelligence. Faith is guidance. It is nothing more. Had you ever thought about that? Faith is guidance. It's nothing more than that. Faith's not going to go out and get you that Cadillac or that mink coat or that new house that you want or that better job or that better business or all those clients that you need if you're a professional. Faith's not going to do that. But faith will guide you as to how you can do it, and you'll find that there is always a part that you must play. The Creator wisely arranged it so that we can produce our food from the soil of the earth. Everything that we eat, use, or wear comes from the earth. Everything. And infinite intelligence has very wisely provided a system whereby you can be sure of getting your food out of the soil of the earth. How? By complying with the laws of nature. You go out there and you plant the seed. You plant it in soil that you have examined to make sure it has the elements in there that you want into the plant. You plant it at the right season. You plant it at the right depth in the ground. All of those things you do in way of going the extra mile. You do them in advance. And then what do? You go back the next day and start harvesting, do you? No, you time it properly. You find out what nature requires in order to produce to convert or transmute a seed of wheat into a stalk of wheat with 500 or 1,000 grains on it. And you comply with nature's laws. That's what you do. And it's the same thing identically in connection with this subject of faith and anything else. You expect guidance. You do your part. You have to do your part. You always will find that there's a part that you must do in connection with any example of a demonstration of faith. Faith will do nothing for you if you expect everything to be done for you outside of yourself. It's guidance. If you expect to get the answer, there you'll have it. And faith probably, now notice that word probably down there. Why do you think I say faith probably works through the subconscious section of the mind? I'll tell you why I put it there, because nobody knows definitely whether it does or not. It's a theory, and for want of a better theory, I'm using it. It appears to work through the subconscious section of the mind, the subconscious acting as the gateway between the conscious section of the mind and infinite intelligence. My mental picture of what happens when you pray properly is that you first condition your mind, you know what it is you want, and then you transfer over to your subconscious mind a clear picture. That subconscious is the intermediary or the gatekeeper between you and infinite intelligence. It's the only one that can turn on the power of infinite intelligence for you. It's the only way you can reach into infinite intelligence in my book of rules. And if that isn't correct, as far as I'm concerned, it might as well be correct, because that's the way I get it to work. Now, the definite essential steps in the development of self-reliance based on faith. If there's anything that people need more than everything else, it's self-reliance, belief in yourself. Here are the steps. I'm not going to go over all of them, but I'm going to call your attention to the most important ones. First of all, you adopt a major purpose and begin at once to attain it. That's the first step in building self-confidence. You know, when you know what you want and you start in getting it, you have a measure of self-reliance. You're demonstrating a measure of self-reliance, because if you didn't believe in yourself, you wouldn't even begin, would you? The very fact that you start, even though you're a long way from attaining the thing you're going after, shows that you have a measure or a degree of self-reliance. And the more you pursue that idea, the stronger that belief will be. And next, associate as many as possible of the 9 basic motives with the object of the definite major purpose. In other words, have yourself inspired by as many as possible of those 9 basic motives when you go after anything. You know, you've had this experience. You wanted something very badly, and in order to get to something that you wanted very badly, a material something, it meant extra money that you couldn't lay your hands on. You didn't have it in the bank, you weren't earning it. What do you do in a case of that kind? Borrow? Well, a lot of people do. There's always something else too that you can do that's more important than borrowing. Why, you begin to connive and work out some sort of a scheme to earn some more money, don't you? That's what you do. My little son Blair, when he's about 6 or 7 years old, wanted a nice an electrical train. It cost $50. And it was more than we felt we could give him at that time, because we'd had to give the other 2 children a $50 gift too. And I told Blair that. He said, "Oh, I didn't ask you to buy me anything." I said, "Well, that's different. Fine." He said, "I just wanted your approval to buy the train." And he made out the order. Lionel train, $50. And there came a big snow the next day, and he borrowed a shovel from the janitor, and he went down the street cleaning off sidewalks. Didn't ask anybody if he could do it, just started cleaning off the sidewalks. And they'd all come out and get into a conversation with him and say, "Oh, I thought it'd be a nice thing to just clean off your sidewalks. I see you haven't started doing it yet. I thought it'd be nice if you'd appreciate it." And invariably, they'd give him a quarter, a $half, sometimes $1. One man gave him $5. And before the end of the month, long before the end of the month, he had his $50 and $10 more that he'd earned himself. His mother thought that he ought not to be permitted to do that. It kind of disgraced us to let him go down the street cleaning off sidewalks. Well, I say, disgrace my eye. They ought to find out who we are, that we can raise a child like this. How we do it. Motive. And write out a list of all the advantages of your definite major purpose and call these into your mind many times daily, thereby making your mind success conscious. Did you know that in order to be healthy, you have to be health conscious? Did you know that? No matter what other precautions you take, if your mental attitude is not health conscious, if you're not thinking in terms of health, you're not expecting that you're going to be healthy, you're not going to be, no matter what else you do. And it's the same thing with reference to success. If you accept any kind of a fear complex or an inferiority complex, if you don't expect success of yourself and develop a success expectation or consciousness, you're not going to be a success. You just have to do that. If your major purpose is to achieve some material thing or money, see yourself already in possession of it when you call it into your consciousness. This is of vital importance, because there, again, is coming into play your power of faith. And if your faith isn't great enough that you can see the thing already in your possession even before you start to get it, then you are not making use of applied faith. And associate with people who are in sympathy with you and your major purpose, and lead them to encourage you in every way possible. This has reference only to close friends or members of your mastermind alliance. Don't disclose your aims and purposes to people who are not absolutely dependable, loyal, and close to you, especially loyal. Because it's surprising how sometimes people to whom you disclose your ideas, if they're good ideas, they go around the corner and beat you to the draw, and they're using your ideas before you use them. Or they're saying something to discourage you. And let not a single day pass without making at least one definite move toward the attainment of your major purpose. Faith is a positive mental attitude in action. And your mental attitude is reflected in every word you speak, and it speaks louder than your words. Your mental attitude is the sum total of your thoughts at a given time. A positive mental attitude has its roots in the spiritual wells of one's soul. How true that is, and what a wonderful statement that is. A positive mental attitude has its roots in the spiritual wells of one's soul. Mental attitude is the medium by which adversities may be transmuted into benefits. And so the list goes. Now, you'll find some of those that appeal to you more than others. Print them out in a card or in some form where you can put them up where you can see them each day. Make them your own. Surround yourself with suggestions. Everywhere you look, you'll see something that suggests a positive mental attitude. You'll notice when you go into the office of a successful person or into the home of a successful person, if you can find his den or the place where he himself withdraws unto himself, you'll find that oftentimes he has himself surrounded with pictures of those whom he considers great. Oftentimes he'll have mottos on the walls. I've seen hundreds of them. I walked into Ed Barnes's office one time, and I found out that he had over 500 mottos done up in beautiful cards, hand-lettered, every one of them. It must have cost him a small fortune. I walked into my friend Jennings Randolph's office when he was in Congress in Washington, and I found he had all of the walls of his congressional office covered with the pictures of men whom he considered great. He did that to live in the environment of the great, in the environment of things that kept his mind positive. Start in where you are, in your home, in your business, in your office, wherever you stay the most. Maybe it's in your bedroom. You certainly sleep every night. Start in there to put up something that'll give you a positive thought just before you go to bed. And it'll remind you every time you go in there. You'll be surprised at how much good it'll do you. Well, the first half of the evening is devoted to going the extra mile. And of course, as you know, that means the rendering of more service and better service than you're paid to render, doing it all the time, and doing it in a pleasant, pleasing mental attitude. Now, One of the reasons why there are so many failures in the world today is that the majority of people do not even go the first mile, let alone the second one. And oftentimes, if they do go the first mile, they gripe as they go along and make themselves a darn nuisance. People around. I said darn nuisance. I suppose you know the type. Of course, that doesn't apply to any of you, because if you were like that before you got into this philosophy, you're going to get over it very fast. I don't know of any one quality or trait that can get a person an opportunity quicker than to go out of his way or her way to do somebody a favor, do something useful. It's the one thing that you can do in life that you don't have to ask anybody's privilege of doing it. As a matter of fact, if you're going to be free and independent and self-determining and financially independent in old age, you might just as well make up your mind that you can never be that unless by a stroke of good luck, a rich uncle or a rich aunt dying or something of that sort, unless you form the habit of going the extra mile and make yourself as near indispensable as you possibly can. I don't know of any way that anybody can make himself or herself indispensable except by going the extra mile, by rendering some sort of service that you're not expected to render, and rendering it in the right sort of a mental attitude. Now, that mental attitude is important. If you gripe about going the extra mile, the chances are that it won't bring you very many returns. Now, where do I get my authority, do you suppose, for emphasizing this principle of going the extra mile? What causes me to emphasize that? I get it by looking around and watching the way nature does things. And any time that you can follow the habits of nature, you're not going to go wrong. And stated conversely, any time that you fail to recognize the way nature does things and do not go along, you are going to get into trouble sooner or later. Just a question of time. Because there is an overall plan through which this universe operates. And no matter what you call the first cause of that plan, or the operator of it, or the creator of it, no matter what you call that, there's just one plan, there's just one set of natural laws, and it's up to every individual to discover what those natural laws are and adjust himself favorably to them. And certainly, if there is one thing that stands out above all others in nature, it is that nature requests and demands that every living thing go the extra mile in order to eat, in order to live, in order to survive. Man wouldn't survive one season if it were not for this law of going the extra mile. Don't render service, $1 million worth of service a day and then expect to go and get a bank check for it tomorrow. In other words, if you start out to render $1 million worth of service, you perhaps have to render it a little bit at a time, and you'll have to get yourself recognized. And while you're going through that period of recognition, the chances are that you'll not be compensated for going the extra mile. Chances are you'll have to go the extra mile quite a little while before anybody takes notice of you. But always be careful that you don't go the extra mile too long without somebody taking notice of you. And if the right fellow doesn't take notice, look around until you find the right fellow who will. That's about the equivalent of saying if your present employer doesn't recognize you, if you work for an employer, why, fire the employer sooner or later and let his competitor know what kind of service you're rendering. Won't hurt your chances a bit. I'll assure you it won't. Have a little competition as you go along. Now, nobody ever accepts a rule or does anything without a motive, and I have outlined here in this lesson a great variety of reasons why you should go the extra mile. I'm going to make comments on them. Now, what do I mean by the law of increasing returns? Benefits, yes. Well, substantially, the law of increasing returns means that you'll get back more than you give out, whether it's good or whether it's bad, whether it's positive or whether it's negative. And that's the way the law of nature works. Whatever you give out, whatever you do to or for another person, or whatever you give out from yourself comes back to you, greatly multiplied in kind. No exception to that whatsoever. Again, there is the question of timing. The coming back process doesn't always come back very quickly. Sometimes it's longer than you expect. But you may be sure that if you send out some negative influence, that it's going to come back on you sooner or later, and you may not recognize what caused it, but it'll come back. It won't overlook you. That law of increasing returns is eternal. It's automatic. It's working all the time. And it's just as inexorable as the law of gravitation. There's nobody in the world that can circumvent it or go around it or have it suspended for one moment. It's operating all the time. The law of increasing returns means that when you go out of your way to render more service and better service than you paid to render, it's impossible for you not to get back more than you really did, because eventually that law of increasing returns takes care of that. If you're working for a salary, for instance, it takes care of it in additional wages, in greater responsibilities, in promotions, in opportunities that'll come to you to go into business for yourself. In 1,001 different ways it'll come back. And oftentimes this coming back process doesn't come back from the source to which you render the service. Don't be too afraid to render service to a greedy buyer or to a greedy employer. It makes no difference to whom you render this service. If you render it in good faith and in good spirit and keep on doing it as a matter of habit, it's just as impossible for you not to be compensated as it is to be and not to be at the same time. Well, that law of increasing returns. Now, just remember that when you start applying this principle, that you don't have to be too careful about the person whom you render it. As a matter of fact, what you should really do is to apply this principle with everybody you come into contact, no matter who it is. Strangers and acquaintances and business associates and relatives alike. Make it your business to render useful service wherever you touch human relations in any shape, form, or fashion. Because the only way that you can increase the space that you occupy in the world, and by the space that you occupy, I don't mean necessarily the physical space, but the mental and spiritual space as well, will be determined by the quality and the quantity of the service that you render. The quality and the quantity plus the mental attitude in which you render it. Now, those are the determining factors as to how far you'll go in life, how much you'll get out of life, how much you'll enjoy life, and how much peace of mind you'll have. And next, it brings one to the favorable attention of those who can and often do provide opportunities for self-promotion. The favorable attention of people. You'll go into any organization, and if you're alert-minded and take notice, you'll find out who the people are that are going the extra mile. You'll find out very quickly. And also, if you watch the procedure and the records of those people who are going the extra mile, you'll find that when there are promotions around, they're the ones that get the promotions. They don't have to ask for them. It's not necessary at all. Because the employers are just naturally looking around for people who will go the extra mile. And next, it tends to permit one to become indispensable in many different human relationships, and therefore enables one to command more than the average compensation. But I'll tell you one thing that's not in my notes that it does, and I want you to know this. It does something to your soul inside of you. It makes you feel better. And if it didn't do a single, if there's not another reason in the world why you should go the extra mile, I'd say that would be adequate. You know, there are a lot of things in life that cause us to have negative feelings, cause us unpleasant experiences and feelings, a lot of things in life. This is one thing that you can do for yourself that will always give you a pleasant feeling. And if you go back in your own experiences, I'm sure that you'll remember that you never did a kind thing for anybody, that you didn't get a great deal of joy of it. Maybe the other fellow didn't appreciate it. That's unimportant. It's just like love. To have loved alone is a great privilege. And it doesn't make any difference whatsoever whether your love is returned by the other person. You've had the benefit by the emotion of love itself. And so it is by the principle of going the extra mile. It'll do something to you. It'll give you greater courage. It'll enable you to overcome inhibitions and inferiority complexes that you've been storing up back down through the years. Just this stepping out and making yourself useful to somebody. And don't be too surprised when you do something courteous or useful for somebody who's not expecting it, and they look at you in a quizzical sort of way, as much as to say, well, I just wonder why you're doing that. Some people will be a little bit surprised when you go out of your way to be useful to them. Also, it leads to mental growth and physical perfection in various forms of service, thereby developing greater ability and skill in one's chosen vocations. You know, delivering a lecture, or making up your notebook, or filling your job, whatever it is that you do in life that you're going to repeat, make up your mind that every time you do it, you will excel all previous efforts on your part. In other words, you're a constant challenge to yourself. And you'll find how quickly and how rapidly you will grow if you'll go at it in that way. I have never delivered a lecture in my life that I didn't intend to deliver it better than I did previously. I don't always do it, but that's my intention. And it makes no difference what kind of an audience I have, whether I have a big class or a small class. I don't often have small classes, but sometimes I have had small classes. But I put just as much into a small class as a big one. Not alone because I want to be useful to my students, but because I want to grow and I want to develop. And out of effort, out of struggle, out of use of your faculties comes growth. And then it enables one to profit by the law of contrast. Had you ever thought about that? And I'll tell you right now, you won't have to advertise that one very much because it'll advertise itself. Because the majority of people around you are not going to be going the extra mile, and that's all to the good for you. Now, if everybody went the extra mile, this would be a grand world to live in, but you couldn't cash in on this principle as definitely as you can now, because you'd have a tremendous amount of competition. But don't worry, you're not going to have it. I can assure you you're not. Practically be in the class by yourself. Now, there'll be some cases perhaps where people with whom you're working or with whom you're associated will be shown up for not going the first mile, let alone the second one, and they won't like it. Now, of course, you're going to cry about that one and quit and go back to your old habits just because the other fellow doesn't like what you're doing, or are you? Of course not. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, it's your individual responsibility in this world to succeed. That's your sole responsibility. And you can't afford to let anybody's ideas or idiosyncrasies or notions get in the way of your success. You can't afford to do that. You should be fair, you should be just with other people, but beyond that, you're under no obligations to let anybody's opinion or idea stop you from going out and being successful. I'd like to see the person that could stop me from being successful. I'd just love to take a look at him, see what he looked like. And I want you to feel that way about it, too. I want you to make up your mind that you're going to put into these laws into operation and that you're not going to let anybody stop you from doing it. Also, it leads to the development of a positive, pleasing mental attitude, which is among the more important traits of a pleasing personality. Not among the more important, it is the most important one. As a matter of fact, it's the first trait of a pleasing personality, as you will see when you get to that lesson. A positive mental attitude. Isn't it a marvelous thing to know what you can do to change the chemistry of your brain so that you're positive instead of negative? Isn't it a wonderful thing to know that you can do that so easily? How? Why, by getting in that frame of mind where you want to do something useful to the other fellow without rendering service with one hand and picking his pocket with the other while you're doing it. Doing it just because of the goodness that you get out of doing it, knowing that eventually, if you render more service and better service than you're paid to render, sooner or later you will be paid for more than you do and paid willingly. That's the way the law works. That's the law of compensation. And that's an eternal law. It never forgets. It has a perfectly marvelous bookkeeping system. And you may be sure that when you're giving out the right kind of service and the right kind of a mental attitude, that you're piling up credits for you somewhere that'll come back to you multiplied sooner or later. Also, it tends to develop a keen, alert imagination because it is a habit which keeps one continuously seeking new and more efficient ways of rendering useful service. Now, that's an important thing, isn't it? It develops your imagination because you begin to look around to see how many places, how many ways and means there are of helping other people to find themselves. And in helping the other fellow to find himself, you find yourself. Incidentally, one of the most outstanding things that I discovered in my research was that when you have a problem or an unpleasant situation and you don't know how to solve it, you've done everything you know, you've tried every source that you know anything about, and you're still at a stalemate, there is always one thing that you can do. And if you'll do that one thing, the chances are that you not only will solve your problem, but you'll learn a great lesson. What is that one thing that you can do? Find somebody who has an equal or a greater problem and start where you stand, then and there, to help that other person. And lo and behold, it unlocks in you something, some cells of the brain. It unlocks some cells that permits infinite intelligence to come into your brain and give you the answer to the solution of your problem. Now, I don't know why that works, but do you know how I know that it does work? Do you know why I can make that statement so positive and not qualified? Do you know how I arrived at that decision? By trying it out hundreds and hundreds of times myself, and by seeing it tried out by hundreds and hundreds of times by my students whom I have recommended to do that same thing. What a simple thing that is. I don't know what it does to you. I don't know why it works. A lot of things in life I don't know. A lot of things you don't know, and some that you do know that you don't do much about. Now, this is one of them that I don't know anything about, but I do something about. I follow the law because I know that if I need my own mind to be opened up to receive opportunity, the best way in the world to open it up is to start looking around to see how many other people I can help. And also, it develops that important factor of personal initiative. You know, it gets you into the habit of looking around for something useful to do and going out and doing it without somebody telling you to do it. And that's a mighty important thing. You know, that old man procrastination he's a sour old bird, and he causes a lot of trouble in this world. People putting off things until day after tomorrow, which they should have done day before yesterday. And we're all guilty of it, every one of us. I'm not free of it, I know, and I know you're not. But I'm freer of it than I was a few years back, I'll tell you that. I can find a lot of things to do now. Why do I find them? Because I get joy out of doing them. And any time you're going the extra mile, you're going to get joy out of what you're doing. Otherwise, you won't be going the extra mile. And it's going to develop this quality of personal initiative and help you overcome this quality of procrastination. It also serves to build the confidence of others in one's integrity and general ability. And it aids one in mastering the destructive habit of procrastination. It develops definiteness of purpose without which one cannot hope for success. That alone would be enough to justify it. It develops definiteness of purpose. It gives you an objective so that you don't go round and round in circles like a goldfish in a bowl, always coming back to where you started with nothing that you didn't start out with. Definiteness of purpose comes out of this business of going the extra mile. And I'll tell you another thing that does. That's not in my notes. It enables you to make your work a joy instead of a burden. In other words, you get to where you love it. And I think maybe that if you're not engaged in the labor of love in life, you're wasting a lot of your time. I think one of the greatest joys in the world is one's being permitted to engage in the thing that he would rather do than all other things. And surely when you're going the extra mile, you're doing just exactly that because you don't have to do it. Nobody expects you to do it. Nobody asks you to do it. Certainly no employer would ask his employees to go the extra mile. Oh, he might ask to help out once in a while, but as a regular thing, he wouldn't do that. So it's something that you do on your own initiative, and it gives dignity to labor. It gives dignity, even if you're doing nothing but digging a ditch, and you're doing it because you're helping somebody. You have a certain dignity attached to that takes the fatigue and the unpleasantness out of the labor. What is the most important application you ever made in your life of this business of going the extra mile, out of which you got the greatest amount of joy? Now think hard, please. Tell me. What? Being married? Well, that's getting pretty hot. How about before getting married? Yeah. Believe me, I'd spent a lot of time burning midnight oil and later than that. And I didn't consider it hard work at all. Also, it was my own idea. I'd only use my initiative, but I got a lot of joy out of doing it. And I made it pay off. Marvelous thing, how long you can go when you're courting the girl of your choice or being courted by the man of your choice. Marvelous how much sleep you can lose and still not be seriously hurt by it. Wouldn't it be a wonderful thing if you could put the same attitude into your relations with people professionally or in the business that you put into courtship? Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? And wouldn't this be a wonderful world to live in? We're going to start back sparking again. It's going to start at home with our own mates. Believe me, I couldn't begin to tell you the number of married couples that I've started in on a new sparking spree. And they've gotten a lot of joy out of it. Saves a lot of friction, a lot of argument. Cuts down expenses. Go ahead and laugh. do you good. Now, I don't mean to be facetious about this. I mean, I'm very serious about it when I say that there is one of the finest places in the world to start going the extra mile. When you start going the extra mile with somebody that you haven't been going with, sit down and have a little sales talk with them. Just tell them that you've changed your attitude and you want a mutual agreement for both parties to change the attitude. Now, from here on out, all of us are going the extra mile. We're going to relate ourselves together on a different basis, where we'll all get joy out of it and get more peace of mind and more happiness in living. Wouldn't it be a wonderful thing if you went home tonight and had that kind of a speech with your mate? Yeah? Wouldn't it be a wonderful thing? It wouldn't hurt. It might help. Now, the mate might not be impressed by it, but you will be. Nothing to hinder you from enjoying it. And that person in business that you haven't been getting along so well with, now, if you went in tomorrow morning with a smile and walked over to him or her and took his hand and shook hands and said, now, listen, pal, from here on out, let you and I enjoy working together. What did you say? Wouldn't work, huh? Oh, yes, it would. Oh, yes, it would. You try it and see. Try it and see. You know, there's a little thing that we have called pride, and if there's one thing that does more damage in this world than any other one, it's that little thing called pride. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to humiliate yourself if it's going to build better human relations with the people that you have to associate with all the time. Well, all of those remarks for the last 5 minutes are not in my notes, but I'll tell you where they were. They were in my heart. Thank you. And one of the reasons why you and I get along so well is that very often I deviate from my notes and go down into my heart and dig up things for you that I want you to have, little morsels of food for your soul that I want you to have because I know they're good. I know they're good because I know where I got them and what they've done for me down through the years. Also, going the extra mile is the only thing which gives one the right to ask for promotions or more pay. Did you ever stop to think about that? You don't have a leg to stand on in going into the purchaser of your services and asking for more money or for a promotion to a better job unless for some time previously you have been going the extra mile, doing more than you're paid for. Because obviously if you're doing no more than you're paid for, then you're being paid for all you're entitled to, aren't you? Certainly you are. So you have to first start going the extra mile and putting the other fellow under obligation to you before you can ask any favors of him. And I'll tell you another thing. If you have enough people whom you have put under obligations to you by going the extra mile, when you need some favor, you can always turn one direction or other and get it. It's a nice thing to know that you have that kind of credits hanging around, isn't it? I want you to have that kind of credits with other people. And I want to teach you the technique by which you can do that. Now, we get our cue as to the soundness of the principle of going the extra mile by observing nature. And here's quite a bit of illustration regarding that. You will see that nature goes the extra mile by producing enough of everything for her needs together with an overplus for emergencies and waste. The blooms on the trees, the fishes in the seas, in the waters. She doesn't just produce enough fish to perpetuate the species, she produces enough to feed the snakes and the alligators and everything else, and those that die of natural causes, and still enough to perpetuate the species. Nature is most bountiful in her business of going the extra mile, and in return, she is very demanding in seeing that every living creature goes the extra mile. Bees are provided with honey as compensation for their services in fertilizing the flowers in which the honey is attractively stored. But they have to perform the service to get the honey, and it must be performed in advance. Nature, you've heard it said that the birds of the air and the beasts of the jungle neither weave nor spin, but they always live and eat. But you know, if you observe wildlife at all, they don't eat without performing some sort of service, without working, without doing something before they can eat. Take a flock of common old cornfield crows, for instance. They have to organize. They have to have sentinels to put down for their protection. They travel in flocks. They have sentinels. They have codes by which to warn one another. They have to do a lot of educating before they can even eat safely. And nature requires man to go the extra mile. He's got to go out, and if he's going to have food, all food comes out of the ground. And if he's going to have food, he's got to plant seed. He can't live entirely on what nature plants. Not in civilized life he can, at least. Over on the islands, where some places where not civilized, I suppose they depend on eating raw coconuts and what have you. But in civilized life, we have to plant our food in the ground. We have to clear the ground first. We have to plow it. We have to harrow it. We have to fence it. We have to protect it against predatory animals and so forth. And all of that costs labor and time and money. And all of that has to be done in advance, or you're not going to eat. I wouldn't have any trouble at all selling this idea that nature makes everybody go the extra mile to a farmer. He knows that, beyond any question of a doubt. He knows every minute of his life that if he doesn't go the extra mile, he doesn't eat. He doesn't have anything to sell. A new employee, for instance, going into a new job, can't come right in immediately and start going the extra mile and immediately demand top wages or the best job in the place. You just don't, it doesn't work out that way. You have to establish a record, a reputation. You have to get yourself recognized and received in this business of going the extra mile before you can begin to put pressure on to get compensation back. As a matter of fact, if you go the extra mile in the right sort of mental attitude, the chances are 1,000 to 1 you'll never have to ask for compensation according to the service you rendered, because it'll be tendered you automatically in the way of promotions, in the way of increased salary. And throughout the whole universe, everything has been so arranged through the law of compensation, so adequately described by Emerson, that nature's budget is balanced, so to speak. Everything has its opposite equivalent in something else. Positive and negative in every unit of energy, day and night, hot and cold, success and failure, sweet and sour, happiness and misery, man and woman. Everywhere and everything one may see the law of action and reaction in operation. Everything you do, everything you think, every thought that you release causes a reaction. If not on somebody else, on the person releasing the thought. Because you never, as a matter of fact, when you release a thought, you're not through with it. Every thought that you express, silently even, becomes a definite part of the pattern of your subconscious mind. And if you store in that subconscious mind enough negative thoughts, you'll be predominantly negative. And if you follow the habit of releasing only the positive thoughts, your subconscious pattern will be predominantly positive. And you will attract to you the things, all of the things that you want. And if you're negative, you repel the things that you want and attract only the things you don't want. That's a law of nature, too. And this business of going the extra mile is one of the finest ways that I know of educating your subconscious mind to attract to you the things you want and to repel the things you don't want. And you can put it down as an established fact that if you neglect to develop and apply this principle of going the extra mile, you will never become personally successful and you will never become financially independent. The reason I happen to know it sound is, you see, I've had a great privilege over you that you haven't had yet, but you will have in time. I had the privilege of observing a great many thousands of people, some of whom applied the principle of going the extra mile and some of whom did not. And I have had the privilege of finding out what happened to those who did and those who didn't. And I know beyond any question of a doubt that nobody ever rises above ordinary or stations in life or mediocrity without the habit of going the extra mile. It just doesn't happen. If I had discovered one case, just one case, where somebody went on to the top without going the extra mile, I would say then there are exceptions. But I am in position to say there are no exceptions because I have never found that one case. And I can definitely tell you from my own experiences, and I have been there every minute of my life, that I have never had a major benefit of any kind in the world that I didn't get it as the result of going the extra mile. Now that's the thing that I want you to do. I want you to become self-determining so you can do these things without the help of anybody. That's the time when the payoff will come to you, when you can go out and do anything in this world that you want to do, and whether anybody wants you to do it or whether they want to help you or whether they don't, you can do it on your own. I want to tell you that's one of the grandest, most glorious feelings that I know anything about, knowing that as I stand here talking to you, that whatever I wanted to do, I can do it. I don't have to ask anybody, not even my wife. But if I had to ask her, I would. because I'm on good terms with it. And then here's a little item now that's not to be sniffed at. Peace of mind that I got out of all this work, coming out of those 20 years of going the extra mile. Do you have any idea, ladies and gentlemen, how many people there are in the world at any one time who are willing to do anything for 20 years in succession without getting something back out of it? Do you have any idea how many people there are in this world who are willing to do something 3 days in succession without being sure they're going to get something out of it? You'd be surprised if you found out how few there are. You'd be surprised. And overlooking one of the grandest opportunities that a human being could possibly have, especially here in this country of ours where we really can create our own destiny, where we can express ourselves in any way that we want to. Speech is free, activities are free, education is free. A wonderful opportunity to get right in and go the extra mile in any direction you want to travel. And yet most people are not doing it. I have seen the time when there were not so many people interested in their philosophy because they were prosperous, they were doing all right, they had no troubles to speak of. Today everybody almost has troubles, or he thinks he has. Now, do you know what I do instead of finding out what's wrong with the rest of the world? Do you know how I put in my time? Yes, I try to find out what I can do to correct this guy here. That I have to eat with him, I have to sleep with him, I have to shave his face every morning, I have to wash his face, I have to give him a bath now and then. Why, you know, have no idea how many things I have to do for him. And I have to live with the guy 24 hours a day. So I put in my time trying to improve myself, and through myself trying to improve my friends and my students by writing books and by delivering lectures and by teaching and in other ways. And you know, it pays off very much better than it would if I sat down and took the old Trib or any of the other papers and read all of the murder stories, all of the divorce scandals and everything that blazoned across the pages every day. I'm still talking about this fellow Napoleon Hill who didn't have sense enough not to decline Andrew Carnegie's offer to work 20 years for nothing. In his declining years will be years of happiness because of the seeds of kindness and help you sown in the hearts of others. That's a wonderful thing. You know, if I had my life to live over again, I'd live it just exactly the way I have. I'd make all the mistakes I had made. I'd make them at the time in life when I made them, back early, so I'd have time enough to correct some of them. And that period during which I would come into peace of mind and understanding would be in the afternoon of life, not in the forenoon. Because I could stand it, I can take it. When you're young, you can take it. But when you pass the noon hour and you go into the afternoon, why, your energies are not as great oftentimes as they were before, your physical energies. Sometimes your mental capacity is not as great. And you can't take as much trouble as you can in your days of your youth. And you haven't got so many years left to correct the mistakes that you made. So, to have the tranquility and the peace of mind that I have today in the afternoon of life is one of the great joys that has come out of this philosophy. And if you ask me what has been my greatest compensation, I would say that's it. Because there's so many people at my age, and even much younger than I, who haven't found peace of mind and never will. They never will. Because they're looking for it in the wrong place. They're not doing anything about it. They're expecting somebody else to do something about it for them. And that peace of mind is something that you've got to get for yourself. You've got to earn it, first of all. That's how anybody can get peace of mind. And you'd be surprised where you have to really start looking for it. Not where the average person is looking for it, out there in the joys of what money will buy, out there in the joys of recognition and fame and fortune and what have you, not there. But in the humility of the one individual's own heart. I get peace of mind mostly in that third inner wall that I described to you, where the wall is as high as eternity, where I go in for meditation many times each day. There's where I get my real peace of mind. And I can always withdraw into that inner wall, cut out every earthly influence, and commune with the higher forces of the universe. What a grand thing that is. And anybody can do that. You can do that. When you get through this philosophy, you'll be able to do anything you want to do, just as well or better than anything that I can do. And I'm hoping, incidentally, that every student that I turn out will eventually excel me in every way that I know possible. Maybe in writing books. Maybe you'll take up where I left off and write better books than I wrote. Why not? I haven't said the last word in my books, nor in my lectures, or in anything else. Matter of fact, I'm just a student. I think a fairly intelligent student, but just a student on the path And the only state of perfection that I have is that I have actually found peace of mind and how to get it. Engage in at least one act of going the extra mile every day. Now, you can choose your own circumstance. If it is nothing more than telephoning an acquaintance and wishing him good fortune. You'll be surprised what will happen to you when you begin to call up your friends that you have been neglecting for some time and just say, well, hello, you were on my mind. I was thinking about it. I just wanted to call up and say, how do you do? And I hope you're feeling as good as I am. You'd be surprised what that'll do to you and what it'll do to the friend, too. And it doesn't have to be a close personal friend. It just has to be somebody you know. Or you may relieve some friend from duty for half an hour or so, or have some neighbor send over his children while he attends the movies, or you might do a little babysitting for one of your neighbors. If you're going to be at home anyway, maybe you've got some children of your own. Maybe you know some neighbor that would like to get off and go down to the movies, but she can't get away from her children. Oh, I know, the children are noisy, they probably fight with your children. But if you're a real diplomat, you'll keep them apart. She'll be under obligations to you, and you feel that you've really been kind by helping out somebody who otherwise wouldn't have had a little freedom. So it'd be a nice thing for some of you people who don't have any children to say, well, could I come over and babysit for you while you go out? Why don't you and your husband go on a little courtship, go out to the movie, go to a show, and let me come over and babysit for you? Well, of course, you have to know your neighbors pretty well in order to do that. Certainly, most of you would have some neighbor that you could approach on some such basis as that, and they wouldn't think you were crazy. It's not so much what you do to the other fellow, it's what you do to yourself by finding ways and means of going the extra mile in little ways. Did you know that both the successes in life and the failures are made up of little things? Very little things. So little, in fact, that oftentimes they're overlooked. The real reasons for success is overlooked because the things that make success are such small, seemingly insignificant things. I know some people so popular, they couldn't have an enemy. They just couldn't have an enemy. And one of them is my distinguished business associate, Mr. Stone. Always going the extra mile. And look how prosperous he is. Look how many people are going the extra mile from him. There are a lot of people who, if they didn't make good money working for Mr. Stone, if they had to do it, they'd pay him a salary to work for him. And I know, I heard one say just that. And he's become immensely wealthy himself, working for Mr. Stone. He said, if I didn't make money out of working for him, I'd pay him if I had to, just for the association with him. Now, Mr. Stone's not different from you or me or anybody else, except in his mental attitude toward people, toward himself. He makes it his business to go the extra mile. Sometimes people take advantage of that. Don't act fairly with him. I've seen that happen, too. He doesn't worry about that too much. In fact, he doesn't worry about anything at all, period. Because he's learned to adjust himself to life in such a way that he gets great joy out of living, gets great joy out of people. Or you may write a letter to some acquaintance offering him encouragement. In your job, you may do a little more than you're paid to do. Stay a little longer on the job, make some other person a little more happy. Thank you very much. I want to introduce you to the most wonderful person in the world. That's the person sitting in your seat right now. And when you commence to break down that person point by point, well, in accordance with these 25 factors that go to make a pleasing personality, you'll find out just exactly why you're wonderful and why. And I'm going to ask you as I go along, grade yourself. The rating that you think you're entitled to, and it can be anything from 0 to 100%. Then when you get through, add up the total and divide it by the 25 traits, and that'll give you your average rating on the pleasing personality. And if you rate all the way through a general rating of 50%, you're doing very fine. Some of you rate much higher than that, I hope. Now, the first trait of a pleasing personality always is a positive mental attitude, because nobody wants to be around a person who's negative, and no matter what other traits you may have, if you don't have a positive mental attitude, at least when you're in the presence of people, you're not going to be considered to have a pleasing personality. Now, rate yourself on that anywhere from 0 to 100. If you can rate 100 on that, you'll be up in the class with Franklin D. Roosevelt. That's pretty high. And the next one is on flexibility. Now, what do I mean by flexibility? I mean the ability to unbend, to adjust yourself to the varying circumstances of life without going down under them. You know, there are a lot of people in this world who are so stayed in their habits and in their mental attitude that they cannot adjust to anything that's unpleasant or anything that they don't agree with. Do you know why Franklin D. Roosevelt was one of the most, if not the most popular president we've had in our generation? Because he could be all things to all people. I've been in his office when senators and congressmen would come in there ready to cut his throat, and they'd go out singing his praises. Just because of the mental attitude in which he received. In other words, he adjusted himself to their mental attitude, and he didn't get mad at the same time the other fellow did. That's a mighty good way of adjusting, too, incidentally, is to learn to be flexible enough not to get mad when the other fellow's mad. If you want to get mad, do it on your own account when the other fellow's in a good humor, and you'll have a much better chance of not getting hurt. Flexibility. I've seen presidents of the United States come and go. I've been associated with several of them. And I know what this factor of flexibility can mean in the highest office in the world. Herbert Hoover probably was one of the best business executives, best all-around executives we've ever had in the White House. And yet he couldn't possibly sell himself to the people a second time because he was inflexible. He could not bend. He was too static, too fixed. Calvin Coolidge was the same way. And Woodrow Wilson, to some extent, was the same way. He was too austere, too static, too fixed, too correct. In other words, he wouldn't allow anybody to slap him on the shoulder, call him Woody, or take any personal liberties with him at all. But there's so many things in this life that you have to adjust yourself to temporarily if you're going to have peace of mind and good health, that you might just as well start in now learning to do it. And if you're not flexible, you can become flexible. Number 3, on the pleasing tone of voice. Now, there's an important thing that you can experiment with. A lot of people have harsh tones. They have nasal tones, and they put that something into the tone of voice that irritates other people. You take any monotonous speaker, for instance, does not have personal magnetism, does not know how to give pitch and tone to his voice, and he'll never get his audience in a million years if he tries. You've got to learn to, if you're going to teach, if you're going to lecture, if you're going to do public speaking, or even in good conversation, you've got to learn to give a pleasant, pleasing tone to your tone of voice. If you can't do that now, you can do it by a little bit of practice. Oftentimes by simply lowering your voice, not talking too loudly. You can give it that something that is pleasing to the ear. I don't think that anybody can teach another person how to make his tone of voice pleasing. I think you have to do that yourself. You have to do it by experimenting. But first of all, before you do it, you have to feel pleasing. How could you use a pleasant tone of voice when you felt angry, for instance? Or when you didn't like the person that you were talking to? How could you do it? Well, you can, but it's not too effective unless you really feel inside of you the way you're expressing yourself. Well, now, all those are things, they're carefully studied techniques that you have to acquire if you're going to make yourself pleasing. And consequently, I don't know of anything that'll pay off better than to be pleasing in the eyes of other people. It's just one of those things that you can't get along without. Tolerance. Now, what does that mean? You know, a lot of people don't understand the full meaning of tolerance. That means an open mind on all subjects toward all people at all times. An open mind. In other words, your mind's not closed against anybody or anything. You're always willing to hear the last word or to hear an additional word about anything. Now, you'll be surprised at how few people there are in this world with open minds. Some of them are close to that you couldn't open them with a crowbar. You couldn't get a new idea in there if you tried. Well, did you ever see one of those people who was pleasing? You never did, and you never will. Have a pleasant, pleasing mental attitude, you've got to have an open mind, because the very minute people find that you have prejudices that involve them and their understanding of religion or politics or economics or anything else, the very minute they find out that you have a closed mind toward any of these things that affect them, they're going to back away from you. Do you have any idea why it is that I can have all of the followers of all religions in my classes and get along well with all of them? Catholics and Protestants, Jews and Gentiles, all the races, all the creeds. You know why it is? That's right. That's right. To me, they're all of one brand. They're my fellow beings, they're my brothers and sisters. That's why I get along with them. I never think of anybody in terms of what he believes politically or religiously or economically. I think of him in terms of what he's trying to do to better himself and to better somebody else. That's the terms that I think of people in, and that's why I get along so well with them. I didn't used to do that. An open mind. What a marvelous thing it is to be able to be in possession of yourself so you can keep your mind open. And if you don't keep it open, you're not going to learn very much. If you have a closed mind, you'll find that you'll miss out on a lot of information, a lot of facts that you need that you couldn't get without an open mind. And then something it does to you inside, to have your mind closed up against anybody or anything. Say that you have the last word. You don't want any more information. That means you've ceased to grow. The very moment you close your mind on any subject, say, that's the last word, I want no more information on it, then you cease to grow. A keen sense of humor. Now, what I mean by keen sense of humor is you have to have a disposition. If you don't have it, you have to cultivate it so that you can adjust yourself to all of these unpleasant things that come along in life without taking them too seriously. I think I told you about the motto that I saw in the office of Dr. Frank Crane once. It impressed me very much, and especially finding it in the office of a preacher. It says, don't take yourself too damn seriously. And he explained to me what that word damned means. He said it meant just exactly what it said. If you take yourself too seriously, you are damning yourself. Well, that's obvious, isn't it? Yeah. So it wasn't a profane word after all. And I liked it. I like it. I still like it. I think it's a good motto for anybody, not to take himself too seriously. And incidentally, one of the finest tonics that you can take is to have a good laugh at least several times a day. A good hearty laugh. If you don't have anything to laugh at, cook up something. Look at yourself in the glass, for instance. You can always get a laugh out of that. And you'd be surprised at how it'll change the chemistry of your mind right while you're doing it. If you've got troubles, why, they'll melt away and they won't seem near as big when you're laughing as when you're crying. Keen sense of humor. What a marvelous thing it is. I don't know that my sense of humor is what you'd call keen, but it's alert. I can get some fun out of almost any circumstance in life. I used to get a lot of punishment out of some circumstances that I now get fun out of because I've oiled up and made my sense of humor a little bit more alert than I used to be. Then, next, the frankness of manner and speech, with discriminate control of the tongue at all times based upon the habit of thinking before you speak. Now, most people don't do that. They speak first and think or regret afterwards. What a wonderful thing it is in your conversation, for instance. If you just, before you utter any kind of an expression to anybody, figure out whether it's going to benefit the person that's listening or damage it. Whether it's going to benefit you or damage you. And if you just follow those two simple rules, I would say that half of the things that you say that you wish you hadn't said, you will never say them. If you do a little weighing and a little thinking before you open your mouth and start speaking. You know, there are a lot of people who sit their mouths going and go off and leave them. And they forget what they said because they weren't there. And they're almost always in difficulty with somebody. Frankness of manner and speech. Now, that doesn't mean that you have to tell everybody exactly what you think of him, because if you do that, you'll have no friends. But frankness, not being evasive, not engaging in double talk. Nobody likes a double talker. Nobody likes a person who's always evasive and will never express an opinion about anything. And then number 7, pleasing facial expression. Now, you know, if you study your facial expression in the mirror, it's a marvelous thing to see how much more pleasing you can make your facial expression when you try than when you don't try. By smiling a little bit. It's a marvelous thing to learn to smile when you're talking to people. You'll be surprised at how much more effective what you say is when you're smiling than when you're frowning or when you're looking serious. That makes a tremendous difference on the person that's listening. I hate to talk to a person who's got a serious expression on as if the whole world is on his shoulders. It makes me fidgety. I just wish that whatever he's saying, he'd get through with it and go on. But if he limbers up like Franklin D. Roosevelt used to and gives you that old $1 million smile, why, even the most trivial thing that he says sounds like music, sounds like wisdom, because what he does to you psychologically. That smile is a marvelous thing. Don't grin at people when you don't mean it, because monkeys can grin. That wasn't in my notes. But learn to smile because you feel it. Now, where does a smile take place first? On your lips or face or where? In your heart, where you feel it. That's where it takes place. You don't have to be pretty, you don't have to be handsome, but a smile, it'll decorate you and embellish you no matter who you are, make your facial expression much more beautiful. And then a keen sense of justice toward all people. Now, a keen sense of justice. In other words, being just with another person even when it's to your disadvantage to do so. What a wonderful thing that is, and how that does endear you to other people when they know very well that your being just with them is costing you something. Do it. There's no particular virtue in being just with the other fellow when you're benefiting by it. And do you have any idea how many people there are that are just fair and just and honest only when they know it's going to come back to them in one way or another? How quickly they'd be dishonest if it was profitable to them to do it? Well, I wouldn't give you the percentage. I'd hate to tell you what I think it is. It's much too high. People who are like that. Keen sense of justice toward all people at all times. And then next one, sincerity of purpose. Nobody likes a person who is obviously insincere in what he says and does, who's trying to be something that he's not, who's saying something that doesn't represent his inner thoughts, and you know that's true. It's not as bad as out and out lying, but it's the first cousin to it, lacking of sincerity of purpose. Then versatility, a wide range of knowledge of people and the world events outside of one's immediate personal interest. You take a person who doesn't know anything about, except about one thing, and you'll find a person that will be boresome the moment he gets out of that field. Now you don't have to use your imagination very much to think of somebody that you know of that he's got his nose so closely to the grindstone in some one thing that he knows nothing about anything that's going on outside of that. And he'll not be interesting as a conversationalist or in any other way unless he has a wide enough a range of things generally to be able to talk to you about the things that interest you. Do you know the best way in the world to make yourself liked by other people?
Yes.
Talk to them about the things that interest them. That's it. And incidentally, if you talk to the other fellow about things that interest him, when they get around to talking about things that interest you, he'll be a receptive listener, much more so. And then tactfulness in speech and manner. Now, you don't have to, in your speech and in your manner, you don't have to reflect by your mental attitude, by your words, everything that goes on in your mind. If you do that, why, you'll be an open book and everybody can read you at will. And sometimes they'll read you when you wish they hadn't. Tactfulness in your speech and in your attitude toward other people. You can always be tactful. You know, like drivers on the road when the other fellow skins your fenders, and you know how tactful they are when they jump out and run around to see how much damage is done. Maybe 10 cents worth of the paint's been knocked off, and they do $100 worth of damage cussing one another out. You know, some of these days I'm going to have the experience of seeing two fellows collide on the highway, and they're going to jump out and apologize, each one claiming it was his fault and wanting to pay the bill. When I do, I don't know what's going to happen to them, but I'm going to see that some of these days. Tactfulness. You'd be surprised how much you can do with people if you're just tactful with them. Oftentimes, instead of telling people to do things or asking them to do things, requesting them to do things or demanding them to do things, it might be very tactful and helpful if you requested them and asked them if they would mind doing things. Even though you're in authority to give them an instruction, it's still better to ask if they would mind doing certain things. One of the most outstanding employers I ever knew never gave any of his employees direct instructions. That was Andrew Carnegie. He always asked his associates and his employees, even the humblest, if they would mind doing something for him. Or would it be convenient? Or would it be suitable? Never ordered them to do anything, but asked them always. No wonder he got along so well with people. No wonder he was so successful. Then the promptness of decision. Now, nobody can be very well liked and have a very pleasing personality who always puts off making a decision when he has all of the facts before him and ought to make the decision right on the spot. I don't mean by that they should go off half-cocked or should render snap judgments, but when they have all of the facts and the time has arrived for a decision, get in the habit of making those decisions. And if you make one that's wrong, you can always reverse it. And don't be too big to, or too little to reverse yourself when you find out that you should reverse yourself. There's a great advantage in being fair enough with yourself and with the other fellow to reverse yourself if you've made the wrong decision. And of course, I don't need to make much comment on number 13, faith in infinite intelligence. You know what your faith is there. You should rate very high. If you are following your religion, whatever it is, faithfully, you should rate very high on that one. But you'd be surprised how many people there are that give lip service to this question of faith in infinite intelligence and don't do very much about outside of lip service. And this lip service is not so loud that you can hear it very far away. They don't indulge in any very outstanding acts backing up their alleged belief in infinite intelligence. I don't know how the Creator feels about it, but you know, I believe that an ounce of axe is worth 1,000,000 tons of good intentions or belief. Just one act. Number 14, appropriateness of words. Free from slang and wisecracks and profanity. I never saw an age when people indulge in so many wisecracks, slang statements, double talk, and all that sort of thing is now. And it may seem smart to the fellow who's doing it, but it's not smart to the fellow who's listening. He may laugh at it, but he's not going to be impressed with the fellow that engages too much in these wisecracks. Smart sayings. Appropriateness of words. Our English language is not the easiest thing in the world to conquer or to master, but it is a beautiful language. It has a wide range of words, meanings, and it's a wonderful thing to be able to control the English language so that you can convey to the other fellow precisely what you have in your mind, or what you want him to think you have in mind, what you want him to know. Then the controlled enthusiasm. You'd say, well, why control enthusiasm? Why not turn it loose and let it run riot? Well, just because you'll get in danger, into trouble if you do. Your enthusiasm ought to be handled very much like you handle your electricity. Now, it's a very wonderful thing. It washes dishes, washes your clothes, runs the toaster, maybe cooks your food on the stove, does a lot of things, but you handle it with care. And you turn it on when you want it and then turn it off when you don't want it. Your enthusiasm should be handled with just as much care. You turn it on when you want to turn it on, and then you can just as quickly turn it off. If you're not able to turn it off as quickly as you turn it on, somebody will come along and get you all enthused over something that you ought not to be enthused over. Did you ever hear that happening? And boy, what a sucker you will be at that time for his prey, whatever he wants to do. You can be too enthusiastic with the other fellow where you wear him out. Wear him out pulling down his metal shades and resisting you. I have had salesmen come around so enthusiastic that I would let them in my place a second time because I didn't want to go to the trouble of defending myself against them. I've heard some speakers, I've heard some preachers like that too. I wouldn't want to follow them because I had too much trouble resisting them. I don't get any notions. You know the type I'm talking about. The fellow just absolutely turns his enthusiasm battery loose and goes off and leaves it. And all you can do is to run away from it or try and turn it off. And the man that does that's not going to be popular. But the man who can turn on his enthusiasm at the right time, the right amount, and then turn it off at the right time, that's the man that's going to be considered to have a pleasing personality. And incidentally, if you're not able to exude enthusiasm when you want to, you certainly are not going to be considered a pleasing personality, because there are times when you definitely need it. In teaching or in lecturing or in speaking or in ordinary conversation or in selling or almost anything that you're doing in human relationships requires a certain amount of enthusiasm at times. And enthusiasm is one of those things you can cultivate. It's just like all these other qualities. There's only one quality in here that you can't cultivate. I'll see if you can find it. This was the one that Andrew Carnegie said he could give you every one of the others except that one. Personal magnetism, that's right, exactly. You've got just so much of that, even that's subject to control and to transmutation too. But that's something that one person can't give to another. Now, controlled enthusiasm, and then good, clean sportsmanship. Being a sportsman about everything. You're not going to win all the time in life. Nobody can do that. There are going to be times when you lose. When you lose gracefully and graciously. Lose and say, well, I lost, but maybe it's the best thing that I did, because I'm going to start looking immediately for that seed of an equivalent benefit, and next time, when time comes to lose, I'm going to let somebody else lose. So I'm going to wise myself up. And then don't take it too seriously, no matter what it is. You know, during the Depression, I had 4 of my friends commit suicide. About 2 of them jumped off a tall building, one shot himself, and another one took poison because they lost their money. And the 2 of them, at least, I lost twice as much as they did. I didn't jump off in the building, I didn't shoot myself, I didn't poison myself. What did I do? I said, well, it's a blessed fine thing, because losing this amount of money now, I'll have to start in and earn some more. And in earning some more, I'll learn some more. And there's my mental attitude toward it, was that I started immediately looking for that seed of an equivalent benefit. Didn't disturb me in the least. And I said to myself, if I lose every penny that I have, like the last suit I have, even my BVDs, I can always get a barrel from somebody and start in all over again. Wherever I can get a bunch of people together to listen, I'll be able to start making money. Now, you can't, how are you going to down a person with that kind of an attitude? No matter how many times he's defeated, he's come right up again, just like a cork. You can put him down in the water, but he can bounce up the moment you take your hand off of him. And if you don't take your hand off, he'll make you take it off. And then this one down here, number 17, common courtesy. Oh, what a marvelous thing that is. Just common, ordinary garden variety of courtesy toward everybody. People, especially toward people that are obviously on a lower plane socially or economically or financially than yourself. What a wonderful thing it is to be courteous to the person to whom you don't have to be courteous. It's a wonderful thing. It does something to the other fellow, and it does something to you. I always hate to see anybody lording it over another person. Nothing gets me upset quicker than to go into a restaurant and have some newly rich or somebody come in and start ordering the waiters around and abusing them. Even sometimes they may deserve it, but I have never learned to like that. I've always thought that anybody that would abuse another person in public, with or without a cause, had something wrong with his machinery, and there's something he's missing in life, and you will be sure that there is something he's missing. I remember so well when I was living at the Belvedere Stratford Hotel in Philadelphia on that famous trip when I went there to get my publisher the first time. One of the waiters spilled some hot soup right on the back of my neck, and I mean it burned me too. Well, the head waiter ran over, and a little while the manager of the hotel was out there, and he wanted to get a doctor. I said, well, it's not that serious after all. The waiter spilled a little soup. If he hadn't spilled it, I'd have gone down my neck. Now, maybe I won't have to take it. Well, he said, we'll have your suit cleaned, and we'll do this, we'll do that, and do that. I said, no, just don't get upset. I'm the one to get upset, and I'm not getting upset about it. And that waiter after he was off duty, he came up to my room and he said, I want to tell you how much I appreciated what you said. You could have had me fired. He said, I was just as good as fired, and if you hadn't talked about it the way you did, I'd been out. And he said, I couldn't afford to be fired. Well, I don't know how much good it did the waiter, but it did me a lot of good. No, that after all, there was a man that could be humiliated. As far as I know, I have never intentionally in my whole life humiliated anybody for anything whatsoever. Never, as far as I know. I may have done it unintentionally. And I feel good to be able to say that. I feel good to have that attitude toward people. And you know, it comes back to me because the people have that attitude toward me too. They don't want to humiliate me. Why? Because you get back from people by what you send out. You're a human magnet, and you're attracting to you the sum and the substance of what goes on in your heart and soul. Then appropriateness of personal adornment. That's important to anybody in public life. Now, I have never been too fussy about that. I've never used formal clothes except on very few occasions. Formal clothes are a time, however, when it's appropriate, perfectly appropriate, for you to adjust and have. But ordinarily, if you use good taste, and ordinarily the best dressed person is the one that's dressed so that if you were told to describe how he or she was dressed later on, you couldn't do it. You'd say, all I know was he looked nice, or she looked nice. Appropriateness of personal adornment, then good showmanship. you've got to be a showman if you're going to sell yourself in any walk of life. You've got to be a good showman. Know when to dramatize words, when to dramatize circumstances. You know, there are certain things, if you describe them in just ordinary language, you take the history of the most outstanding man in the world, and if you just gave the bare facts and didn't dramatize them as you went along, well, you'd fall down flat. You really would. You've got to dramatize these things that you're talking about and these people that you're doing business with. You've got to learn the art of showmanship as you go along. And it's something you can learn. And then I don't need to mention to you that you should have the habit of going the extra mile. We've spent a whole evening on that, and you've got a whole lesson on that. And certainly you can rate yourself on that. And then on temperance, in eating, drinking, work and play, and in thinking. Temperance, that means not too much, not too little of anything. Do yourself just as much damage with eating as you can with drinking liquor. Just as much. The rule that I go by in all these things is that I don't allow anything to take charge of me. When I was smoking, when I got to the point where the cigars were smoking me, then I quit. I can take a cocktail, I can take two. I guess I could take three. I don't remember ever having taken more than that in a social evening, but I could if I wanted to. But if I ever found them taking me, or if I ever found my being able to resist them, I'd part company with them in a hurry. I would say I'd follow the same rule if I were smoking again now. And when I got to the point where the cigars were smoking me, I quit. Quit right off. I want to be in possession of Napoleon Hill all the time. Not too much, not too little. Temperance. Temperance, it's a marvelous thing. There's nothing so very bad in life, don't you know, if you don't overdo it. Then patience, under all circumstances. Patience, you have to have patience in this world we're living. It's a world of competition. You're constantly being called upon to use your patience, and by using patience, you learn to time these things so that you get action out of other people at the time when the time is more favorable. But if you don't have patience, you try to force the hand of other people, you'll get a no, or you get a turn down or a knockdown when you don't want it. Patience requires, you require patience in order that you may time your relationships with people. And you have to have a lot of patience. You have to be able to control yourself at all times. Most people don't have much patience, you know. You can you take the average person, take the majority of people, you can make them mad in 2 seconds. All you've got to do is say the wrong thing. Or do the wrong thing. Why, I don't need to get angry because somebody says or does the wrong thing. I could if I want to, but it's my choice. I can choose not to get mad. Number 23, gracefulness in posture and carriage of the body. Now, if I came in like this, of course I'd be very comfortable. That's much easier. But it's finer for me to stand up like this, look like I can stand straight without leaning on anything. Slump around and be careless in your posture. Mark you as one who is not very particular about his own personal appearance and so forth. It's a good idea to have gracefulness in posture and carriage of the body. And then 24, humility of the heart, based upon a keen sense of modesty. Humility of the heart. I don't know of anything as wonderful as to have true humility of the heart. Because, you know, when I think about criticizing anybody for anything now, yeah, and sometimes there are times when I do have to criticize people. Sometimes I have to criticize the people I'm working with. Some of them, not all of them. But always inside of me, maybe they don't hear it, but inside of me, when I find it necessary for me to express disapproval of anything anybody does, I always say inside of me, well, God pity us all. And but for the grace of God, I'd be the man that I'm over there criticizing. And maybe I've done things that 10 times as bad as the thing I'm criticizing him for. In other words, I try to maintain that sense of humility in my heart, regardless of what happens to me that's unpleasant, and regardless of how, the more successful I become, the more I observe this feeling of humility of the heart, recognizing that after all, whatever success I have is due entirely to the friendly, marvelous love and affection and cooperation of other people. Because without that, I could never have spread myself over the world the way I have. I could never have benefited the people that I have. I could never have grown the way I have grown had it not been for the love and the affection and the marvelous, friendly cooperation of other people. And I couldn't have gotten that cooperation if I hadn't adjusted myself to other people in a state of friendliness. Last but not least, personal magnetism. That has reference to the sex emotion, of course. an inborn trait, and the only one of the traits of personality which cannot be cultivated, but it can be controlled and directed to beneficial usage. As a matter of fact, the most outstanding leaders, salesmen, speakers, clergymen, lawyers, lecturers, teachers, most outstanding in every field of endeavor, as a matter of fact, are people who have learned to transmute sex emotion. That is to say, convert that great creative energy over into doing the thing that you want to do most at the time being. And that word transmute is something to conjure with, something to look up in the dictionary until you make sure you understand what it means. Now, you've got a lot of thinking to do about this, and you're going to make discoveries about yourself. You're going to find out that when you really come down to answering these questions and giving yourself a rating, that you have certain weaknesses that you didn't know you had, and that you have certain strengths and certain good qualities that you perhaps had undervalued. Let's find out about ourselves to see just where we stand, what it is that makes us tick, why people like us, why people dislike us. And I could take any one of you and sit down with you, and by asking you, I'll say not over 20 questions, I could lay my finger right on what's keeping you from being popular, if you are not popular. And you can do the same thing. That's what I want you to do. I want you to learn to analyze people, starting with yourself, find out what it is that makes people popular, what it makes them tick. And when you do that, you have one of the greatest assets that you could possibly imagine. Thank you very much. Well, we're on a great lesson tonight. We're starting out with personal initiative. And this is a great lesson because it's the action-producing portion of this philosophy. It wouldn't make very much difference whether you understood all of the other principles or not if you didn't do something about it, now would it? In other words, the value that you're going to get out of this philosophy will not consist of anything that I will say in these lectures, not consist of anything that I put in my notes, nor anything that's in your lessons, or anything that's in any of my textbooks that you'll be reading. That's important, but the important thing is what you will do about all of this. The action you will take to start using this philosophy on your own personal initiative. Now, there are certain things, certain attributes of initiative and leadership, and I want you to start in and grade yourself on them. And there are 31 of them. I'm going to make comment on the ones that I consider of greatest importance. Incidentally, this is a grading of yourself on these qualities will be the first step toward making those qualities your own. I don't believe that I need to make much comment on number one, on a definite major purpose, because obviously if you don't have an objective in life, a major overall purpose, you haven't very much personal initiative. And that's one of the most important steps to take, is to find out what it is you want to do. Maybe if you're not sure what you want to do over a lifetime, let's find out what you're going to do this year, the remainder of this year. Let's set our goal not too high perhaps, but and not too far in the distance. If you're in a business or a profession or a job, your definite major purpose certainly could enable you to step up your income from your services, whatever your services may be. And then at the end of the year, you can review your record and reestablish your definite major purpose and step it up to something bigger, maybe to another one-year plan, or maybe to a 5-year plan. But in other words, that's the starting point of personal initiative, is to find out where you're going and why you're going there, and what you're going to do after you get there, and how much you're going to get out of it financially. You know, the majority of people in this world could be very successful if they would just make up their mind how much success they want and in what terms they want to evaluate success. There are a lot of people in this world who want a good position and plenty of money, but they're not quite sure just what kind of a position or what kind of money, how much money they want, or when they want to get it. Let's do a little thinking on that subject and grade ourselves on number one. Then on number two, an adequate motive to inspire continuous action in pursuit of the object of one's definite major purpose. Now, study yourself carefully and see if you have an adequate motive or motives. It will be very much better if you have more than one motive for wanting to attain the object of your major purpose, whatever that happens to be, or your immediate purpose. You know, ladies and gentlemen, nobody ever does anything without a motive. Well, no, let me restate that. That's not correct. No one outside of the insane asylum or a person who is off balance may do a lot of things without any motive whatsoever, but normal people move only on motive. And the stronger the motive is, the more active they become and the more apt they are to act upon their own personal initiative. You know, you don't have to have an awful lot of brains in this world. You don't have to be very brilliant. You don't have to have such a wonderful education in order to be an outstanding success if you will only take what little you have, whether it's little or much, and start using it, putting it into operation, doing something about it and with it. And of course, that calls for initiative. Number 3, a mastermind alliance, that is to say friendly cooperation at least, through which to acquire the necessary power for noteworthy achievement. Take the initiative now and find out just how many friends you have that you can call on if you were in need of something in the way of cooperation. Make a list of them. In your notes, make a list of the people that you really and truly could turn to if you needed some favor, if you needed an endorsement, if you needed an introduction, maybe if you needed to make a loan of money. And incidentally, unless you have all the money lying around that you need, the time might come when you need to make a loan. Wouldn't it be very nice to know someone that you could turn to in the case of need and get the money you need? Of course, you can always go to a bank. All you have to do is to give 4-for-1 security, government bonds, and you can get all the money you want. But there are times when you want medium sums perhaps, or you want other favors comparable to the borrowing of money, and you need to have somebody, the acquaintance of somebody cultivated so that when you turn to them for favors, you can get them. But above all, if you are aiming at anything above mediocrity, you need to have a mastermind alliance of one or more people besides yourself, who not only will cooperate with you, but who will go out of the way to help you and assist you, and who have the ability to do something that will be of benefit to you. And it's up to you to take the initiative to build those mastermind allies. You know, they don't just come along and join you because you're a good fellow. You have to lay out a plan, you have to have an objective, and you have to find the people suitable to make up your mastermind alliance. And then you have to give them an adequate motive for becoming a mastermind ally of yours. Now, incidentally, I happen to know that the vast majority of people do not have a mastermind alliance with other people. And don't be afraid to grade yourself 0 on this one if you don't have one. But next time you come to grade, don't grade 0. Grade higher than that. And the only way you can grade higher, if you grade 0 now, is to start in and find at least one mastermind ally that you can attach yourself to right now, in the beginning. Number 4, self-reliance in proportion to the nature of your major purpose. Find out just exactly how much self-reliance you have. Incidentally, when you come to check yourself on self-reliance, you may need some help from other people. You may need some help from your wife, or your husband, or your closest friend, or somebody who knows you real well. You may think you have self-reliance, but do you know how you can tell about how much self-reliance you have? Would you be interested in knowing how you can check that very accurately? All right, go back up there to number 1 and carefully evaluate your definite major purpose and see just how big that is. Or if you have a definite major purpose, and if you don't have one, or if it's not outstanding and above anything that you've attained up to the present, then you don't have very much self-reliance, and you should grade very low on that. If you have the proper amount of self-reliance, you'll step your definite major purpose up way beyond anything you have ever achieved before, and you'll become determined to attain it. Number 5, self-discipline sufficient to ensure mastery of the head and the heart and to sustain one's motives until they are realized. Where and when do you need self-discipline most, do you think? When you're on the way up and when everything's rosy and going well and you're succeeding? Is that when you need it? I thought you'd call me on that one. That's right. You need self-discipline when the going is hard, when the outlook is not favorable. What kind of self-discipline do you need at that point? Why, you need discipline over your mind to the extent that you know where you're going, you know that you have a right to go there, and you know that you're determined to go there regardless of how hard the going may be or how much opposition you may meet with. And you'll need at least enough self-discipline to sustain you through the period when the going is hard, instead of quitting or complaining. And number 6, persistence based on the will to win. Do you know how many times the average person has to fail before he quits or decides he wants to do something else? Once. Don't you think you're generous? Once. Did you ever hear of the fellow who fails before he starts because he knows that there's no use of starting because he knows he can't do a thing? Did you ever hear of him? Well, that cuts it down below one. You see? And would you be interested in knowing that the vast majority of people fail before they start? They actually never make a start. They think of things that they might do, but they never do anything about it. And did you know also that a vast majority of the people, even though they do start, at the first opposition they quit or allow themselves to be diverted over to something else? I wonder, it just occurs to me to ask a question. I wonder if you who have been here close to me and where we've taken our hair down and talking frankly, I wonder if you know what my outstanding asset it happens to be.
Never give up.
Will to win. Well, yeah, you're getting hot. I have persistence and the will to win, and also the self-discipline with which to stick to a thing all the harder when the going is the hardest. Now, that is my outstanding quality. It always has been, it always will be. And I want to tell you, without those traits, I never would have completed this philosophy. I never would have been able to have it introduced as widely as it has been, and I wouldn't be standing here talking to you tonight. And what about that trait? Is that something you're born with, or is it something that you can acquire? Well, if you couldn't acquire it, there'd be no use of talking about this lesson, would there? Certainly you can acquire it. And it's not very difficult at that. What is it that causes a person to be persistent, by the way?
Motive.
Yes, motive. Burning desire. Do you know what a burning desire is? Burning desire, or back of a motive, is what makes people persistent, isn't it? A burning desire back of a motive. I never think of persistence and a burning desire that I don't think of my courtship. I remember that I put more persistence and more burning desire back of my courtship than anything else that I ever went into in my life. And I want to tell you, without that, I don't think you get very far in a courtship. Well, don't you think you could transmute that emotion over to something else, putting it back of your business or your profession or your job, and have just as much emotional feeling about attaining success in your job as you could about selling yourself to the one of your choice? Don't you think you could do that? You know what that word transmute means, by the way? Do you? What does it mean? Fine. Fine. Marvelous. Have you ever tried it on anything or anybody? Marvelous. Marvelous. If you haven't tried it, start trying it. Next time you feel moody or discouraged, try to change that over into an emotion of courage and faith. See what a marvelous thing happens to you. You change the whole chemistry of your whole brain and your whole body, and you'll be much more effective. And number 7 is a well-developed faculty of the imagination, controlled and directed. Do you think those last words there are important? Yes. Yes, an imagination not controlled and directed might be very dangerous. I once made a survey, made an analysis of all of the men in the federal penitentiaries of the United States. I did that for the Department of Justice. And you'll be interested in knowing that the majority of the men in the penitentiary were there because they had too much imagination. But it was not controlled and directed in a constructive direction. Now, imagination is a marvelous thing, but if you don't have it under control and if you don't direct it to definite ends, constructive ends, it may be very dangerous to you. And number 8, the habit of forming definite and prompt decisions. By the way, do you do that? Do you form definite and prompt decisions when you have all of the facts in hand with which to make decisions?
Yes.
Well, I think some of you are just a little bit too modest. Well, seriously, friends, if you do not have the habit of making decisions promptly and definitely, clear-cut decisions, when all of the facts are in, you're loafing on the job, you're procrastinating, and you're destroying this very vital thing called personal initiative. One of the finest places to start practicing personal initiative is to learn to make decisions firmly and definitely and quickly once you have all of the facts available. Now, I'm not talking about snap judgments. I'm not talking about opinions or snap judgments based upon half-baked evidence. I'm talking about facts, all of the facts on a given subject, which are not in your hands and available. You should then do something with those facts. You should make up your mind exactly what you're going to do and not dilly-dally around, as so many people do. Because if you do that, first thing you know, you will be in the habit of dilly-dallying around in connection with everything. In other words, you will not be a person who acts upon his own personal initiative. And number... The habit of basing opinions on facts instead of relying on guesswork. How many of you do that? How many of you rely upon the facts instead of guesswork? Well, pretty truthful bunch, I think. I wonder if you do. I wonder if you recognize how many times you're acting on guesswork in comparison to the number of times that you're acting upon facts in forming your opinions. I wonder if you recognize the importance of making it your business to get at facts before you form an opinion about anything. Did you know that you have no right to an opinion about anything at any time, anywhere, unless it's based upon facts or what you believe to be facts? Did you know that? And why is that true? Would you tell me why you don't have a right to do that? Because you don't want to get into trouble. You don't want to fail. That's why. Of course, you can go ahead and have opinions, and we all do, a flock of them. You can even give them to somebody else without them asking for them. We do that right along. But before you really and truly can safely express an opinion or have one, you must do a certain amount of research and base your opinion upon facts or what you believe to be facts. Now we'll come down to this enthusiasm one, number 10. The capacity to generate enthusiasm at will and control it. Do you know how to generate enthusiasm at will?
Act. Do it. Feel it. Be sincere. Conviction.
Five. What's back of all this? What happens before you start doing anything in connection with enthusiasm? Yes, you have to feel it, don't you? You have to feel the emotion of. You have to be quickened, and your mind has to be alerted with some definite objective or purpose or motive. And then you do something about that motive. You do it with words, with the expression of your face, or by some other form of action. That word action is inseparable from the word enthusiasm. You can't separate the two. Now, there are two kinds of enthusiasm. There's passive enthusiasm, enthusiasm which you feel, but you give no expression of it whatsoever. And there are times when you need that kind, believe you me. Because if you don't have that kind, you disclose to other people what goes on in your mind at times when you don't want that to happen. You take a great leader, a great executive, and while he may have a tremendous amount of enthusiasm, he'll display that enthusiasm only to whomsoever he pleases and under whatsoever circumstances he pleases. He will not just turn it on and go off and leave it. That's the way you and I do it. Or do we? That's the way the majority of people do. When they have enthusiasm, they just turn it on and blubber over in it, and they accomplish nothing. Controlled enthusiasm, enthusiasm turned on at the right time and then turned off at the right time, is an important thing, and your initiative is the only thing that can control that. You know, if you took that one subject alone, the question of how to turn on and off enthusiasm, and got the art down fine, you could become a marvelous salesman of anything you might want to sell. Did you know that? You really could. Did you ever hear of anybody selling anything that didn't feel enthusiasm over what he's trying to sell? Did you? Did you ever sell anything that you didn't have that feeling of enthusiasm over what you were trying to do for the other fellow? You may have thought you did, but you didn't. If you didn't have that feeling of enthusiasm on your own initiative, then you didn't make a sale. Somebody may have bought something from you because he needed it and had to have it, but you had very little to do with it unless you had that feeling that you imparted to him. And how do you impart the feeling of enthusiasm to another person? How do you do that when you're selling, for instance? Fine. You must be sold on it yourself. That's a very good way of putting it. In other words, it starts inside of your own emotional makeup. You must feel that way. And if you open your mouth to speak, you must speak with enthusiasm. You must put some enthusiasm into your the expression of your face. Put on a smile, a good broad one. Because nobody speaks with enthusiasm with a frown on his face. The two just don't go together, do they? No, they don't. So there are a lot of things that you must learn about this business of expressing enthusiasm if you're going to make the most of it, and all of them involve your personal initiative. You've got to do it. Nobody can do it for you. I can't tell you how to be enthusiastic. I can tell you what are the component parts of enthusiasm and how to express it, but after all, the job of actually expressing it is up to you. Let's pass on down to number 12, tolerance. Do you know what tolerance is? What is it? Open mind on what? How many of you are open-minded on everything? Come on. You really think you are? I'd hate to tell you how far off you are on that one. Because you're friends of mine and I want to keep you that way. Open-minded on all subjects? I'll admit that I'm not. I'm not open-minded on all subjects. I'm open-minded on a lot of subjects, the ones I want to be open-minded on. But we shouldn't. We shouldn't have any attitude toward anybody under any circumstances unless it's based upon something to justify that attitude, or what we believe to justify it, at least. Do you have any idea how much value do you deprive yourselves of all the way through life just because you close your mind against somebody you don't like, when that person might be the most beneficial person in the world to you if you only had an open mind toward him? Did you know that one of the costliest things in an industrial or a business organization is the closed minds of the people that work there? Did you know that? If you don't know that, I want you to find it out. It's the most costly thing in any business organization or in any industry is the closed minds of the people who work there, closed toward one another, closed toward opportunities, closed toward the people they serve, and closed toward themselves. When you speak of intolerance, you often think of somebody who doesn't like the other fellow because of his religion or his politics. Well, that doesn't scratch the surface of the real meaning of this subject of intolerance. It extends to almost every human relationship. And unless you do form the habit of maintaining an open mind on all subjects, toward all people, at all times, you'll never be a great thinker. You'll never have a great magnetic personality. And you certainly will never be very well liked unless you do have an open mind. Did you know that you can be very frank with people whom you don't like and who do not like you if they know that you're sincere and that you're speaking with an open mind? Did you know that? The one thing that people will not tolerate is to recognize that they're talking to somebody whose mind is already closed and what they're saying has no effect whatsoever, regardless of how much value there is to it or how much truth there is to it. And there are a lot of people in this world whose minds are so definitely closed on so many things that you couldn't crack the mind with a sledgehammer and you couldn't get an ounce of truth in there if you lived 100 years. They're just closed up, tight, sealed, hermetically sealed. Number 13, the habit of doing more than you're paid for, always. How many do that? Let me have your hand. What's the matter with the ones who don't? Is there anything wrong with this habit? Oh, that word always. All right, let's leave it off. How many of you follow the habit of rendering more service and better service than you're paid to render? Part of the time. Part of the time. Well, that's more like it. That's more like it. That's something in connection with which you certainly have to move on your personal initiative. Nobody's going to tell you to do that. Nobody's going to expect you to do that. That's something that's entirely within your own prerogative. But incidentally, it's probably one of the most important and one of the most profitable sources through which you can exercise your own personal initiative. If I had to pick out the time and the place and the circumstance under which you could make use of your personal initiative most beneficially, undoubtedly, it would be in connection with your following the habit of rendering more service and better service than you're paid to render, because you don't have to ask anybody for the privilege of doing that. And also, if you do follow that habit, not just do it once in a while, that's not so very effective, but follow the habit. Sooner or later, the law of increasing returns begins to pile up dividends for you, and when the dividends come back, they come back greatly multiplied. I want to tell you that when you start living by this principle of going the extra mile, you can expect unusual things to happen to you, and they'll all be pleasant, every one of them. And number 14, tactfulness and a keen sense of diplomacy. How many of you have tactfulness and a keen sense of diplomacy? Let me see your hands on that one. Well, now, that's pretty good. That is pretty good. Well, now, let's, maybe that definition is a little too broad. How many of you are tactful in your conversations with people, just ordinary conversations? Tactful. Well, that's pretty good. What do you think about this business of being tactful? Is it worth the time it takes to be tactful, do you think?
Yes.
You think it is? Why?
Never heard anything about it. Infringing on somebody else's rights.
That's right. Now you're getting at it. You get the cooperation of others more easily if you're tactful. You come in and tell me that I've got to do something, and I say, well, maybe now just a minute. Just a minute. Maybe I do have to do something, but if you put it to me that way, I'm going to set up some resistance right away. But if you come in and say to me, I would very greatly appreciate it if you would do something, but you knew in the first place that you had a right to demand on me, but you didn't put it that way. One of the most impressive things that I learned from Andrew Carnegie at the very beginning of my association with him was that he never commanded anybody to do anything. Never. No matter who the man was that he requested to do something, he never commanded him. He always asked him if he would do a certain thing. Would you please do a certain thing, or will you do the other thing? And it's surprising the amount of loyalty that Mr. Carnegie had from his men. They'd go out of their way for him any time of the day or night because of his tactfulness in dealing with them. And when it was necessary for him to discipline one of them, he usually invited him out to the house, gave him a nice state dinner, a real 5 or 6 course dinner, really put on the dog. And then after dinner, the showdown came when they went over to the library. And he'd start asking questions. One of his chief secretaries was scheduled to become a member of his mastermind group. And this boy found out that he was scheduled for promotion, and it went to his head, and he commenced to run around with a bunch of highbinders in Pittsburgh, people who throw cocktail parties and such. And just in a little while, he was taking too much liquor, staying out too late. His eyes were hanging out on his cheeks when he'd come in of a morning, and Mr. Carnegie let this go on for about 3 months. And he got invited out one evening to dinner. And after dinner was over, they went into the library. Mr. Carnegie said, now, I'm sitting over there in your chair, and you're sitting over here in my chair. I want to know what you would do if you were in my place. And you had a man scheduled for an important promotion, and all of a sudden, it seemed to have gone to his head, started running around with fast company, staying out late at night, drinking too much liquor, paying too much attention to everything except his job. What in the world would you do in a case of that kind? I'm anxious to know. And this young man said, Mr. Carnegie, I know you're going to fire me, so you might just as well start in and get it over with. Mr. Carnegie said, oh no. If I'd wanted to fire you, I wouldn't have given you a nice dinner, and I wouldn't have brought you out to my house. So I could have done that down at the office. No, I'm not going to fire you. I'm just going to have you ask yourself a question and see whether or not you're not about in the position to fire yourself. Maybe you are. Maybe you're closer to it than you realize. That man right about faced and did become one of Mr. Carnegie's mastermind group and did become a millionaire later on. It absolutely saved him from himself. Mr. Carnegie's tactfulness was out of this world. He knew how to handle men. He knew how to get them to examine themselves. it doesn't do much good for me to examine you, but it might do a lot of good if you examined yourself in connection with your faults and in connection with your virtues. Self-analysis is one of the most important forms of personal initiative that you can possibly engage in. Self-analysis. I never let a day go by that I don't examine myself to see where I have fallen down, to where I'm weak, where I can make improvements, what I could do to render more service and better service. Lord, I examine myself every day. And believe you me, this has been going on for a great number of years. And even today, I can always find some place where I can improve, where I can do something better or something more. It's a very healthy form of personal initiative, I'll assure you, and it's very interesting too, because you finally get down to where you'll be honest with yourself. Do you have any idea how many people there are who are dishonest with themselves? It's the worst form of dishonesty that I know anything about at all. Creating alibis in your own mind to support your acts and your deeds and your thoughts, instead of examining yourself and finding out where you're weak and then bridging those weaknesses, or getting somebody in your mastermind alliance to bridge them for you. Now that's personal initiative too, and it's the kind of personal initiative that most people won't engage in because it involves self-analysis and self-criticism. Well, which would you rather have? Would you rather have an outsider criticize you and point out your faults, or would you rather criticize yourself and find them? Why? Well, you can be kind of confidential about it. You don't have to publicize these weaknesses that you find out, and you can get them corrected before anybody else finds out about them if you do a good job. But if you wait until somebody else has to call them to your attention, then they become public property, don't they? And they may embarrass you. They may hurt your pride. They may even cause you to build up an inferiority complex if you wait for the other fellow to have to point out your weaknesses to you. That's personal initiative too, finding out what your weak spots are, what it is that causes you to be disliked by other people, why it is you're not getting ahead as well as some of the other people, and where you know you've got just as much brains or even more than they have. Another marvelous place to take the personal initiative is to compare yourself with other people who are succeeding beyond your success. Make comparisons and analyses and to see what it is they have that you don't have. You'll be surprised to find out how much you can learn from the other fellow. Maybe the fellow you don't like very well either. You can learn something from him. If he's ahead of you, if he's doing better than you are, believe you me, you can always learn something from the man who's doing better than you're doing. Sometimes you can learn something from the fellow who's not doing as well as you're doing too. It works both ways. You may find out why he's not doing as well. Number 15, the habit of listening much and talking only when necessary. I wonder how many of you listen more than you talk. Would you give me your hands? And I've never yet heard of anybody learning anything while he's talking. Except that maybe he might learn to not talk so much. Well, now this seems kind of funny, but it's not funny, it's very serious. The vast majority of people do a lot more talking than they do listening, and they seem dead bent on getting the other fellow told off instead of listening to see what the other fellow has to say that they might profit by. Listening much and talking when necessary. Think first and talk last. And 16, a well-developed sense of observation of details. How many of you feel that you have a keen sense of observation of details? How many of you feel that you could walk down State Street here or any of these streets in front of Marshall Fields, just casually walk by, and then after you got at the end of the block, give a very accurate description of everything you saw in the window? Think you could do that? I once belonged to a class in Philadelphia directed by a man who was teaching us the importance of observation of small details, because he said it was the little details that made up the successes and the failures of life, not the big ones at all, the little ones. The ones we usually pass aside as not being important or that we don't even observe. And as a part of our training, he took us out of the hall and took us down the street 1 block, crossed over the street, came up 1 block, and back into the hall. And in doing so, we passed about 10 stores, one of which was a hardware store. And in that hardware store window, I would say there was easily 500 articles. And he asked each one of us to take a pad of paper and a pencil along. Now, mind you, giving us a crutch for our memory. And to put down the things that we saw as we passed along that we thought were important. And guess how many was the greatest number of things that any of us put down, going 2 blocks, 1 block down this way, across and up the other side, and covering at least 20 stores. Guess how many was the greatest number of things that any of us saw?
30, 20.
You'll be surprised. The greatest number of things that anybody had down was 56. And when this man came back, he didn't have any paper, and no pencil. He listed 746 and described each one of them and told what window it was in and what part of the window it was in. I didn't accept it. I had to go down after the class was over and backtracked him and checked it, and he was absolutely 100% accurate. In other words, he had trained himself to observe details, not just a few of them, but all of them. And believe you me, a good executive, a good leader, a good anything is a person who observes all the things that are happening around him, the good things and the bad things, the positives and the negatives. He doesn't just happen to notice those things that interest him, he notices everything that may interest him or may affect his interest. Attention to details. Number 18, the capacity to stand criticism without resentment. How many of you can do that? Come on, give me your hands. Now I'm going to test you another way. How many of you invite criticism that is friendly criticism from other people? How many of you invite it? You're overlooking a bit there, my friends. Those of you who didn't vote, you're overlooking a big bit. Because one of the finest things that could possibly happen is to have a regular source of friendly criticism of the thing that you're doing in life, the thing that constitutes your major purpose at least. I invite it because the things that you're doing daily that may offend other people, you think they're all right or you wouldn't be doing them. And you're going to keep on doing them if somebody doesn't call them to your attention. Is that right? So you need a source of friendly criticism. It's one of the most marvelous things in the world. I'm not talking about these people who don't like you and criticize you just because they don't like you. That's no good. I wouldn't let that have any effect on me whatsoever. And on the other hand, I wouldn't pay too much attention to the person who gives me friendly criticism just because he loves me. You know, you can do yourself justice. What's damage that way? I've heard it said out in Hollywood that those stars out there, when they begin to believe their press agents, and sometimes they do, they're just about through. That's right. Well, you need to have the privilege, ladies and gentlemen, of looking at yourselves through the eyes of other people. You need that privilege. Yeah, we all need it. Because I'll assure you that when you walk down the street, you won't look the same to the other fellow that sees you as you think you look to yourself. And when you open your mouth and speak in conversation or otherwise, you don't, what registers in the other man's mind is not always what you think is registering at all. You need criticism. You need analysis. You need people to point out to you changes that you ought to make, because we all have to make changes as we go along. If we didn't, we wouldn't grow. But did you know that the majority of people resent any kind of suggestion or criticism whatsoever that differs from what they're doing? Anything at all that would change their way of doing things, they resent it. And consequently, they do themselves great damage by resenting. Friendly criticism. Someone has said that there's no such thing as constructive criticism. I can't buy that. I think there is such a thing as constructive criticism. I think it's wonderful. I think it's absolutely wonderful. Just remember that no matter what you're doing, who you are, how well you do it, you'll never get 100% approval from the crowd. Don't expect it, and don't be disturbed too much if you don't get it. Loyalty, number 20, loyalty to all to whom loyalty is due. Loyalty comes at the top of the list in my book of rules of qualifications of people that I want to be associated with. If you don't have loyalty, to the people that have a right to your loyalty, you don't have anything. No matter how brilliant you are, how sharp or smart, how well educated, the smarter you are, the more dangerous you may be if you don't have loyalty. If you can't be loyal to the people that have a right to your loyalty. How many of you are loyal to the people that you're supposed to be? Well, that's grand. That's grand. I don't mean to make any of you tell lies, and I'm sure you wouldn't. But I just wanted you to check up. You see, when you start voting on something, before you do it, usually speaking, you stop to think, well, now, do I?
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh, I had to shut my eyes. It was getting to hurt me. But you gotta taste. You gotta taste what the hell the DJing does. All right, I'm looking at how Europe is affected right now during our NYC pre-market. Go ahead, give me some clickies out. I think I deserve it in the practice account. One time for the one time. Just make sure I'm on point. This is not my practice account. It looks like a bear flag is setting up here though, so I might see if it touches up here and fails. All right, y'all. You get to see it live. What I do and how I do it. The biggest contradiction of it all is that it's none of your business. If I'm not gonna stick to my strategy, then why use it, right? You got my line set up there for no reason. I just merely thought it was gonna fail through and go down to the slower side here. Tone his range. We'll see what it does. It might just fake this out and ran all the stops. I might have got in too early. Alright.
be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. They'll be calling me royalty.
inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Tape my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the 4-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep. Close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
that's a fucking. Hold on. Let's see. Nah,
Alright,
it
y'all. We
didn't
got Big
respect
Blue
that
in the chat.
level. But if it respects this one up here,
He's talking to Gold Trade.
yeah, that I got pulled back a little too hard on. And
Test the 1 2. The test the 1 2. Let's make sure we got levels right. I gotta definitely get another mic, but we in this bitch.
that's all good. Yeah, let's see, what is this? Is this a 2K? Bro, that's a fucking almost a 2K1 contract trade right there on GC.
Yeah, I haven't looked at it. I'm gonna take your word for it because gold has just been going to all-time highs, and I faded it. And due to my psychology, I'm not gonna chase it.
You wanna know what pisses me off?
What's up?
Look at our messages real quick. It's the.
Oh man, why didn't you call me earlier? This was at 8:12.
So pre-Asia session, it was at 7 p.m.
Trust me, I know.
I woke up, right? Woke up, saw it happen, placed the trade where I have the P&L box.
Mm-hmm.
And you want to know what account it was on?
Practice.
And you want to know what it would have done?
AI, what you do? What you do, Allen Iverson?
It would have got me out of drawdown. I would have been equal.
Gee.
And
Jab away, man. Murdered.
I've been getting murdered and chopped out back to fucking back.
I got Monday, I got halfway up my drawdown, right? So I copied trade and it's like, yeah, I'm not going back that way. All right. And then here I am sitting now under half my drawdown. First trade done for the day. I got chopped out yesterday like a motherfucker.
Yeah, same. But if I'm not gonna say anything, but if you read above, if you read the text within those.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Did you get blown out?
Uh-huh.
Gee, I might have to do something a little later. I just had to. Yeah. Hold on. Time out.
Yeah, damn. Oof. Okay. Yeah, because the 815 one is, I would do that. The Apex? What is... Is it the wealth trader? Rhythmic. Oh, okay, wealth charts. Yeah. Yeah. What does it... Where does it say the price? No, I know the price for the 50K is 167, but it's 80% off that. Oh, the 300K? Oh, is that what it is? The 100K static? Profit gold 2K? Hold on. That one's static. Where does it say the final price at? Apex flash sale. 80% off. No, there's no code. It's just their flash sale. Hold on, let me see if I can find it on their website real quick. %80 off evals, yeah. Is it just automatically applied? Yeah, it says 137 each month. What? I don't know where the code is. Ah, okay, found it. me double check and make sure I clicked the right one. So for wealth charts, wait, you can use trade. Wait a minute, hold on. Yeah, that's not what I'm asking. If you use Tradeovate, then you can connect to. You can connect it through fucking TradingView. Oh, like the real-time data? Well, I think that's included with the 100K static, yeah. Okay, so let's see. TradeStation, Tradeovate, okay. There's wealth charts on here. No, I think wealth charts is its own thing. Yeah. Daily drawdown 625 on the static. God damn. But that's on 100K, which is, you know. Yeah. And profit goal's only 2K. Is it only one step as well? Mobile compatible. TradingView compatible. Okay. Uh, 2740. No, for the 100K Tradeovate. That's the 100K static Tradeovate. The 300K is probably going to be double that because it's $300 versus 137. But the Tradeovate one comes with it's the coupon code SAVE NOW, all caps. Yeah, I got the emotions down because I wasn't even that upset when it happened. I was just like, damn, that sucks. Just one contract. Yeah, it was a mini. That's why I kept getting that's why I kept fucking getting whipped. Yeah, I know. See, I could be up. Like, I would be up. No, listen. I would be up for the day, like 150 bucks, 200 bucks, right? I'd be like, okay, let's make a little more, right? Let's make like an extra 100. And I would get in the right setup and it would just whip and I'd be down. I'll be like, fuck me. Yep. You want to know some fucking bullshit? I called this. No, I would have hopped in it if I could have. Here you go, I'll send it to you. I called that shit. Save now. And what, Apex is 4x, right? For options. And if I have the Trade-Evade plan, then that means I don't have the 5-second delay anymore, huh? Yep, and it hit full TP, 1K trade. I would have been back up in profit, and then could have flipped my position. No. I would have hopped in both of these trades. I would have pulled myself out of drawdown. Actually, I probably would have got out right there where it pulled back 2 candles, to be honest with you. So I would have made 1,000, probably close to like $1,300. Would have waited, seen it hit that resistance up there at the top, wait for it to fluctuate, see if it's actually going to hold that resistance, place a trade, and then it would have banged each time. Yeah, because I've got the emotions down. I can sit in trades now. I'm not like, oh shit, I'm up $100. Out. I'll let that motherfucker marinate for like 5 minutes. Common fucking bull flag right there. How much further you have to go on that one? Oof.
Order filled.
in the chart. This motherfucker's setting up another bear flag, and it's gonna continuation to the downside. Mm-hmm. And I can't even fucking touch it. See, I don't like shorting it either, but it's also broke all-time highs, and it's trying to look. Yeah, it's honestly looking to it's trying to. It'll probably try to pull down and sweep probably Asia highs if it doesn't just chop today.
Order filled.
Yeah. See, I'd already have half my profits already. Yeah. Yeah.
Order filled.
Nope, it's up 10. Well, it was. I know it's lag behind. Yeah.
Order filled.
Go from a cup of coffee to a pair of tennis shoes. So yeah, I'm gonna wait for this to do something. It's about to take a little height. I'm gonna set me some more levels. But the range is by the pullback, you know. We're live again on The Voice. Got this guy over here I gotta work through. I'm not happy about him. My Apex trading shit. Do something. I guess it's been doing something. I just missed it, right?
Yeah.
That was my buy here.
Pop to the downside.
Yeah, it was my buy here bump. Quick little trade. I mean, hell. Really, I just go between these candles and try to eat it up, right? So that got me there, halfway there. We're here now. Let's see what happens.
Yep, gold's about to pop to the downside.
Is it?
Mm-hmm. And it's going.
That means NQ and shit's about to go the opposite direction, or is everything catching the same wave for right now? Because it looks like NQ's getting heavy also. Or is it just running stops? Because it looks like it's stair stepping up. That's 1 minute. What the fuck is going on over here? How can I get this better? That's my 15 minutes. So what I wanted to do is go out to a further time frame for the day, right? Because that's the 30-minute, and it kind of mirrors candle action on the 5-minute. So if I trade off of here, I don't think I can get whipped out that bad, you know? You see that? Just catch the breath of these candles out here in this further time frame.
Yep.
Rather than trying to catch it in the 1 minute. Play it for a full candle. Something's not right here. I don't like it. How you liking the channel so far, Lou?
It's having a little bit of resistance. But once it breaks at 33.27 level with a strong candle, not a wick, it'll just pop to the downside.
You're talking gold, right? I'm not on the gold chart. I think lean cattle's having it sell off. Maybe. That's what my 1 minute says. What my 5 minutes say. That might have been my problem too. It is slowed down. It's 9:30, 10:30. I'm done trading it. New York time. That motherfucker had to run.
It popped.
Gold popped?
Yep. I told you.
Yeah, I'm not
gonna tell you.
Around. I'm not gonna play
33.27.9. It finally popped out of that damn range.
Yeah. I told you I wouldn't have been selling it. Alright, yeah, I'm standing up real quick and taking a little walk around the room because I felt myself trying to chase. And I know that
What
I
goal?
shouldn't this cattle trade because I missed a big chunk of it, but I took what was mine for the day, I guess. And I know that it's getting ready to slow down. It slows down around 11 o'clock, so it's 10:34 New York right now, right?
Yeah.
I think it's done for today, but I did get to test it out. I get to but with it being Thursday, like basically when this closes, the volatility slows down, all the volume goes out of it, right? Around 12 o'clock. Well, we got some news coming on it come Friday. But guess what Friday is? It's a holiday.
Yep.
So I need to get in touch with my cattle buddies, other guys that are selling cattle, see what's going on in the sale barns today, and try to figure out by tomorrow what the trade gonna be. And as I say that, it just ticks. It ticks to the upside. Look at my range where I was at on here. I said, hey, like this shit, I could have bought it here. It got late. I just held. Boom. Got it. You stay with the trade in whatever direction it's going for the day. Just move your trail. So I like what that's doing. Yeah, that's beautiful. I do like that. And it was strong. The entire time it was strong. All the way up. It's still strong up. It looks like a good cattle season.
If I was able to actually touch this, I would have done been up.
Me and you both, brother. Me and you both. This is the way it goes. This is the way cookie crumbles. So yeah, I'm walking away. I'm gonna refill my cup of coffee and grab a bottle of water. Maybe 2 bottles of water. And it's 10 o'clock. It's 9:30. That was my body dip. That's so antagonizing. All right. Let me see what I can do on these other charts. Euro trade. Looks like a bull flag, don't it? But it got too much confluence up here. And then you got speakers speaking and tweeters tweeting. And last night, I was super tired because I pulled pretty much a full shift yesterday from pretty much bell to bell, 4 to 4. Asian market to Asian market is pretty much what I pulled yesterday, right? And I was tired as hell, and I noticed that in my trades. And I missed all of this, what I planned on trying to grab, but like at least a portion of it, but like, Jesus. It sold off and then bought back up again. Now we're in this range. So I guess I gotta wait until, euro close to figure out which way we're gonna go. But I mean, I would think it would go back that a little bit lower.
Does Top Step have whatever you have to reset? Does it run taxes as well on the price?
I have no idea, but I'm claiming everything until I move to Puerto Rico.
No. I'm saying like whenever you pay to reset.
I can't remember, bro.
Is it sales tax?
I can't remember, to tell you the truth. To go to Rito. Yeah, I can't remember at all. It's 15 minutes. Give me some off of here. Let's see what we're gonna do in here. I haven't reset in a minute. I used that one for, and honestly, I thought I was gonna have to be able to reset, you know, all the accounts. No, it only gave us one free reset across the board. Even though I was copy trading some of my shit.
Yeah.
As soon as I said, you were there for that day, weren't you? As soon as I said, okay, I'm gonna try this copy trade. I put the trade in and was trying to get my stop loss, and the motherfucker just ran. Blew 2 accounts. Nah, it was me and Chip on here. And I saved 1 account. I blew 2 accounts that day. Never again. What kind of let me see what's going on with these trend lines. This is gonna sell off some more. And I should definitely be in this trade here if it's gonna sell off. But I think, I took about a $25 to $30, no, almost $50 loss we're here today. So I'm not afraid of the loss. I just want to make sure that my setup is the fuck one, A plus. It looks like a head and shoulders pattern, don't it? Trying to form. Maybe I'm tripping.
Right there. It's a very sharp head and shoulders.
Maybe I'm tripping. That's kind of what I see. I need to be getting ready to sell, but I'm away. So
You know
I
what's
sit on
also
my
fucked
hands.
up? At 637 on gold, I saw that head and shoulder. Well, it's a reverse head and shoulders pattern, or upside down, whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
I saw that happening, and I was at work, so I couldn't get it. That would have been. Hold on, let me see. Because I know where I would have gotten in at.
Why don't you set the limit buy then? Set your take profit and stop losses with it.
Yeah.
Because that's actually what I need to do right here. Because I know my levels. What happens is, I either, like, once it gets to my levels, it completely turns around. Because I'm also playing, like, close to my stop loss. So I pick that's where I'm fucking up at. Right? Because I moved out of trading my actual entry point and getting as close to my stop loss as I can, right? Yeah. But where I fuck up at, I'm trying to buy market and sell market rather than limit buys. If I've placed limit buys and everything in there, I think I've been all right. But I'm missing by a lot of ticks and then I'm playing catch up to build through size. By the time I get in good in the position, it's turning around on me.
Yeah, because you also have the spread as well.
Yeah.
And whenever you mark it, it will
Top
it'll
ticking and
spread your
everything.
buy.
Yeah. So, I definitely need to get back to my limit buys. Even if I am sitting there managing it, still hit limit buy. As I'm seeing it move into my wave. Because the market has been fucking me up, and I think that's just best for the caveman trade. I haven't been caveman trading at all. It's all well and fine. So what I need to do is add that into my repetition. Caveman trade with everything else, and I'd be all right for like every fucking day. That's almost $5,000 a day I'm seeing run by on a passive way, and not sitting here, just developing my journal and everything. But that's what I'm seeing. Caveman trade. If I play the range, play my limit buys because it's been big ranges. Honestly, I kind of like these ranges, bro. You got to back out though. You got to back out. With these ranges, we can't play the 5 minute, to the 1 minute like that unless you're in there really sniping and scalping. But these ranges are ranging out to be ranges in the 15 to 30 minute, and it's looking good. It's stair step a little bit, but you have to see the different ways of the stair step. Look at that head and shoulders coming. Let's see if it wicks back down to it. That'd be my sell on the euro, but I'm not, we got some time, so I ain't gonna chase. I'll catch a piece of it. I'm trading with all sides on there. It's my live account. And that's what I'll do, Lou. I plan on taking a payout there anyway today. So what I'll do is I'll work some Forexes up. You want to do, you busy right now?
No, I'm just watching the charts, watching Top Step.
Okay. You want to do some deep diving into the peso? I heard Coach Jay talk about that last night. And yeah, it's moving. Like, it's moving. I think it's 6M if you look it up, and then drop it off into the the chat GPT. Because if I can catch some of that shit too, we'll really be in business. I just take that payout like that. I can take one now, but I'll be shorting myself in the end. I wanted to build my bag before I take it out some more. I haven't traded this account all week yet. I think I traded a little bit Sunday night. It's Monday. Yeah, Sunday night to Monday I trade that. Ugh. All right, that's what. Why wasn't that my buy? So that means on the flip end, I would believe just my analysis. Look at this shit. Now the NQ in the euro dollar is mirroring instead of going in the opposite direction. So something's about to happen. With these moving like this is getting ready to move in the opposite direction in both ends. Just my analysis. So one's gonna go up and one's gonna go down. I don't want to get caught on both of them fucking up. So I let one pull and one go. Whichever one goes first, we'll wait for the reaction on the other. So it would be delayed step. If the euro starts to take off, right, then I would look for MQ to take some steps up because I'll be looking for the euro dollar to be a fake out and short down, and vice versa. It's working through my live journal. Let's see what's going on. Good sell limit. I would take profit here. Boom. Boom. That's a quick little $80 run there. And it's starting to move on me. So what do I do here? I'm gonna wait till it get up there. I ain't been up there though, that's the thing. I'm thinking. Go ahead. Let's not move anything. You see, that's what messes me up because I'm waiting on it. And now I would want to chase this shit now that it just swept that. Look at that. I'm not going to chase it. Give me a little bounce back to where I need to go. Since it is at the top of this range, right? And then come on down. It'll give me a big ass red candle like this again. I'm going to be upset if it does it. And that's what it looks like it wants to do. It ain't even going to fake me. Let's go over here. Let's see what that NQ doing. The NQ is having some troubles on the 30-minute. Of course, that's the 30-minute though. It's looking like it's breathing in the upward position. Yeah, that would have been a nice little buy down there. See what it's gonna do. I'm chilling. We chilling. Look at that. Lay on it. But then we got all this power shit coming up, don't we? Let me reset. Forgot we got this power shit coming. I don't want to give him $15. Definitely my trade there. This wasn't a good range. That's my range there. It's always changing, so that's my range. That'll be my caveman here. 15 minutes. Look at my fire, man. I look like it can go to the upside.
Bro, my fucking trend lines are on point.
You been on YouTube?
No. I put trend lines just to see like possibilities of where it'll like hit and reverse. And if it doesn't break through that said trend line, so like it's more like key level. I use it as like key levels, and it literally hits every time.
Yeah.
Because if it's like so like there's a trend line that I have, and
these are trend lines.
It's right through. I mean this trend line has probably been here for. Oh yeah, this fucking trend line's been here forever. Oh yeah. It's. Hold on, let's go find it. Let's go find where it started. Ah, okay, so this trend line started from April 11th.
Yeah. Keep on doing that
Right.
good shit, man.
That trend line is from April 11th. And it went right to tap it with no issue. It's tapped the top side of that trend line twice. Well, it got close. Now it's tapping and kind of like spiking through it, but not holding through it.
Leaving like a little candle there. Or not a candle, a wick there.
Yeah, it's just a wick.
Yeah, I got the same thing going. If you go on my stream right now, I got the same thing going on with NASDAQ right now. The lines below the yellow line are lines from this morning. Everything above my yellow line has been there. So, and it's just, same thing. Same thing you just explained.
Actually, here, it just. Like, look. You see where price is currently?
I haven't been watching those.
No,
I'm on my markets. Yeah, call it.
Just look at Discord. That's all. You can look at it on your phone. You'll be able to see it.
Yeah, that's great.
Mm-hmm.
And it's forming a trend line. It caught your trend. I just did some linear lines on mine. Yeah, that's.
I have. So horizontal lines are for key levels, and then I actually have raised for trend lines.
Yeah. Remember when we were trading meme coin back in February? You were like, "Hey, why are all those fucking lines there?" That was a great comment. It was a great commentary. Just to roll that back through.
Yep.
We had like what, fucking at least 40 people in the Discord at that time.
Yeah.
And then we got into what's the name? Discord ain't gonna name drop this shit. Shit got wild over there. And we were over there first in the Motion Man, huh?
Uh-huh. I'm deleting some of these levels that are way lower.
motherfuckers thought I was gonna change. Including you and me.
Looking groovy. Yeah, this is definitely a big ass range day. So I'm gonna go ahead and see what it looks like on the 15 minute, and then go from there.
They finally broke it. And it's gonna attack the next, so
You talking
let's
gold?
see. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably gonna attack the 13 line. It's a trend line that I have. Actually, I can do this.
It makes me feel as if I should be trading gold right now, but I'm not. Am I fading you?
No, not necessarily.
I guess with the cattle trade being done for the day, I could go over that way.
Okay, I want to see if it actually holds, if it stays broke, because it broke back above that trend line I showed you that it tapped. But I want to see if it stays up there solid or if it flips again.
Bro, this shit's weird, man. Hold on. Let me close this. Hold on, bro. I gotta tell this shit's weird. Hold on.
Yeah. Sounds about right. We pop back to the upside. Finally. Yeah, I wanted to try and catch that Asia session tonight, because that's around the time that I wake back up. Because I know what it's going to do on Asia. No, it doesn't say anything on the calendar. Yeah. Gold is a demon that you literally just have to just caress in the right way and hope, and just hope it doesn't whip you. It I'm looking at the 5-minute on TradingView for XAU USD, which basically it's the same fucking thing. It's just a different price. The chart and the candles are exactly the same though. Yeah, if it finally breaks this high right here, if this is just a small pullback, it might not be. It might be a full range shift again.
Over on the gold trade, correct?
Yep, that's the only thing I look at.
Mr. Lou in the gold trade, he called it. Planning on being more disciplined to the trade. That's all right.
Yes, I'm gonna go to micros whenever I get my account back. I'm gonna stop fucking with the minis because
Man,
this chop is insane.
Disappeared on me for a little bit, man. Disappeared on me. I'm waiting for Chip to come back in too.
Working.
I get it.
You know, slave labor.
Slave labor. Get you some payouts in this motherfucker, man.
Bro, I'm telling you right now, if I get what me and my wife make, like, for a whole month in one payout, or maybe one payout and then again in a second payout, I'm quitting. I'm not working there anymore.
Do 3 payouts in a row. That's 3 weeks. Consistency. So you be able to put up.
I'm saying monthly, right? So monthly, what we make, right?
Yeah. So if you can do that 3 weeks in a row.
3 weeks in a row. That's 3 months worth of shit.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So if you do that 3 weeks in a row, still with the grind, that's before the end of May from here. Look at that sell off that I didn't take. Or it didn't tick me in, rather, on the US trade. I'm just outside of my fucking window. So that's what happens when I need to, like, I don't know. That's what happens. That's what happens. Need to tighten it in a little bit, market buy.
You want to see how accurate my levels are that I mark out?
Yeah, go ahead.
Here, I'll show you. I'll send a more extended screenshot. There it is. Those levels have been marked, by the way.
Yeah.
Do you see each level where it touches and then goes doink and then touches and then doink and then touches and then doink?
Same thing here, man. Look at my fucking Euro trade right now that I'm not trading.
All of my levels are proper every single time. Yeah, hold on. If it breaks through 33.21 strongly, it's gonna go down.
And get back over to that gold chart. Yeah, that's how it usually runs.
If it breaks below it, it's going to target 33.16.
Down here.
Yep.
Right there in this last little fair value here.
33.21, if it actually continues and doesn't flip again, if it continues strongly and closes strongly, it actually might hit the bottom. It might tap the bottom of this trend line here that I have roughly at the 33.24.
Call the number. 32.24.
Yeah, 33.24 is roughly, and I'm looking at a 1 minute chart, by the way.
Yeah, I'm on the 5.
Actually.
1 minute is moving. It's like the way the price action is moving lately, bro. Yeah, I'm staying about that 1 minute.
I use 5 minute to like see what roughly, like in general, what's
what
going
I do.
on.
Yeah, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
But 1 minute is where I trade.
Yeah, so I place my trades in the 1 minute, right? Sometimes it just depends. I feel right now that moving further out on the timeline, just like I was saying, especially how this price action's been going, it's been beneficial for me because I mistakenly made a trade within the 5 minute chart, thinking that it was the 1 minute chart.
Yeah.
And that was the best I did.
Mark out these next two levels. So it tapped on 33.21.6.
33.21.6. 33.21. Right here, you're talking. Let's make these yellow lines. What's the confluence, up or down? You're thinking?
If it
not financial advice.
If it stays below that upper line that I gave you, it's going to go all the way down
fair value gap down
to
here.
33.16.
Yeah. And then what was your high of that level on that yellow?
The high was 33.24.
Flat. That round number there.
Yeah, it's basically flat. It's like 0.1, but
yeah, that's where that fair value gap lies. That's a lot of money sitting right here on this pivot point right here. You see this pivot point?
Yep.
So make that a little bit bigger on both ends. Where that candle is right there. This candle here. I think you can continue up. Let's move this up a little bit higher because this is all-time highs. But that's where that money's at, so we got to leave it like that. Let's put a question mark right in between here. Big ass question mark. That's not a question mark. That's not a question mark. I don't think that's the biggest we can make it. Alright, that's the gold trade. Lou set this shit up. Let's see what it does. Not financial advice. Do your own research. If you're watching, I think it's only about one of us in here anyway. NFA, bitch. Let's see what happens. Excuse my French.
Let's see if it taps this 33.25.9 spot before it flips back to the bottom.
You're in the 1 minute chart there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see. I see.
Yeah, 33.25.9.
Yeah, pretty much 2.6. I just called the round number.
Yeah, 3.26.
Yeah. That could be a breakout.
It could be.
That'd be buying the that'd be buying the lows, you know? Buying the dip. $32.65. Let's trying to push. See what happens here. Good content, Lil. Nasdaq selling off. Kick me on my pivots. Kick me on my pivots. Look at that. Look at that. Look where my fucking Lou. Fucking around with Lou. Look what I do. $400 right there. I wasn't paying attention. It's okay. That means it wasn't for me. I used to chase that play, you know. Sell. Sell. I would have just jumped all in that and let it crush me right there because I was late. Look at that breakout.
Oop.
Well, your
Yeah,
lines
it
are
broke
there.
out.
Your lines are there. That's the range.
I wonder if it actually breaks out of 33.29 though.
What I see is doing is up here. Ayo, fake out.
That's all it fucking does.
I can play that range, man. I just got to be focused in. I see it. We got it leveled out now, so we know what we're doing. I'm gonna wait for it to get up here. I wish we had some type of alerts we can put on here. Oh, they got alerts on here? They don't have alerts yet. As soon as I get some alerts on here, it's gonna be a cold motherfucker. The only alert you got on here right now is order filled, and that can fuck you up. I'll put a limit sale here.
Ooh, wait a minute.
It's turning around. That was a little fake out.
Wait a minute.
How many candles you deep into the 1 minute chart?
It's only one. It's a doji, and
Oh
then
my
now
lord!
It's a upside down cross, basically.
I missed the
Okay, it's gonna hit that wick. Okay.
I'm not
It's
supposed to
filling in
trade
the
you
wick.
anyway.
It's finding stops.
Yeah, this next candle, the 5 minute closes in just under a minute 30. We're at just a minute 10 now. Roundabout. Now. So, what happens on this next candle within this next 30 seconds, I would say would be my confluence for the next candle. If it closes below this pivot point we're looking at, because you see it's running all the way through here, the next pivot point is here. If it closes above this pivot point where we're at here, which it's doing, the next pivot point is here. And if it gets there, of course, I feel as if it could go run for some more money, or then that just might where it runs out of steam. But the confluence has been by the dip, so it might just go up there and touch some more.
I called it at the top.
Yeah. I don't like trying to call the bottoms nor the top. Like, this is the middle range, straight up.
Yeah. No, London session.
Yeah,
I called the top. I saw it running out of steam.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Yep, this bitch is about to go."
You're doing your thing over there, Lou. Doing your damn thing over there. Look at that. So now it's trying to fall back under that pivot point we got here. Come all the way down to where it's at. But just the way it's been rolling, I feel like it's gonna.
Dude, it's running 200 to 300 ticks every single time it switches.
Now, what time? Now let's break that down, Barney style. How often is it switching? It has to be switching at certain points of time. And what I'm thinking is that we're fighting fucking computers, bro. Ain't no other way. These computers are smarter than us.
And then 1011. So here's a switch, right? So switch 1001, switch 1007, switch 1010, switch 1018.
On a bigger time frame. Go to bigger time frame.
Oh, I'm just saying on the minute where it flips.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's where you're gonna get chopped up in a minute. Go on to the 5 minute at least for the confluence, because you're like yeah, okay, go to the 15 then.
Yeah, that bitch flips and flips and flips and flips. It's literally bull, bear, bull, bear.
I'm not chasing.
Bear,
I'm not chasing. No, it's
bull,
not.
bear.
That's not like that. It's the
It's on a
range,
15
bro.
minute.
You got to think
I
about
know.
it. Yeah. So
I know.
just let's go back to what I'm thinking about, right? This is just my analysis. Instead of playing the 1 minute range, because it's doing all that motion in the 1 minute range, right? Take that same 1 minute chart in your head and take it and play 1 hour for 15 on a 15-minute chart. Break it down to 30 minutes. Break it down to 10 minutes. Break it down to the 5 minute. But if you break it down in 10 minutes, there's 6 trades in an hour. 15 minutes, that's gonna be your 4 trades in an hour. That's how I'm looking at it. You're coming out of that 1 minute time frame, because then that's when you take those risks of getting chopped up. And honestly, I'm just spitting this shit off the cuff right now, bro. It's just making sense. But I did write last night, in my journal. Look at 15 to 45 minute if crazy whips. We got some crazy whips just in this 5 minute. I'm gonna open up this trade to about an hour and try to take between 4 and 6 trades catching that range. I'm glad I took my time. Took my time on this. So in the next hour, I might even wait until after lunch, because I know that, just going back to my notes, around this time between 11:30 to 1 o'clock are my worst trades. Right?
Once you figure out that the market does exactly the same fucking thing every single day.
Almost. But right now it's the range. It's the range.
Oh, I know.
Man. You just catch the range.
New York, I've noticed, for me, I'm probably gonna stay the fuck out of New York.
I'm
not
the momentum trade.
No, it's not.
No, that's where I do my caveman trading at. New York, that silver bullet. That's where I say, okay, I'm gonna jump in a couple of contracts real quick, and I'm jumping out.
Yeah, I mean,
Stop
if
loss
you're
type.
in and out, like quick and dirty. Yeah, I mean,
caveman. That's just to build my bag to do the rest of the range trading for the day. So let's see. Let's just see before I go take a break, right? 15-minute candle. 1,
I'll tell you
2,
right now.
3.
Right? Where I'm probably going to be trading is Asia pre-market and Asia market.
Yeah. I like it.
Because with all these tariffs and everything, Asia is buying the fuck of gold.
Yeah. And we said this a long time ago, bro. And I'm upset about it. So
yeah, if I can get my account back before 6 p.m. today, I'll be up $1,000 and I won't trade for the rest of the day. I already know it. Like, you want to know some shit? Yesterday, I was like, okay, I'm down 1,000 because I got whipped 4 trades in a row. Even though it went in the direction that I know it was going to, and I would have hit TP every single time, I just got whipped.
Fuck. I'm looking at this trade go. I'm listening still. But
I was like,
yeah, I'm about to lock in.
I was looking at it, and I was like, watch this. I said, I'm gonna wake up at 7, right? Or right before 7. Asia is gonna do its run that it does every single fucking day without fail. It either goes flat on an Asia session or it runs for the fucking hills.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm gonna wake up right before 7 or right before Asia market, and if it starts running, I'm in.
I'm not fucking around with this trade right now. So yeah, I agree
and
with
that's
you.
Exactly what I did on my practice.
I agree with you. So
you know I did it from my phone too. I had literally woke up, opened up my remote software to my computer, went, oh okay, cool, 7, it's running, Click buy.
It should be that easy. We should be at the golf course and be like, hey, Trading View just hit my alert. We should take a look at this real quick. Work far fucking forward. Take home $1,000 for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, hold on, let me go look at how long that was in Asia.
So that's just all I'm getting to. I'm gonna be easy right now because I feel like I'm getting rushed. I feel like I'm rushing myself. You come in with the gold fucking trades. I'm liking the gold trades. I'm liking the gold trades.
So 55 to 02. So 7 minutes. 7 minutes hit a $1,000 trade.
One lot. Imagine I minied that motherfucker, put a tight stop loss. Caveman that motherfucker, right? 5 minis.
Yep, just kept buying. Buying on the way
just
up.
Just 5 minis right off the bat. Or 10 micros.
Sure.
10 micros right off the back and did an ad. 5. Boom, boom. Trailing stop loss after it's in profit. If it's already running that way, it's in profit, trailing stop loss. 10 of them. Boom. I'm done. But that's for later. I'm gonna not do that. And then I wouldn't do anything like that until I build me a bag to say, hey, I'm okay with losing $2,000 a day, and has to be less than fucking 2%. So
Yeah, because I'm gonna tell you right now. Yes, normally in normal markets, right? Gold, New York session, whether it's AM and PM, doesn't matter. It is always good. Always runs. Always good, right?
Yeah.
Right now, Asia is my New York right now.
Yeah. Well, shit, man. Let me get some things done. You gonna be around for a while?
Probably the next hour.
Okay.
Before I have to go to sleep.
I get that too. Well, if anything, I will catch you in the pre-market of Asia. I'll be here.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna reset real quick. Get my trades ready. It's getting into my choppy season, so I'm not gonna trade. But I'm definitely gonna get some things done here.
Yeah, hopefully I can get my account back before Asia tonight.
Don't say hopefully. See, you break into psychology again. What you got to do to get your account open back?
My hopefullys are more of a probability, like a positive probability. They're more so on the 70 to 100%.
Let's make that fucking 90-10. I like 90-10 better.
Well, I'm saying like from about 75 to 100%. That's the probability scale of whenever I say hopefully.
Okay, hopefully and willing.
That's
hopefully and willing.
Yeah.
I like that. We're just working on psychology here. I've listened to. I've dropped you some things. Listened to a lot of Master Key. Listened to a lot of trading psychology, and the words we speak.
Yeah.
I'll just put it into good use. So yeah, I'm just gonna chill. I did my studying for this morning. I am leaning. I did do a couple of good trades today. So yeah. I'm just waiting. I'm just gonna wait. I got all day to trade.
Yep.
Ain't no sense rushing it.
Yeah, because whenever I get back in this bitch by the Asia session, I mean my favorite country is Japan. So
yeah, I'll put something together for the Asian market then, so we come back live and heavy.
Yep.
Have Buzzkill log on to everything she can to give us some views. I'll start promoting it now. Shit, keep your gold shit tight. Tuck that chain if you need to.
Today, fucking Yesterday and today, I needed to tuck my damn tail between my legs and just
Me too.
not be in the market.
Me too. I need to write this down. Hold on. Let me write this down real quick. So what did I say? I said 10-minute get you 6 trades. All right. 15 get you 3, 4. 30 gets you 2 trades. Top and bottom.
Actually, hey, here, I got this. I wonder if I can do this. Yeah.
Maybe we can algo that too.
Okay.
In range trading.
So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna show you.
I was kind of wanting to sell that cattle off once it hit the top. I didn't sell it off, right? Look at this shit. You see, you're on YouTube?
Yeah, hold on. Give me a second.
Ugh.
Yeah.
That's horrible. Yeah, that happened yesterday.
So,
I lost that much yesterday.
So don't worry about the price that it says there. Just worry about the ticks, right?
Am I in your Discord?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So that's for the my P&L box, my short position or long position, right?
Okay.
So that is the $1,000. That is the $1,000 TP position box with one contract.
So how do we break that down? You say $1,000. Can you break that down Barney style for me, right? And make it 4 trades for me at $250, just for me personally. If I can make 4 trades like that at $250, that's $1,000. Break it down.
Okay, so you see where it says 100 ticks?
Mm-hmm.
This is for gold.
Yeah.
Just quarter it. Yeah.
Okay. What about the stop level? Because then I'll be 1-to-1 if I do that. Because you have 102 to 24. If I go 25-25, I'm 1-to-1. So what do I do with my?
Well, I mean, if you're in gold, you're gonna want like a 250 stop loss.
Yeah. So how do I manage that? Sizing down. All right.
Sizing down? Are you talking about like micro wise?
Yeah. Something like micro wise, that's a great trade. 100 ticks for 25. You got a nice little jar down. That's about 250. In a mini.
Yeah, it's the same amount of money. But it's whatever.
Your stop loss is widened.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same amount of money.
It's just further around the chart.
Yeah. Something like that. Yeah. I'm gonna put that to work. I'm glad I wrote that shit down. That's the first thing I'm gonna look at when I come back and sit back down at the turn. I'm gonna leave this running with the trades, the trend lines rolling. I'm gonna also place.
You know some fucked up shit I have.
Go ahead.
I have a one contract, 1K profit P&L box, right? Whether it's short or long, doesn't matter. I have a 1 contract, 1K profit. I have a 2 contract, 1K profit, and then a 3 contract, 1K profit.
I like the 3K contract. Are you adding in, or are you taking it all at once?
That's all at the same level. So if you buy in, it's just for that, right? Because hold on, let me look at the settings for it. So this is how much more sketchy a 3 contract buy-in is. Here, I'll put 3. Hold on. 3 C 1K profit. C You see how much smaller that shit gets? I'm gonna also send you this is 2 contracts, 1K profit. The 1 contract is 9 times out of 10 going to be safer. And that 3 contract buy-in is the sketchiest. And all of those are about I think those were set up to be 250 risk.
Test.
1K profit.
God damn it. I didn't know I was muted. So what would be the confluence there on the 3 contract to the 1 contract, right? Would it be volume? If you see a lot of volume coming in on the order books, you take the 3 contract. If you don't see as much volume, you take the 1. If you're feeling ballsy, you take 2 contracts.
It's more so okay. So I'm basically an ICT trader, right? But
ICT.
I also look. So I'm mainly an ICT trader.
Me too.
Right?
Me too.
But I do also use pure price action, right?
Mm-hmm.
I use, well, here's the full rundown that I figured out that all of what I use. I use ICT Concepts, ICT Silver Bullet, the pure price action. So, you know, volatility in the market, the momentum of where the price is going. So just price action, right? And then I also, and this is just me because I'm good at recognizing patterns. So I do, I also tie chart patterns into it as well.
Nice.
So
For
my
me,
strategy is like a mutt.
For me, I use, the true daily average. So basically the high and lows, right? And then I use smart money concepts, basically using ICT to see where all that money's at. So you got the high and lows, I'm back on my term, high and lows. Then you have the smart money contracts to see where these whips are paying money out at. The bigger the whip, the more chances for money to come out at. And then I also use the silver bullet, which gives me the time frames of when is the best time to trade. And I really need to lock back into my silver bullet.
Yeah.
I think that's mainly what I use. Oh yeah, and I use market profile also. I haven't been using it lately, but that's probably part of my problem. But this is what market profile looks like. And it just gives you shows you where the single print's at, where a lot of money is, and where little money is. So that's how I break it down. And that's better on a bigger chart. A lot of money, a little money. A lot of money's right here. A little money right here, a lot of money's down here. A lot of selling pressure right here. The redder the chart, selling pressure. So it's a lot of money back here that we're fighting over. And that's basically how I look at it. We're fighting over money from here. We're fighting over money from here. We're just fighting money everywhere. We're in a war. We're in a trade war. Excuse me.
Yep.
Got Renko. I would like to get back to using Renko.
That motherfucker broke the high and it has moved.
Jesus. I haven't even been back to your trade, dude. Let me go back over here.
It's moved 250
Cliffhanger. If I would have faded Lou on the short, I'd be a happy man right now. But I haven't been trading gold. I did set this up. This is
Yeah, but that was a pre-setup. That was just looking
no.
to see if it was a continuation. I was
Yeah,
looking
that-
for more of a continuation to the downside for it to sweep liquidity, but
and then shoot up.
gold
So
does
that's-
what it wants to do. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. I would just buy the dip. If I bought that dip here when we were setting this up, we've been all right. Well, I haven't been tracking gold at all, so it was best for me not to be in it. It wasn't a trade for me. But this motherfucker just hit all-time highs. Look at it run. Look at this motherfucker keep rolling. What's the news? Top Step TV's talking about it just now.
Yeah.
Let's find out what the news
if you would
is.
have ticked in at the bottom, my bottom line that I told you, 33.21.
Yeah.
Well, 33.21.7.
Yeah. 6, that line right there.
Yep. If you would have popped that motherfucker and just hit buy.
Madison Park. That's where I was born.
Yeah.
My mom would.
I seen it.
You would have been up more than a 1K. You would have been out of drawdown.
Yeah. If I go back to the tape, though, you're talking about, I was looking for here. You said 2-1. I was looking for about where this NFA is at, not financial advice to buy in here, because I thought that was going to whip in. But no,
Yeah,
it decided.
I honestly thought it was gonna whip further down, into that older fair value gap. Yeah, I thought it was gonna whip down further into that large one at first. Well, that's more so of an order block at this point.
Yeah, that's all
'Cause
it
if you
is. That's where contracts are set up to either. This is where money's gonna fight at. If it gets back down to here, if it blows through here and gets back down to here, this is where money's gonna fight. To get where bulls and bears are gonna fight at. It comes back down in here, it's either gonna bounce and come back down. But I doubt it even gets there.
Hold on, buddy. Okay, so you see where the NFA is, right?
Yeah.
Go left to the previous dip before it.
Right here?
No, down. No. We're talking down. We're talking about.
You're talking about this NFA.
The 3314 area at 6:22 a.m. Right? No. Okay. So slow down. In the middle of your screen. Go to the right. Right a little bit. The next dip to the right. Nope. That one. That was a Head and Shoulders.
Yeah.
Right.
Dude, that's the one we were talking about.
Yep. So there was a 5-minute fair value gap over to the left of that Head and Shoulders, right?
Mhm.
So if you look left,
Yeah.
you're going right.
I'm definitely going left. That's left.
Well, it's behind for me. Here, share your screen real quick.
Oh man, I gotta go run and get an appointment done. You're gonna have me here all day. Share screen.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just share my screen.
I'm here.
Okay. So go left of that.
Yeah, that's where I was at the first time.
Gonna be in the London session right there. You see that fat green candle?
Yeah.
At roughly around 344, 345. Yeah, that one. There's a fair value gap sitting right there, right? And the Head and Shoulders dips below it slightly, right?
It took that money already. It took a lot of money already.
It took all that fucking money out of that fair value gap.
So we can do.
Shot up, right? It shot up, created another fair value gap at 636 to.
Let's go already.
636 to 648, right? Then it shot up, right? Then it consolidated, shot up again, consolidated even more, came back down at 843, well, between 8:39 and 8:43.
Yeah.
It pulled back through both of those fair value gap and order block, and it has shot up.
It coiled. That's all it did. Here goes my lines here, bro. The same thing. That's a 15-minute candle. Here. I'm still listening to you on the gold trade. I'm multitasking.
So it shot all the way the fuck up to 35 at 9:04, consolidated, tapped into probably another fair value gap, another 5-minute fair value gap right there. During the jump at, what was it? The jump that was at 8:42 all the way to 8:56. So there's probably a fair value gap sitting somewhere in there. I just haven't looked at it on a 5-minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was. It was.
There.
Yeah, the candle on 8:50 was the fair value gap. It has now swept that liquidity and tapped into that fair value gap, and it has created new highs. See, I thought it was going to retrace a little bit further into that fair value gap, maybe a little bit below it before it shot back up, because lately these markets love just finding stops. It's like it knows where your stop is and will stop hunt you until it gets your money.
That's when you set up your stop loss, and if it ain't going your way, you get the fuck off. But let me I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna have to go ahead and fucking run and take care of some business real quick, so I'm back before 12. I'm sitting here looking at my trades going on. This was definitely a stair step up by the dip type ordeal. I missed 2 dips on this deal, so I think the next dip is where this fair value gap. Where was that fair value gap we were talking about? I got one set up at that 24-21. That you know where we're at. That's where some money's at.
Hold on. The most recent one that was tapped was, let's see, this candle here at 8:50 a.m.
Price.
3321.6 to hold on, let's see.
I got it. I got it from 324 to 321. I'm sorry, 324 to 321, and it can whip below that. It definitely got some room to whip down to 316.
Hold on, let me see. It's the true fair value gap sitting there on a 5-minute is 33261 to 33218. It did already sweep it, but you know, these markets like to come back and retest things.
Yep. You're correct there. Alright, I'm gonna go handle this thing. They're still going after all-time highs and gold.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I should have bought that dip there. I don't know why I didn't. I don't know why. But I do know why. I haven't been trading gold, and that's why I got whipped out gold one too many times. But I'm starting to see its pattern and know its pattern a little bit.
Yep. It literally, the highest probability trade is going to be around 7 p.m.
15-minute candle here, my Eurus. Yep,
yeah, it's going to be an hour and a half. Yeah, it's going to be an hour and a half before, actually, here, I will tell you the exact
What I'm gonna do
time.
is, I'm not even gonna go after times. You gotta trade the chart. Because I don't want to put that on my brain, because then I'll be looking for the time.
Well,
what I'm gonna do is, let me load in this trading psychology, and then I'm gonna jump in with you on the Discord, because I gotta get up out of here real quick. Hold on.
Yep.
Here goes some trading psychology, folks. I'll be back with you. This is open. We're able to bear with it. We see 15 minutes at a time. My boy Big Lou come in, show some love. It's just the two of us. One of these days, it's gonna be thousands and thousands of people in here fucking around with us, talking shit to us. All right, let's get these combines set up. I'll be back to you. Let's listen to some trading psychology for dummies. Rolling, you.
I'm gonna go mute for now.
I'm with you. I'm right out.
Into the psychology of trading. Whether you're a beginner or an experienced trader, one thing is certain. Trading success is not just about strategies and charts, but about mastering your own mind. Today, we dive into Trading Psychology for Dummies, written by Roland Ulrich. This book is a game changer for anyone looking to develop the mental strength, discipline, and emotional control needed to succeed in the markets. Why do traders make impulsive decisions? How can you manage fear and greed effectively? What habits separate winning traders from those who struggle? This book answers all these questions and equips you with powerful psychological tools to trade with confidence, focus, and consistency. From building a strong trader's mindset to handling losses like a pro. Every chapter is packed with valuable insights to help you become a more disciplined and profitable trader. And before we begin, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to stay updated with more powerful trading insights. Let's get started. Brain-compatible trading. In trading, our biggest challenge isn't the market, it's our own mind. The way our brain processes risk, reward, fear, and greed directly impacts our trading decisions. Understanding how our brain works and training it to think in a way that aligns with market behavior is key to long-term success. The battle between instinct and rationality. Human brains are wired for survival, not for trading. Thousands of years ago, quick decisions helped us escape danger. Today, those same instincts make us react impulsively in the market. A sudden price drop, our brain panics and tells us to sell. A strong rally, greed takes over and we rush in without thinking. Successful trading isn't about reacting, it's about acting with discipline. And that requires understanding how our brain makes decisions and learning to override its emotional impulses. The two systems of decision-making. Psychologists describe the brain as having two decision-making systems. System 1, fast emotional thinking. This is automatic and instinctive. It makes quick decisions based on fear, excitement, or past experiences. It's great for survival, but terrible for trading. System 2, slow, logical thinking. This system is rational, analytical, and deliberate. It carefully processes information and makes calculated decisions. Most trading mistakes happen when System 1 takes control, reacting to price movements emotionally rather than following a structured plan. The goal of brain-compatible trading is to shift decision-making from System 1 to System 2. Training the brain for trading success. Since our brain naturally leans toward emotional trading, we need to train it to think in a more structured and disciplined way. Here's how. 1. Develop self-awareness. Start observing your own reactions. What emotions do you feel when a trade goes against you? How does excitement influence your decision-making? Keeping a trading journal helps you identify patterns in your behavior and recognize when emotions are taking over. 2. Pre-commit to decisions. One of the most powerful techniques in trading is mental rehearsal, planning your responses before they happen. Before the market opens, decide in advance how you will handle different situations. What will you do if a trade moves against you? How will you react to a breakout? When will you take profits or cut losses? By practicing these scenarios mentally, you prepare your brain to act rationally rather than emotionally in real time. 3. reduce information overload. Too much information can cloud judgment. Constantly refreshing stock charts, reading financial news, and watching every market movement can overwhelm the brain. Instead, filter out the noise and focus only on relevant data. Traders who make the best decisions rely on a structured process, not on momentary emotions. By training your brain to think logically, patiently, and systematically, you gain an edge over those who let emotions control their decisions, developing mental strength. Trading isn't just about strategy, it's about mindset. No matter how good a trader's technical skills are, without mental strength, it's impossible to handle the ups and downs of the market. This chapter focuses on how to develop the right mindset for long-term success in trading. Why mental strength matters in trading. The stock market is unpredictable. Prices fluctuate, trends reverse, and unexpected news can shake the market. If a trader is mentally weak, they will react emotionally, panic selling in fear, chasing trades out of greed, or overtrading after a loss. Mentally strong traders, on the other hand, remain calm. They don't let emotions dictate their decisions. They follow their strategy with discipline, whether they are winning or losing. Mental strength in trading is about staying focused under pressure, remaining disciplined even after a loss, managing stress and emotions effectively. Without these qualities, even the best trading strategies will fail. The psychology of handling wins and losses. One of the biggest challenges in trading is dealing with both success and failure. 1. After a winning trade, many traders feel invincible. Confidence turns into overconfidence, leading them to take bigger risks, ignore stop losses, or enter trades without analysis. This can quickly wipe out previous profits. 2. After a losing trade, emotions like frustration, self-doubt, or revenge trading take over. A trader might try to recover losses immediately by entering random trades, usually leading to more losses. Mentally strong traders treat wins and losses the same way, as part of the game. They don't let emotions influence their next move. They stick to their strategy no matter what. Building resilience in trading. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from setbacks. Every trader faces drawdowns, unexpected losses, and tough market conditions. The difference between a successful trader and an unsuccessful one is how they respond. Here's how to build resilience. 1. Accept uncertainty. The market is unpredictable. No strategy guarantees 100% success. Instead of expecting every trade to be profitable, mentally strong traders accept that losses are part of the game. 2. Control what you can. Let go of what you can't. A trader cannot control the market, news, or price movements, but they can control their reactions, risk management, and decision-making process. Instead of worrying about external factors, focus on executing your strategy with discipline. 3. Develop emotional control. Markets will test a trader's patience. There will be days of frustration, fear, and doubt. Instead of reacting impulsively, mentally strong traders take a step back. Techniques like deep breathing, mindfulness, and stepping away from the screen help in regaining emotional balance. The power of routine and discipline. Successful trading requires a structured routine. A mentally strong trader follows a disciplined approach no matter how the market behaves. Some key habits include having a pre-market routine, reviewing the market, planning trades, and mentally preparing. Following a trading plan, entering and exiting trades based on strategy, not emotions. Tracking performance, keeping a journal of trades, mistakes, and lessons learned. Taking breaks, avoiding burnout by stepping away when needed. Discipline is the foundation of mental strength in trading. Without it, emotions take over, leading to inconsistent results. By developing mental strength, traders gain the confidence to make rational decisions, manage risk effectively, and navigate the market with a clear, focused mind. Developing your personal trading system. Every successful trader follows a system, a structured approach that guides their decisions. Without a system, trading becomes chaotic, driven by emotions and guesswork. This chapter focuses on how to build a personal trading system that aligns with your personality, risk tolerance, and market preferences. Why you need a trading system. Many traders enter the market without a clear plan. They rely on tips, gut feelings, or random strategies. This leads to inconsistent results, emotional decision-making, and, ultimately, losses. A trading system removes uncertainty. It provides clear rules on when to enter and exit trades, how much risk to take per trade, which market conditions to trade in. By following a structured system, traders develop consistency, which is key to long-term profitability. The components of a strong trading system. A personal trading system is built around several key elements. Each trader must define these according to their goals and risk appetite. 1. Choosing a trading style. The first step is deciding what kind of trader you want to be. Different styles require different strategies. Scalping, very short-term trades, often lasting seconds or minutes. Day trading, buying and selling within the same day, avoiding overnight risk. Swing trading, holding trades for days or weeks to capture medium-term trends. Position trading, long-term trades based on fundamental analysis. Your lifestyle, time availability, and personality play a big role in selecting the right style. 2. Defining your market and asset class. A good system focuses on specific markets and instruments. Some traders prefer stocks, while others trade forex, commodities, or cryptocurrencies. Each market has unique characteristics, and mastering one is better than spreading yourself too thin. 3. Entry and exit rules. Clear entry and exit rules are the foundation of a trading system. These rules should be based on objective criteria, not emotions. Some common entry strategies include breakout trading, entering a trade when price breaks a key resistance or support level. Trend following, entering when a strong trend is confirmed. Reversal trading, entering when price shows signs of a trend reversal. Exit rules are just as important. Traders must define profit targets, when to take profits based on predefined price levels. Stop losses, when to cut losses to prevent major drawdowns. Trailing stops, adjusting stop loss levels as the trade moves in favor. Without clear exit rules, traders often hold on to losing trades too long or exit winners too early. Risk management strategy. Risk management is what separates professionals from amateurs. Even the best trading system will fail without proper risk control. Key risk management principles include position sizing, never risking too much capital on a single trade. Many professionals follow the 1 to 2% rule, meaning they risk only 1 to 2% of their capital per trade. Risk-reward ratio, ensuring that potential rewards outweigh risks. A common ratio is 2:1, meaning the trader aims to make twice the amount they risk. Diversification, avoiding overexposure to a single asset or sector. A system with strong risk management protects capital and ensures survival in the market. 5. Backtesting and optimization. Before using a system with real money, traders test it on historical data to see how it performs. This process, called backtesting, helps determine the win rate of the strategy, the average profit-loss per trade, the drawdowns and losing streaks. If a system doesn't perform well in backtesting, it needs adjustments. Once optimized, it should be tested in a live market using small position sizes before scaling up. Adapting your system to market conditions. No system works in all market conditions. A good trader knows when to trade aggressively and when to step back. Markets go through trending, sideways, and high volatility phases, and a trading system should account for these changes. Some traders have multiple strategies for different market conditions, while others prefer sitting out unfavorable periods. The key is discipline, sticking to the system and avoiding impulsive decisions. The real challenge is following the system with discipline, because even the best system will fail if not executed properly. Implementing your trading plans. A well-structured trading plan is useless if it isn't executed properly. Many traders develop strong strategies but struggle with actual implementation. This chapter focuses on the practical steps needed to apply a trading plan consistently, ensuring that decisions are made with discipline rather than emotion. Why execution matters more than strategy. The stock market is filled with traders who have great strategies but fail to follow them. The reason? Emotional interference. Fear causes hesitation, making traders miss good opportunities. Greed leads to impulsive decisions, causing traders to deviate from their plans. Overconfidence after a winning streak results in reckless trades. A trading plan only works if it is followed with absolute discipline. Without proper execution, even the most profitable strategy will fail. turning a trading plan into daily action. Once a trading plan is developed, it must be broken down into daily, structured steps to ensure consistency. This involves 1. Preparing for the trading day. Before the market opens, a trader must review the market conditions. Is the market trending or ranging? Are there any major news events that could cause volatility? Check the watch list. Identify stocks, forex pairs, or commodities that fit the trading strategy for the day. Set trade alerts. Predefine entry points and exit levels to avoid emotional decision-making. A pre-market routine ensures that trades are planned logically rather than entered impulsively. 2. Executing trades with precision. Once the market opens, emotions can run high. To stay disciplined, follow predefined entry signals. No guessing or changing the plan mid-trade. Stick to position sizing rules. Avoid increasing risk due to overconfidence. Use stop-loss and take-profit orders. Set them in advance to prevent emotions from interfering. A strong trader doesn't hesitate or second-guess their strategy. They trust the process and execute trades as planned. 3. Managing trades in real time. The market is dynamic, and while trades should be planned in advance, they also need monitoring. However, monitoring doesn't mean interfering emotionally. If a trade is moving as expected, let it play out according to the plan. Avoid closing too early out of fear. If a trade is going against you, follow the stop loss. Mentally strong traders accept losses as part of the game. If the market conditions change, adapt by reevaluating trades, but only based on logic, not emotions. Trade management is about staying patient and trusting the risk-reward ratio set in the trading plan. 4. Reviewing and learning from trades. After the trading session ends, successful traders analyze their performance. What worked well? What mistakes were made? Did I follow my plan or deviate due to emotions? A trading journal helps in tracking progress and improving decision-making over time. The psychology of sticking to a plan. Even with a clear plan, sticking to it is difficult. The biggest challenge? Emotional discipline. Avoid impulsive changes. Traders often adjust their plan mid-trade due to fear or excitement. A disciplined trader trusts the system. Handle drawdowns with composure. Every strategy has losing streaks. Mentally strong traders stay committed rather than abandoning their approach. Separate trading from emotions. Confidence should come from following the plan, not from short-term wins or losses. By preparing properly, executing trades systematically, and staying emotionally disciplined, traders can achieve consistency and long-term profitability. Seeing trading as personality development. Most traders enter the market looking for financial success, but what they don't realize is that trading is also a journey of personal growth. This chapter explores how trading is not just about making money, it's about developing emotional resilience, discipline, and self-awareness. Trading as a mirror of your mindset. Trading doesn't just test your financial knowledge, it reveals who you are as a person. Every decision you make in the market, whether it's driven by fear, greed, patience, or confidence, reflects your mental and emotional state. For example, if you struggle with patience, you might exit trades too early, missing bigger profits. If you fear losses, you might hesitate and miss good opportunities. If you lack discipline, you might overtrade or take impulsive risks. By understanding how your personality influences your trading, you can identify weaknesses and work on self-improvement. The 4 key personality traits for successful traders. To succeed in trading, you must develop specific mental and emotional qualities. These aren't just skills for the market, they help in life too. 1. Self-awareness. Knowing your strengths and weaknesses. A trader must understand their own emotional triggers. What makes you panic? What makes you overconfident? Keeping a trading journal helps identify patterns in behavior and correct them over time. 2. Discipline. Sticking to the plan. No matter how strong a trading strategy is, it will fail if you don't follow it. Discipline means sticking to entry and exit rules, risk management, and avoiding emotional decisions. Patience. Waiting for the right opportunity. Many traders feel the urge to be in the market constantly, but successful traders know that waiting for the right setup is better than forcing trades. This patience extends beyond trading. It teaches you to make better decisions in all aspects of life. 4. Emotional control. Managing fear and greed. The market will test your emotions daily. Learning to stay calm under pressure, whether in a winning or losing streak, is crucial. Traders who master emotional control think rationally and avoid destructive behaviors like revenge trading or chasing losses. Turning trading struggles into self-improvement. Every trader experiences frustration, self-doubt, and emotional swings. But instead of seeing these struggles as failures, view them as opportunities for growth. For example, if you struggle with fear, work on developing a mindset of acceptance. Losses are part of trading. If you lack discipline, create a strict routine and hold yourself accountable. If you get emotionally attached to trades, practice detachment and treat each trade as part of a larger system. By working on these aspects, you become a better trader and a stronger person overall. The journey toward emotional sovereignty. The ultimate goal isn't just to make money, it's to become emotionally sovereign. This means reaching a state where external factors, market movements, wins, losses, do not shake your confidence or decision-making. Traders who achieve this level of self-mastery do not chase trades out of excitement. Do not fear losses. They manage them logically. Do not let winning streaks make them reckless. They operate from a place of balance and clarity, making rational decisions regardless of external conditions. Practicing mental self-coaching. Trading is not just about strategies and market analysis. It's about managing your own mind. The difference between successful traders and those who struggle isn't just knowledge. It's their ability to control emotions, stay disciplined, and make rational decisions under pressure. This chapter explores the concept of mental self-coaching, a practice that helps traders develop emotional stability, confidence, and resilience, key traits for long-term success. Why mental self-coaching is essential for traders. Every trader faces psychological challenges. Fear of losses makes them hesitate. Greed pushes them to take excessive risks. Overconfidence after a winning streak leads to reckless decisions. Self-doubt after losses creates hesitation and second-guessing. If these emotions are not managed, they will control a trader's decisions, leading to inconsistent performance and costly mistakes. Mental self-coaching helps traders stay calm and focused in volatile markets, develop discipline to follow their strategy, overcome negative emotions and self-doubt. The 4 steps of mental self-coaching. To master mental self-coaching, traders need to follow a structured approach. The process involves 4 key steps. 1. Awareness. Identifying emotional triggers. The first step is to become aware of your emotions while trading. What situations trigger fear, greed, or hesitation? Some common triggers include entering a trade and immediately fearing a loss, seeing a stock move in your favor and closing too early out of excitement, facing a losing streak and starting to doubt your entire strategy. Keeping a trading journal helps identify these patterns. By understanding what triggers emotional reactions, traders can start working on controlling them. 2. Reframing, changing negative thought patterns. Once traders recognize their emotional responses, they must reframe their thinking. Instead of reacting with fear or frustration, they should replace negative thoughts with rational, empowering beliefs. For example, instead of thinking, "I can't afford another loss," a trader should think, "Losses are part of the game. I'm managing risk correctly." Instead of thinking, "I should have taken profits earlier," they should reframe it as, "I followed my plan, and that's what matters in the long run." By consciously changing self-talk, traders reduce stress and make better decisions. 3. Focus, staying present and avoiding emotional distractions. The market constantly moves, creating endless opportunities for distractions and impulsive reactions. Traders must train their minds to stay focused on executing their strategy instead of reacting emotionally. Ignore external noise, market news, social media hype that disrupts decision-making. Develop a clear trading routine that keeps them disciplined. Techniques like mindfulness and deep breathing can help in staying present and maintaining clarity during trading hours. 4. Reinforcement, building confidence through repetition. Mental self-coaching is not a one-time exercise, it's a habit. The more a trader practices emotional control, the stronger their mindset becomes. Ways to reinforce mental self-coaching include daily affirmations, positive self-talk before the trading session, visualization, mentally rehearsing trades to build confidence, post-trade analysis, reviewing trades to see where emotions influence decisions. Over time, self-discipline becomes second nature, making it easier to stick to the plan and trade with confidence. Building mental strength for long-term trading success. Just like athletes train their bodies, traders must train their minds. Mental self-coaching transforms self-doubt into confidence, fear into control, and impulsiveness into discipline. The psychology of coping with losses. Losses are an inevitable part of trading. No trader, no matter how experienced or skilled, can avoid them completely. The real challenge is not preventing losses, but learning how to handle them psychologically. This chapter explores how traders can develop the right mindset to accept losses, learn from them, and continue trading with confidence and discipline. Why traders struggle with losses. Losses create an emotional response: fear, frustration, self-doubt, and even anger. These emotions can lead to hesitation. The fear of losing again makes traders second-guess their strategies. Revenge trading, trying to immediately recover losses by making impulsive trades. Abandoning a good strategy, assuming that a well-tested system is broken after a few losses. Overtrading, taking excessive trades to compensate for a losing streak. These reactions worsen the problem, leading to bigger losses and emotional exhaustion. Successful traders don't let losses control them. They accept them as part of the process and move forward with a clear mindset. Reframing losses, shifting your mindset. Instead of seeing losses as failures, traders should view them as necessary lessons. Every loss provides valuable feedback. Did I follow my trading plan? Was my position size appropriate? Was the loss a result of market conditions or a personal mistake? By analyzing losses objectively, traders can learn and improve rather than react emotionally. A professional trader separates their identity from their results. A losing trade does not mean they are a bad trader. It simply means that in a probabilistic market, losses will occur even with a good system, developing emotional resilience in trading. The key to handling losses effectively is emotional resilience, the ability to stay calm, focused, and disciplined even after setbacks. Here are the strategies that help. 1. Accepting losses as a normal part of trading. A trader who expects to win every trade will always be disappointed. Losses are not failures, they are part of the cost of doing business. Just like a shopkeeper pays rent and salaries, a trader pays losses as part of staying in the market. 2. Sticking to a risk management plan. A strong risk management plan prevents losses from becoming devastating. Never risk more than 1 to 2% of total capital per trade. Use stop-loss orders to limit damage from unexpected market moves. Maintain a risk-reward ratio that ensures long-term profitability. When traders trust their risk management, they can accept losses without fear. Tosh 3. Avoiding emotional reactions after a loss. After a losing trade, there's a temptation to immediately take another trade to make the money back. Revenge trading. Increase position sizes to recover faster. Emotional overtrading. Quit trading out of frustration. Instead, successful traders take a step back, analyze what happened, and ensure their next trade is based on logic, not emotions. 4. Using mindfulness to stay present. After a loss, traders often dwell on the past, replaying what went wrong. This creates mental stress and hesitation. Practicing mindfulness and deep breathing helps traders. Stay focused on the next opportunity, not the last mistake. Keep emotions under control and avoid impulsive decisions. Maintain confidence even after a losing streak. 5. Keeping a trading journal to track losses. A trading journal is a powerful tool for self-improvement. Instead of just recording numbers, traders should document their emotions, mistakes, and thoughts after each trade. By reviewing past trades, they can spot patterns in their losses, identify emotional triggers that lead to bad decisions, learn what works and what doesn't, improving over time. Adopting techniques for coping with stress and anxiety. Trading is one of the most mentally demanding activities. The constant uncertainty, rapid market movements, and financial stakes create an environment where stress and anxiety can build up quickly. If left unmanaged, this emotional strain can lead to poor decision-making, burnout, and even physical health issues. This chapter explores practical techniques that traders can use to manage stress, stay mentally strong, and maintain emotional stability, even in high-pressure situations. Why trading is so stressful. Unlike many other professions, trading offers no guaranteed income, no fixed work hours, and no certainty of success. Every decision involves risk, and the outcome is never fully in a trader's control. This uncertainty can trigger performance anxiety, worrying about making the right decisions, fear of loss, constantly stressing over potential financial setbacks, emotional exhaustion, the mental strain of watching the market all day, overthinking, replaying past mistakes or fearing future ones. Traders who don't manage stress effectively burn out, lose confidence, and make impulsive mistakes. That's why developing stress coping techniques is as important as having a solid trading strategy. Techniques for reducing stress and staying focused. Successful traders have mental routines and coping strategies to keep emotions in check. Here are some of the most effective techniques. 1. Deep breathing and relaxation exercises. When stress levels rise, the body reacts with increased heart rate, shallow breathing, and muscle tension. Deep breathing exercises can instantly calm the nervous system and help traders regain focus. A simple technique. Inhale deeply through the nose for 4 seconds. Hold the breath for 4 seconds. Exhale slowly through the mouth for 6 seconds. Repeat this cycle 5 to 10 times before and during trading sessions. This practice helps reset the mind and body, preventing emotional reactions to market movements. 2. Practicing mindfulness to stay in the present. Anxiety often comes from either dwelling on past losses or fearing future ones. Mindfulness teaches traders to stay fully present in the moment. Mindful traders focus only on executing the current trade, not the previous one. Avoid unnecessary distractions like social media or financial news hype. Accept that losses and uncertainty are part of the process rather than resisting them. By staying in the present, traders make calmer and more rational decisions. 3. Using physical activity to release stress. Sitting in front of screens all day can build up stress in the body. Regular exercise helps reduce cortisol levels, the stress hormone, improve mental clarity and focus, release pent-up frustration from losses or market volatility. Even simple activities like walking, yoga, or stretching between trades can reset the mind and prevent emotional fatigue. 4. Setting boundaries to avoid overtrading. One major cause of stress is being too attached to the markets. Many traders watch screens all day, constantly analyzing every tick. This creates mental exhaustion. To avoid burnout, set fixed trading hours and step away once they are over. Avoid checking charts excessively after placing a trade. Take regular breaks. Even stepping away for 5 minutes can refresh the mind. Trading should be treated as a structured activity, not an addiction. 5. Creating a pre- and post-trading routine. Having a structured morning and evening routine helps traders enter and exit the market with a clear mind. Before trading, meditate, review your strategy, and mentally prepare for the day. After trading, analyze performance, reflect on emotional reactions, and detach from the market. These routines create a sense of control and balance, reducing stress over time. 6. Developing emotional detachment from trades. Traders often become too emotionally invested in outcomes. When a trade goes against them, they take it personally. This leads to stress and overreaction. Instead, a trader should see each trade as just one of many, not a defining moment. Accept that losses are part of a long-term system. Focus on execution rather than results. Following the plan is more important than any single win or loss. By detaching emotionally, traders can stay calm and make logical decisions. By using breathing techniques, mindfulness, exercise, structured routines, and emotional detachment, traders can build a resilient mindset that allows them to stay disciplined, focused, and confident, even in the most volatile markets. Untangling decision-making's hidden path. Trading is all about making decisions. buy, sell, hold, or stay out. But decision-making isn't as straightforward as it seems. Every trader brings unconscious biases, emotional triggers, and mental shortcuts into their decision process, often without realizing it. This chapter uncovers the hidden influences that shape trading decisions and explains how traders can develop a clearer, more objective approach to decision-making. The complexity of trading decisions. At first glance, trading appears to be a logical game of numbers, trends, and probabilities. But in reality, every decision is influenced by psychological and emotional factors. Some common challenges traders face: overanalyzing, getting stuck in analysis paralysis, afraid of making the wrong move; impulsiveness, jumping into trades based on emotions rather than strategy; confirmation bias, seeking information that supports existing beliefs while ignoring contradictory data; loss aversion, holding on to losing trades too long, fearing the pain of realizing a loss. These subconscious influences can distort judgment and lead to costly mistakes. Understanding them is the first step to mastering trading psychology. How the brain makes decisions under uncertainty. Human brains are not designed for trading. They evolved to seek certainty and avoid risk, which is the opposite of what markets demand. The emotional brain, limbic system. This part of the brain is responsible for fear, greed, and impulsive reactions. It pushes traders to panic sell in downturns or chase after price spikes. The rational brain, prefrontal cortex. This is where logical thinking and analysis happen. It helps traders stick to their plan and make calculated moves. In stressful situations, the emotional brain often takes over, leading to rash decisions. The key to good trading is to train the rational brain to stay in control. Recognizing and overcoming cognitive biases. Cognitive biases are mental shortcuts the brain takes to simplify decisions. While useful in everyday life, they can be dangerous in trading. Here are some of the most common biases affecting traders. Abstract 1. Confirmation bias, seeing what you want to see. Traders tend to seek out information that supports their existing opinions while ignoring opposing data. For example, a trader bullish on a stock may only read positive news and ignore warning signs. After entering a trade, they may downplay negative indicators because they don't want to admit they might be wrong. How to fix it? Always look for counter-arguments before making a decision. Ask, what would convince me that my trade idea is wrong? Follow a structured checklist instead of relying on gut feelings. 2. Loss aversion, the fear of being wrong. Studies show that people feel the pain of loss twice as strongly as the joy of a win. This causes traders to hold on to losing trades, hoping they will turn around. Cut winners too early, fearing they might lose their profits. How to fix it? Accept that losses are part of the game. A good strategy doesn't need every trade to win. Set predefined stop losses and follow them strictly. Focus on the long-term results, not individual trades. 3. Recency bias, overweighting recent events. Traders often make decisions based on the most recent experiences rather than the bigger picture. For example, a trader who just had a string of losses may become overly cautious and miss good opportunities. A trader on a winning streak may become overconfident and take excessive risks. How to fix it? Always evaluate trades based on historical performance, not recent emotions. Stick to a consistent process, regardless of short-term results. Keep a trading journal to track patterns over time. 4. The sunk cost fallacy, holding on because of past investment. If traders spend a lot of time or money on a position, they feel emotionally attached and don't want to let it go. For example, a trader who has been waiting for months on a bad stock refuses to sell because they've already invested so much time in it. A trader who spent hours researching a trade won't cut losses because they are emotionally invested in being right. How to fix it? Make every decision based on current market conditions, not past effort or losses. Regularly ask, would I enter this trade today if I didn't already own it? Detach emotionally from trades. Treat them as numbers, not personal projects. Building a decision-making framework. To trade successfully, decisions must be systematic, not emotional. The best way to achieve this is by creating a decision-making framework. 1. Define clear entry and exit rules. Use a structured trading plan that includes exact entry and exit conditions. Avoid making decisions on the fly. Have everything written down. 2. Use checklists to avoid emotional decisions. Before placing a trade, ask, does this trade match my strategy? Am I following my risk management rules? Am I making this decision rationally, or is it based on emotions? A simple checklist can eliminate impulsive mistakes. 3. Limit information overload. Too much information can paralyze decision-making. Traders should stick to a few reliable sources instead of constantly looking for new opinions. Focus on key indicators rather than overcomplicating analysis. Trust their strategy rather than reacting to every news headline. 4. Practice detachment from outcomes. Instead of focusing on whether a trade wins or loses, focus on whether the decision was correct. A good decision with a bad outcome is still a good decision. A bad decision that makes money is still a bad decision. By shifting focus from short-term results to long-term process, traders can avoid emotional swings. By recognizing hidden biases, training the rational brain, and following a structured decision-making process, traders can eliminate emotional mistakes and make smarter, safer trades. Using evolutionary rules of thumb. Trading is not just about charts and numbers, it's about how the human brain processes risk, reward, and decision-making. The way traders think and react today is deeply rooted in evolutionary psychology. Our ancestors developed rules of thumb, heuristics, to survive in an uncertain world. These instincts help them avoid danger and find food. However, in the modern trading environment, these same instincts can lead to errors in judgment, emotional trading, and financial losses. This chapter explores how traders can recognize and adapt these evolutionary patterns to make better trading decisions. The brain's survival instincts and trading. Thousands of years ago, our ancestors had to make life or death decisions quickly. Their brains developed shortcuts to process information rapidly. These shortcuts, called heuristics, help them avoid immediate threats, fight or flight response, react to uncertainty quickly, intuition over analysis, seek safety in groups, herd mentality. In the wild, these instincts were crucial, but in the financial markets, they can lead to irrational decisions. How evolutionary instincts affect trading. 1. The fear of uncertainty. Why traders struggle with risk. The human brain hates uncertainty. Our ancestors survived by avoiding unknown risks. If they heard rustling in the bushes, they assumed danger and ran. In trading, this instinct leads to hesitating to enter trades because the outcome is unknown, panicking in volatile markets, exiting too soon, overanalyzing data to seek certainty before making a move. How to fix it? Accept that uncertainty is part of trading. No trade is ever 100% safe. Develop a rules-based strategy to reduce overthinking. Learn to manage fear through experience and exposure. The more you trade, the more comfortable uncertainty becomes. 2. The herd mentality. Why traders follow the crowd. Our ancestors survived by sticking together. Those who strayed from the group were more likely to be eaten by predators. This instinct still drives traders to follow the herd. This leads to buying at market tops because everyone else is buying, selling in panic during crashes instead of holding strong positions, jumping on trending stocks without solid analysis. How to fix it? Train yourself to think independently. Just because everyone is buying doesn't mean it's the right move. Use objective data, charts, volume, indicators, rather than social media hype. Remember, most of the crowd is usually wrong. Successful traders move before the herd, not with it. 3. The fight or flight response, emotional reactions to market movements. When faced with stress, the brain triggers the fight or flight response. In trading, this translates to flight, cutting winning trades too early out of fear. Fight, holding on to losing trades too long, refusing to accept defeat. How to fix it? Use stop loss and take profit orders to remove emotional decision-making. Stick to a trading plan so decisions are made rationally, not emotionally. Practice deliberate emotional control. Take deep breaths, step away, and return to logic. 4. The scarcity mindset. Why traders fear missing out. Our ancestors never knew when they'd find their next meal, so they developed a scarcity mindset. Take what you can while you can. In trading, this becomes FOMO, fear of missing out. FOMO leads to chasing stocks at high prices, fearing they'll go higher. Over-trading, thinking every opportunity must be taken, ignoring risk just to be in the market. How to fix it? Remember, there will always be another opportunity. Set clear entry criteria and only trade when conditions match your plan. Train yourself to wait for the right setups instead of rushing in. Hashu 5, loss aversion. Why traders fear losing more than they love winning. Studies show that losing $100 feels twice as painful as winning $100 feels good. This is an evolutionary instinct. Our ancestors avoided unnecessary risks to survive longer. In trading, this results in holding on to losing trades too long, refusing to take a small loss, taking profits too early, fearing the market will turn, focusing on avoiding losses rather than making good trades. How to fix it? Accept that losses are part of the game. Even the best traders lose trades. Use risk management tools like stop-loss orders. Focus on long-term profitability, not just individual trades. Using evolutionary instincts to your advantage. Instead of fighting these instincts, traders can use them wisely to improve their decision-making. 1. Train your mind to handle uncertainty. Use SHA simulation trading to build comfort with uncertainty. Focus on process over outcome. Good trades sometimes lose, and bad trades sometimes win. Recognize that certainty doesn't exist in markets. Successful traders embrace probabilities. 2. Develop a contrarian mindset. When everyone is overly bullish, start looking for weakness. When markets are in panic, look for buying opportunities. Train yourself to think logically, not emotionally, when the crowd overreacts. 3. Rewire your brain for rational risk-taking. Accept that some trades will fail. The goal is consistency, not perfection. Take calculated risks rather than avoiding risk entirely. Keep position sizes reasonable so losses don't trigger an emotional response. 4. Turn fear into discipline. Replace FOMO with patience. Great setups come to those who wait. Use structured routines to avoid impulsive decisions. Trust your system and strategy over emotions. Finding the right basis for decision-making in trading. Trading is a continuous decision-making process. Every trade involves choices: when to enter, when to exit, how much to risk, and whether to sit out entirely. But what should these decisions be based on? Many traders make the mistake of relying on gut feelings, news headlines, social media hype, or even pure hope. However, professional traders know that every decision must be grounded in objective, reliable factors. This chapter explores how to establish a solid foundation for making trading decisions, free from emotional biases and external noise. Why poor decision-making leads to failure. Most trading mistakes stem from faulty decision-making processes. Common pitfalls include: 1. Overconfidence, believing you are smarter than the market and ignoring risk. 2. Emotional trading, letting fear, greed, or stress override logical reasoning. 3. Following the herd, copying others instead of making independent choices. 4. Lack of a structured system, making random trades without a clear process. 5. Information overload, trying to process too much news and analysis, leading to confusion. These issues cause traders to make inconsistent and irrational choices, leading to losses, frustration, and lack of confidence. To succeed, traders need a structured and rational approach to decision-making. Building a strong decision-making framework. A trader's decisions should be based on 3 fundamental pillars. 1. Reliable market data, price action, volume, indicators, and historical patterns. 2. A well-defined trading strategy, rules that dictate when to enter, exit, and manage risk. 3. Psychological discipline, the ability to follow the plan without emotional interference. By aligning decisions with objective criteria, traders can eliminate guesswork and impulsive actions. Key factors for making better trading decisions. 1. Trading with a defined strategy. A clear strategy acts as a roadmap, ensuring that decisions are based on predefined rules, not emotions. A good strategy should include entry signals, what conditions must be met before taking a trade, exit rules, when to close a position for profit or loss, risk management, how much capital to allocate per trade, Position sizing, how much to buy or sell in each trade. Without a strategy, traders act on emotions, making impulsive and inconsistent choices. Good decision-making is about executing the plan, not reacting to emotions. 2. Using price action and technical analysis. Instead of relying on news or opinions, traders should focus on price movement. Price reflects all available market information and tells the true story of supply and demand. Some key price action principles: support and resistance, identifying key price levels where the market reacts. Trend analysis, understanding whether the market is bullish, bearish, or ranging. Volume confirmation, checking if price movements have strong participation. Candlestick patterns, recognizing psychological shifts in market sentiment. When decisions are based on actual price behavior, traders gain a more objective and data-driven approach. Let the price guide your decisions, not emotions or news noise. 3. Filtering out unnecessary information. Many traders get overwhelmed by news, expert opinions, and social media chatter. This often leads to indecision, confusion, and poor trades. Successful traders focus only on relevant data, charts, key economic events, and major market trends. Avoid unnecessary distractions like financial news hype and Twitter opinions. Trust their own analysis rather than seeking external validation. Less information often leads to better decisions. Filter out the noise. 4. Managing emotions and psychological biases. Even with a perfect strategy, emotional control is key. Without it, traders will exit winning trades too early out of fear, hold on to losing trades too long, hoping for a recovery, take impulsive trades based on excitement or boredom. To avoid this, use checklists before executing trades to ensure logical reasoning. Take breaks after losses to reset emotionally. Meditate or practice breathing exercises to stay calm under pressure. Stick to risk management rules. Never risk more than a set percentage of capital. A strong mindset leads to better decisions. Control emotions, follow logic. 5. Evaluating decisions based on process, not outcome. Many traders judge their decisions based on whether they made money. This is a mistake. A good decision can still lead to a losing trade. A bad decision can sometimes result in a lucky win. Instead of focusing on results, traders should evaluate. Did I follow my trading plan? Did I make this decision based on logic, not emotions? Would I take this trade again under the same conditions? By reviewing decisions objectively, traders can improve their process over time, rather than chasing random results. Good trading is about following the right process, not just getting lucky. Practical steps to improve trading decisions. To ensure that every trade is based on a solid foundation, traders should implement the following. 1. Create a pre-trade checklist. Before entering a trade, ask, does this trade align with my strategy? Am I trading based on logic or emotions? Have I set my stop loss and profit target? Does this trade fit my risk tolerance? This simple checklist prevents impulsive decisions. 2. Use a trading journal. Tracking decisions in a trading journal helps identify which setups are working, when emotions are interfering, how to improve over time. A journal provides clarity and accountability. 3. Take breaks and reset after losses. After a losing trade, emotions run high. Instead of revenge trading, take a break. Walk away from the screen. Review what went wrong. Return only when emotionally reset. Better decisions come from a calm mindset. 4. Automate trading where possible. Using alerts, stop-loss orders, and automated execution reduces emotional mistakes. Automation enforces discipline and removes impulse trading. Avoiding the obvious mistakes. Trading is a game of probabilities, discipline, and psychology. Yet, despite knowing the fundamentals, many traders repeatedly fall into the same avoidable traps. These mistakes are not just technical errors, they are deeply rooted in emotions, biases, and habits. This chapter highlights the most common trading mistakes, explaining why they happen and how traders can recognize and eliminate them before they destroy their accounts. The most dangerous trading mistakes. 1. Overtrading. The addiction to action. One of the biggest mistakes traders make is overtrading, taking too many trades, often with poor setups, just to stay active. Why does this happen? Boredom. Traders feel they must always be in a trade. FOMO, fear of missing out. Seeing others profit makes them anxious. Chasing losses, trying to recover quickly after a bad trade. Overconfidence, a few wins lead to reckless trading. Consequences of overtrading. High commissions and fees eat into profits. Increased stress and emotional instability. More exposure to market risk, leading to unnecessary losses. Solution. Stick to a trading plan with clear entry and exit criteria. Trade only when a setup meets your strategy, not because you feel like trading. 2. Trading without a stop loss, the recipe for disaster. Many traders refuse to use stop loss orders, thinking they can manage the trade manually. But when emotions take over, losses spiral out of control. Why do traders avoid stop losses? Denial, refusing to accept they are wrong. Hope trading, believing the market will turn in their favor. Fear of missing out. They think the stop loss might trigger before price reverses. The reality, markets don't care about your feelings. Holding a losing trade too long can wipe out your entire account. One bad trade can erase months of gains. Solution, always set a stop loss before entering a trade. Accept small losses and move on. It's the cost of doing business. Hat 3, revenge trading, emotional decision-making after a loss. After a painful loss, traders often feel an urge to win back their money immediately. This emotional reaction leads to impulsive and reckless trading. Why does revenge trading happen? Ego is hurt. The trader wants to prove they were right. Loss aversion. The brain hates losing more than it enjoys winning. Desperation. The trader thinks a big win will erase the pain of the loss. The problem, revenge trades are not based on strategy. They are based on emotions. Anger clouds judgment, leading to bigger losses. It turns trading into gambling instead of a skill-based activity. Solution. After a loss, step away, take a break, analyze what went wrong, and only trade again when you are calm and rational. 4. Ignoring risk management, betting too big. Many traders risk too much capital on a single trade, thinking they've found a sure thing. Why does this happen? Greed, wanting fast profits, overconfidence, believing they can't lose, lack of patience, trying to get rich quickly. The reality, even the best setups can fail. Nothing is guaranteed. Betting too big means one loss can destroy your account. The most successful traders survive because they manage risk, not because they win every trade. Solution. Never risk more than 1 to 2% of your capital on a single trade. Protect your account so you can stay in the game. Trading based on news and hype. Many traders react emotionally to news, headlines, and social media hype. They see a major announcement and rush to trade without proper analysis. Why is this dangerous? Market reactions are unpredictable. Prices may spike in one direction and reverse quickly. News is already priced in. By the time you hear about it, professionals have already reacted. False narratives spread fast. Social media amplifies rumors, misleading traders. Example, a company reports record-breaking earnings, but the stock drops instead of rising. A major economic report is better than expected, but the market still falls due to prior positioning. Solution. Don't trade based on emotions or knee-jerk reactions to news. Stick to your strategy and let the market show its true direction before entering. 6. Ignoring market conditions. Trading the same way in all markets. Markets go through different phases. Trending, clear upward or downward movement. Ranging, sideways movement with no strong trend. High volatility, large price swings. Low volatility, slow and choppy price action. One of the biggest mistakes traders make is using the same strategy in all conditions. Why does this fail? A trend-following strategy doesn't work in a choppy market. A breakout strategy fails in a ranging market. Scalping strategies struggle in high volatility conditions. Solution: adapt your strategy to match the market environment. Before placing a trade, ask, what phase is the market in right now? Shaft 7. Trading without a plan, acting on impulse. Many traders enter the market without a clear trading plan, thinking they can figure it out as they go. This is one of the fastest ways to fail. A proper trading plan includes what setups you will trade, entry and exit rules, risk and position sizing, how to manage losses and profits, when to stop trading. Without a plan, traders fall into emotional traps, taking random trades and making inconsistent decisions. Solution: always trade with a written plan. Follow it with discipline, not your emotions. 8. Letting small losses turn into big losses. One of the worst mistakes traders make is not cutting losses quickly. They hold on to a losing trade, hoping it will come back. Why does this happen? Hope and denial. It will recover soon. Fear of being wrong. Traders don't want to admit a mistake. Lack of discipline. Not following the original stop loss. The problem? A small manageable loss turns into a huge disaster. Traders blow up accounts instead of taking small hits and moving on. Solution: accept losses as part of the game. Follow stop losses strictly and move on to the next trade. 9. Not keeping a trading journal. Failing to learn from mistakes. Most traders make the same mistakes over and over because they don't track their trades. Why does journaling help? Identifies patterns in mistakes and successes, builds self-awareness about emotional tendencies, helps refine strategies over time. Solution: keep a journal that records the reason for entering the trade, your emotions before, during, and after, what worked and what didn't, how you can improve next time. Over time, this transforms bad habits into good ones. By eliminating these common errors, traders can improve their consistency, reduce unnecessary losses, and increase their long-term success in the markets. Dealing with the stock exchange's collective misbehavior. The stock market is not a rational machine. It's a living, breathing entity shaped by human emotions, biases, and collective psychology. Traders often assume that prices move logically, driven by fundamentals. But in reality, the market is driven by crowd behavior, creating booms, crashes, and irrational trends. This chapter explores how collective misbehavior affects the stock market and what traders can do to navigate these unpredictable movements. Understanding market crowd psychology. The stock market is a social system. Every trade is a result of human decision-making, influenced by greed and fear, herd mentality, cognitive biases, media influence. Because of these emotional forces, markets do not always reflect true value. Instead, they go through extreme phases of euphoria, bubbles, and panic, crashes. Successful traders understand how mass psychology influences price action and learn to use it to their advantage. The cycle of market misbehavior. The stock market moves in psychological cycles, where collective emotions create predictable patterns. 1. Optimism, excitement, euphoria. Prices rise rapidly. Investors become overconfident. Media fuels the hype, attracting new buyers. 2. Anxiety, denial, fear. Prices stop rising and volatility increases. Early investors start taking profits. The public refuses to believe the uptrend is ending. 3. Panic, capitulation, despair. Prices crash as selling accelerates. Investors panic, selling at the worst possible moment. Media spreads fear, convincing people that the market is dead. For hope, recovery, optimism. A bottom forms as smart money starts buying again. The cycle slowly restarts. Traders who recognize these phases can make better decisions, buying when others are fearful and selling when others are greedy. Herd mentality, why most traders follow the crowd. Humans are wired to follow the herd. In trading, this means buying at the top when everyone else is buying, selling at the bottom when panic takes over. This herd behavior creates market inefficiencies and price bubbles. Example, during the dot-com bubble, investors blindly bought internet stocks without understanding valuations. In 2008, the financial crisis led to extreme panic selling, even in solid companies. The best traders think independently. They do not follow the crowd, but instead analyze what phase the market is in. The role of media and social influence. Financial media feeds collective misbehavior by sensationalizing market moves, e.g., stock market crash, promoting hot stocks after they've already surged, spreading fear during corrections, pushing people to sell. Social media amplifies this even further. Platforms like Twitter and Reddit create hype-driven movements, e.g., GameStop in 2021. Many traders get caught up in the excitement without fully understanding the risks. Smart traders avoid emotional reactions to media hype, Instead, they focus on objective analysis and historical patterns. Cognitive biases that fuel collective misbehavior. Several psychological biases make traders fall into market traps. 1. Recency bias, thinking the market will always behave as it has recently, e.g., believing a bull run will never end. 2. Confirmation bias, seeking news that supports existing beliefs, e.g., only reading bullish articles during a bubble. 3. Loss aversion, fearing losses more than valuing gains, leading to panic selling at lows. 4. Overconfidence bias, believing you are smarter than the market, leading to excessive risk-taking. Recognizing these biases can help traders make more rational decisions, getting a better grip on your trading ego. Trading is not just about strategies, charts, or technical indicators. It's a battle against your own mind. One of the biggest challenges traders face is their ego. The ego wants to be right, wants to prove itself, and hates admitting mistakes. But in the stock market, this mindset can be destructive. This chapter explores how ego influences trading decisions, why it leads to losses, and how traders can control their ego to become more consistent and successful. The problem with ego in trading. The stock market doesn't care about your opinions, predictions, or feelings. Yet traders often become emotionally attached to their trades, making decisions based on ego rather than logic. How does ego show up in trading? Refusing to accept losses. Holding on to a losing trade because admitting a mistake feels painful. Overconfidence after wins. Feeling invincible after a few successful trades, leading to reckless decisions. Needing to be right. Prioritizing being correct over making money. Ignoring market signals, sticking to a trade even when all signs say it's time to exit. The best traders don't care about being right. They care about making money. How ego leads to bad trading decisions. Ego-driven traders often make the following mistakes. 1. Holding on to losing trades too long. The ego hates being wrong, so when a trade starts going against a trader, they refuse to exit. They think, it will come back. The market is wrong, not me. I'll wait until I break even. Reality. Markets don't care about your feelings. A small loss can turn into a disaster if you let ego take control. Solution. Accept losses as part of trading. Exit when the market tells you to. Taking profits too early. Many traders exit winning trades too soon, fearing the market will reverse. This happens because they want to prove they were right by locking in gains, fear that holding on longer might lead to a loss. Ironically, this prevents traders from maximizing their profits. Solution. Follow a strategy with defined exit rules rather than acting emotionally. Overtrading after a winning streak. When traders experience multiple wins in a row, their ego inflates. They start believing, I figured it out, I can't lose. I should increase my position size. I don't need stop losses anymore. This overconfidence leads to reckless trading, which often results in huge losses that erase all prior gains. Solution. Stay humble. Every trade is independent. Past success doesn't guarantee future wins. 4. Blaming the market instead of taking responsibility. When a trader loses, the ego wants to protect itself. Instead of analyzing mistakes, they blame the market, it's rigged. Other traders, everyone panicked for no reason. Bad luck, I had no control over this loss. This mindset prevents learning and improvement. Solution. Take full responsibility for every trade. Learn from losses instead of making excuses. By letting go of ego, traders can make clear-headed decisions, reduce emotional stress, and ultimately become more consistent in the market. Fear, your constant trading companion. Fear is an inseparable part of trading. Every trader, whether a beginner or a seasoned professional, feels fear at some point. It comes in many forms. Fear of losing money, fear of making a mistake, fear of missing out, FOMO, or even fear of success. This chapter explores why fear exists in trading, how it affects decision-making, and how traders can manage it to make better choices. Why fear exists in trading. Fear is a natural response, a survival mechanism hardwired into our brains. In prehistoric times, fear kept humans alive by helping them avoid danger. But in the stock market, this same instinct works against traders, causing irrational decisions. Fear arises because money is at stake. Losing money feels painful, just like physical pain. Uncertainty dominates. The market is unpredictable, and traders fear the unknown. Past losses leave emotional scars. Traders who have been burned before hesitate to take trades. Ego is involved. People don't want to be wrong, so they fear taking losses. Understanding the roots of fear helps traders recognize and control it before it influences decisions. How fear affects trading decisions. Fear influences traders in several ways, often leading to poor decision-making. 1. Fear of losing money, hesitation, and missed opportunities. Many traders see a good setup but hesitate to enter because they fear the trade might fail. They wait for more confirmation and miss the ideal entry point. By the time they act, the move is already over. They watch and regret as the price moves exactly as they expected.
This is not my trading hour.
Solution.
I do see
Accept that
setup.
No trade is 100% certain.
I'm gonna
Follow
stay
your strategy
disciplined
instead of waiting for
and not-
perfect conditions. 2. Fear of taking a
And
loss,
this is part of my
holding
strategy.
on to losing trades.
So we'll see
When
what's
a
going on
trade
here.
starts going against them, some traders freeze. They refuse to close the position because admitting a loss feels like failure. They hope the market will turn around. They don't want to be wrong. This often leads to small losses turning into catastrophic ones. Solution: accept that losses are normal. Stick to stop losses and exit when planned. 3. Fear of missing out, FOMO, chasing trades. Traders see a stock moving up rapidly and jump in late because they fear missing the opportunity. They enter at an inflated price. The market reverses and they get stuck in a bad position. They lose money on a trade they should have avoided. Solution: stick to a strategy and avoid emotional trading. If you missed an opportunity, another will come. 4. Fear of pulling the trigger, overanalyzing. Some traders overthink every decision, searching for absolute certainty. They analyze indicators, news, and price action excessively. They get caught in analysis paralysis and never take action. They watch from the sidelines, frustrated at missed gains. Solution: trust your strategy. No trade is perfect, but hesitation guarantees missed opportunities. By understanding and managing fear, traders can make rational, disciplined decisions and achieve long-term success in the markets. 10 psychological traps to avoid when trading. Trading is not just about strategies and technical analysis. It's a mental game. Even the most skilled traders can fall into psychological traps that sabotage their success. These traps are subtle, often disguised as rational thinking, but they lead to poor decisions, unnecessary losses, and emotional stress. This chapter highlights the 10 most common psychological traps traders face and how to avoid them to improve performance in the market. 1. Overconfidence bias, thinking you're smarter than the market. One of the biggest mistakes traders make is believing they are invincible after a few winning trades. This leads to taking larger risks than usual, ignoring risk management because "I've got this," entering trades without proper analysis. Solution: stay humble. The market is unpredictable, and no trader is always right. Stick to your strategy, regardless of past success. 2. Confirmation bias, only seeing what you want to see. Traders often seek out information that supports their existing beliefs while ignoring contradictory data. This leads to holding on to bad trades because they still seem right, ignoring signals that indicate a reversal, making biased decisions based on selective information. Solution: always consider both bullish and bearish perspectives before making a trade. Be open to changing your mind. 3. Loss aversion, fearing losses more than seeking gains. Studies show that traders feel the pain of a loss twice as much as the joy of a gain. This fear leads to exiting winning trades too early to lock in profits, holding on to losing trades too long, hoping they will recover, hesitating to enter good trades because of past losses. Solution: accept losses as part of trading. Follow a plan where losses are controlled and wins are maximized. 4. The gambler's fallacy, expecting the market to owe you a win. Some traders believe that after a series of losses, a win is guaranteed. But the market doesn't work like a casino. It follows probabilities, not luck. This leads to increasing position sizes after losses. I'm due for a win. Overtrading to recover losses quickly. Ignoring risk, thinking the next trade will balance things out. Solution: Each trade is independent. Stick to a consistent risk strategy rather than chasing wins. H5. The sunk cost fallacy, throwing good money after bad. Traders often add to losing positions, thinking they can fix a bad trade. This is dangerous because it increases risk exposure unnecessarily. The market doesn't care how much you've already lost. It often leads to bigger losses instead of recovery. Solution: cut losses quickly. A bad trade won't magically turn good just because you invest more into it. 6. The illusion of control, thinking you can predict the market. Many traders believe they can control the outcome of a trade, but the market is unpredictable. This mindset leads to overanalyzing every movement, feeling frustrated when trades don't go as expected, believing that if I just tweak my strategy a little, I'll never lose. Solution: accept that you can't control the market, only your actions. Focus on execution, not predictions. 7. FOMO, fear of missing out, chasing trades at the worst time. The fear of missing out is one of the most common traps. Traders see a stock skyrocketing and jump in without thinking. Because everyone else is making money, I need to get in. The media hypes up a stock, making it feel like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They believe they will miss the move if they wait. Solution: if a trade looks too obvious, it's probably too late. Follow a strategy, not the crowd. Nonya.B 8. The recency bias, assuming the market will continue its recent behavior. Traders often believe that what happened yesterday will happen again today. This leads to chasing trends too late, expecting an uptrend to last forever, failing to prepare for reversals. Solution: understand that markets move in cycles. Always be prepared for the unexpected. 9. Trading on emotions, letting feelings dictate decisions. Trading is not about gut feelings or intuition. It's about discipline. Emotional trading leads to revenge trading after a loss, overtrading out of excitement, panic selling during corrections. Solution: develop a trading plan and follow it without emotional interference. 10. Ignoring risk management, the fastest way to blow up an account. Even if a trader has the best strategy, bad risk management can destroy everything. Common mistakes include trading too big relative to account size, not using stop losses, betting everything on a sure thing. Solution: never risk more than 1 to 2% of your capital on a single trade. Risk management is the key to long-term success. 10 success secrets of mentally superior traders. Trading isn't just about technical skills or market knowledge. It's a mental game. The most successful traders have mastered their psychology just as much as their strategy. They think differently, manage emotions effectively, and approach the market with a winning mindset. This chapter reveals the 10 key mental traits and habits that separate elite traders from the rest. By adopting these principles, traders can improve decision-making, consistency, and long-term profitability. 1. They have a clear trading plan and stick to it. Mentally superior traders never trade based on impulse or emotions. They operate with a clear, structured plan that includes defined entry and exit rules, proper risk management, a strategy based on probabilities, not guesses. Success secret: they follow their plan no matter what, even when emotions try to interfere. 2. They focus on risk first, profit second. Most traders obsess over how much they can make, but the best traders focus on how much they can lose. They understand that capital preservation is key. They risk small per trade, typically 1 to 2% of capital. They use stop losses religiously. They never let one trade destroy their account. Success secret: the best traders protect their downside first. Profits take care of themselves. 3. They accept losses as a normal part of trading. Losing trades don't bother elite traders because they see them as part of the game. Instead of reacting emotionally, they move on quickly from a loss, analyze mistakes without self-blame, avoid revenge trading. Success secret: they treat trading like a business, not a personal battle. 4. They detach emotionally from money. Most traders fear losing money or get excited when they win. Mentally superior traders remain emotionally neutral. A win doesn't make them overconfident. A loss doesn't shake their confidence. They trade based on logic, not feelings. Success secret: They see trades as probabilities, not personal bets. 5. They adapt to market conditions. Markets are constantly changing, and great traders adjust their strategies accordingly. They don't force trades or stick to old methods that no longer work. They recognize when the market environment shifts. They adapt their approach based on volatility and trends. They remain flexible, not stubborn. Success secret: they trade what they see, not what they want to see. 6. They maintain a strong mindset under pressure. Trading can be stressful, but top traders don't let stress control them. They remain calm during losing streaks. They don't panic when the market becomes volatile. They stay focused on execution, not emotions. Success secret: they develop mental resilience through practice and discipline. 7. They continuously learn and improve. The best traders never stop learning. Even after years in the market, they analyze their trades regularly. Read books, watch interviews, and learn from other traders. Experiment with new strategies while keeping risk low. Success secret: they see trading as a lifelong learning process. 8. They keep their ego in check. Pride and arrogance destroy traders. Mentally superior traders accept when they are wrong without hesitation. Don't try to prove they are right by holding on to bad trades. Stay humble, knowing the market can humble anyone. Success secret: they prioritize success over being right. 9. They master self-control and patience. Successful traders know that not every day is a trading day. They wait for high probability setups instead of forcing trades. They don't chase trades out of excitement or fear of missing out, FOMO. They have the discipline to sit on cash when the market is unclear. Success secret: they know that doing nothing is often the best trade. 10. They love the process, not just the profits. Average traders chase money. Mentally superior traders love the game itself. They enjoy analyzing charts and spotting opportunities. They focus on trading well, not just making money. They find satisfaction in improving their skills every day. Success secret: their goal is mastery, not just wealth. 10 guiding principles for the perfect trading day. A perfect trading day isn't about winning every trade. It's about following a disciplined routine, staying emotionally balanced, and executing trades with precision. The best traders understand that success is built one good decision at a time, and they follow certain guiding principles to ensure they perform at their best. This chapter lays out 10 key principles to structure a trading day effectively, reduce stress, improve focus, and maximize trading performance. 1. Start with a clear mind and a strong morning routine. A successful trading day begins before the market opens. The best traders don't just roll out of bed and start placing trades. They prepare mentally and physically. Get enough sleep to maintain mental sharpness. Engage in light exercise or meditation to reduce stress. Review the market news, global trends, and key economic events. Guiding principle: a clear mind leads to clear decisions. 2. Review your trading plan before the market opens. Mentally superior traders never trade blindly. Before placing a single trade, they review their watch list and key support resistance levels. Plan entry and exit points for potential setups. Set realistic expectations for the day. Not every day will be highly profitable. Guiding principle: trade your plan, not your emotions. 3. Approach each trade objectively. Every trade should be treated as an independent event. Traders who dwell on past wins or losses carry emotional baggage into new trades, which can lead to poor decisions. Forget what happened yesterday. Each day is a fresh start. Enter trades based on logic and analysis, not revenge or excitement. Accept that the market doesn't care about your emotions. It moves based on supply and demand. Guiding principle: detach emotionally from wins and losses. 4. Focus on high probability setups. The best traders don't trade just because the market is open. They wait for clear signals that align with their strategy. Avoid impulsive trades based on fear of missing out, FOMO. Only enter a trade if it meets predefined criteria. No exceptions. Quality over quantity. Fewer, better trades lead to long-term success. Guiding principle: patience pays. Wait for the right setup. 5. Manage risk with discipline. Even the best trading strategies can't guarantee success if risk management is ignored. Top traders focus on protecting their capital first. Never risk more than 1 to 2% of capital per trade. Always use stop losses. Don't let emotions dictate when to exit. Stick to position sizing rules. No over-leveraging on a sure thing. Guiding principle. Risk management is the foundation of long-term trading success. 6. Stay present and avoid distractions. The market requires full attention. Traders who check social media, browse the internet, or multitask miss key signals and make impulsive mistakes. Keep your workspace clean and distraction-free. Avoid unnecessary conversations or news that trigger emotional reactions. Train your brain to stay focused on the price action and key levels. Guiding principle. Be fully engaged. Treat trading like a serious profession. 7. Accept when you're wrong and move on quickly. Even the best traders lose trades regularly. What separates them from amateurs is how they handle losses. If a trade doesn't work, exit without hesitation. Don't hold and hope. Avoid revenge trading. One bad trade shouldn't lead to another. Learn from mistakes, but don't dwell on them. Focus on the next opportunity. Guiding principle. Cut losses fast and protect your mindset. #8. Take breaks to avoid mental fatigue. Trading requires intense focus, and mental exhaustion leads to bad decisions. Smart traders know when to step away and recharge. If you feel frustrated or overwhelmed, take a short walk or meditate. Don't force trades just because you're sitting in front of the screen. Schedule pre-planned breaks to reset your mind and maintain peak performance. Guiding principle. Your brain is your best trading tool. Keep it sharp. Review your trades at the end of the day. The most successful traders analyze their performance daily. They treat trading like a sport. Every game is a learning opportunity. Track winning and losing trades in a trading journal. Identify what worked and what didn't. Adjust for future improvement. Focus on process over profits. Even a losing day can be a successful learning experience. Guiding principle. Continuous improvement leads to long-term mastery. 10. End the day with gratitude and a positive mindset. Trading is a marathon, not a sprint. Bad days are inevitable, but mentally strong traders don't let them affect their confidence. Accept that some days will be better than others. It's part of the game. Celebrate small wins. Consistency is the real success. Detach from the market after hours. Don't let trading consume your entire life. Guiding principle. A positive mindset fuels long-term success. And that brings us to the end of Trading Psychology for Dummies by Roland Ulrich. I hope you found these insights valuable and eye-opening. If you enjoyed this audiobook summary and want more powerful insights on trading and investing, make sure to like this video to support the content. Share it with fellow traders who need to hear this. Subscribe to the channel so you never miss out on more valuable trading lessons. Thanks for listening, and see you in the next one. Happy trading. Hello, friends. Today, we're diving into an amazing book called Trade Mindfully by Dr. Gary Dayton. This book is all about helping traders like us deal with the real challenges we face in the markets, not just strategies and charts, but what goes on inside our minds. Dr. Dayton is both a professional trader and a psychologist, and in this book, he shows us how to handle emotions, stay focused, and trade with clarity, especially when things get intense. The book is divided into 3 powerful parts. Part 1, the problem, where we understand why traders struggle emotionally and mentally during trades. Part 2, the solution, where we learn how mindfulness and mental flexibility can actually improve our trading performance. Part 3, the process, where he gives a step-by-step way to prepare, execute, and review trades in a smarter and more mindful way. If you're someone who has ever felt fear, doubt, hesitation, or frustration while trading, this book can completely change how you approach the markets. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe to the channel if you want more such deep and practical content that helps you grow not just as a trader, but also as a person. Let's get started. Chapter 1, Traders' Mental Blind Spots. In this chapter, Dr. Gary Dayton explains how traders often operate with cognitive biases that they are completely unaware of. These blind spots aren't due to a lack of intelligence or experience. Instead, they are natural limitations in how the human brain processes information under pressure and uncertainty, two things that define the trading environment. The chapter begins by introducing how our thinking is largely influenced by mental shortcuts called heuristics. These are automatic processes that help us make decisions quickly, but in trading, they often lead to poor choices. One of the main heuristics mentioned is the representativeness heuristic. This is when a trader judges the probability of a trade based on how closely it resembles a past trade without actually analyzing the context or the data properly. For example, just because a price pattern looks like something that worked before, a trader assumes it will work again. But markets are fluid and conditions change constantly. This blind spot can lead to repetitive losses. Another major cognitive bias discussed is confirmation bias. This occurs when a trader only seeks out information that supports their current belief or trade position, while ignoring or minimizing evidence that contradicts it. The problem here is not just poor judgment, it's how the brain tries to protect the ego. Traders tend to get emotionally attached to their analysis, and instead of staying flexible, they get stuck defending their position. This often leads to holding on to losing trades longer than they should. Dr. Dayton also talks about the recency effect, which is our tendency to give more importance to recent outcomes. If a trader has a string of wins, they may become overconfident. If they've had a few losses, they might hesitate even on high probability setups. In both cases, the trader's decision is being driven not by current market facts, but by emotional residue from past experiences. The chapter makes it clear that the mind, left unchecked, can sabotage trading performance. Dr. Dayton emphasizes that these mental blind spots are universal. We all have them, and they don't go away with more screen time or education alone. What's needed is awareness. Once you start recognizing these patterns in your own thinking, you can begin to step back from them and make more objective, disciplined decisions. He closes the chapter by making an important point. Technical analysis and trading systems are only part of the equation. True trading skill comes from learning how to manage the mind. Without that, even the best strategies can fail. Chapter 2, Strong Emotions in Trading. Dr. Gary Dayton focuses on the powerful emotions that traders regularly experience and how these emotions can quietly take control of trading decisions. The message is clear. Emotions aren't just a side effect of trading, they are at the center of it. He explains that the emotional roller coaster in trading isn't a sign of weakness or inexperience. Even the most seasoned traders feel the same fear, anxiety, frustration, and even overconfidence. What matters is how we respond to these emotions. The chapter highlights 4 key fears that disrupt traders most. 1, fear of being wrong. This fear shows up when a trader is hesitant to pull the trigger on a trade or constantly second guesses themselves. They become obsessed with being right rather than following the process. The desire to avoid being wrong becomes stronger than the willingness to take a calculated risk. This fear limits growth and often leads to hesitation, missed opportunities, or poor decision-making under pressure. 2, fear of losing money. Almost every trader has felt this one. The idea of taking a loss, even a small planned one, can trigger deep discomfort. This fear can cause a trader to exit trades too early or avoid valid setups altogether. Ironically, this avoidance often leads to larger losses over time. Dayton points out that fearing loss is normal, but allowing it to dictate your actions causes more damage than the loss itself. 3, fear of missing out. This fear drives impulsive entries and revenge trades. A trader sees a strong move and feels like they must get it, even if they don't have a clear plan or edge. The fear is not just about missing profits, it's the emotional pain of seeing others win while you sit on the sidelines. This emotional reaction overrides patience and discipline, leading to overtrading and inconsistent results. Number 4, fear of leaving money on the table. This fear appears when a trader exits a position too soon and then watches it continue to run. That feeling of "I could have made more" lingers, and it often leads to trying to force trades or re-enter without a proper setup. It's a form of greed disguised as missed opportunity. Over time, It causes anxiety, overthinking, and a break from the trading plan. Dr. Dayton explains that these fears aren't flaws. They're hardwired into the human brain. They stem from our survival instincts, which evolved to protect us from physical danger, not financial uncertainty. The problem is, the brain reacts to trading losses as if they're life-threatening, activating stress responses that cloud judgment and increase impulsive behavior. The key takeaway from this chapter is that emotions in trading are inevitable. The goal isn't to eliminate them. That's impossible. Instead, traders need to understand and work with them. Suppressing or avoiding strong emotions doesn't make them go away. It just buries them deeper, where they show up later in subtle but damaging ways. By becoming more aware of these emotional patterns, traders can begin to respond with clarity rather than react impulsively. Dr. Dayton sets the stage for mindfulness practices that will be introduced later in the book. Tools that help traders stay centered, focused, and emotionally balanced, even in volatile markets. Chapter 3: The Struggle to Control and Eliminate Emotions. Many traders believe that the key to success lies in controlling or eliminating emotions. The moment emotions like fear, anxiety, or frustration show up, traders often try to push them away, suppress them, or pretend they don't exist. But Dr. Gary Dayton opens this chapter by explaining a powerful truth. The more we try to control or avoid emotions, the more influence they actually have over us. This chapter dives deep into the psychological tug-of-war traders experience with their emotional states. Most trading books and educators talk about staying disciplined or emotionless, as if emotions are enemies. But Dayton challenges this mindset. He reveals that trying to fight emotions is like trying to control the ocean. The more force you apply, the more overwhelmed you get. He explains that this struggle comes from a natural human tendency called experiential avoidance. It's our instinct to avoid unpleasant thoughts, feelings, or memories. In trading, this shows up when a trader avoids looking at their P&L after a loss, skips reviewing a bad trade, or hesitates to enter a new trade after a string of losses. It also shows up when traders try to talk themselves out of fear by using positive self-talk, affirmations, or logic, none of which truly work in the heat of the moment. Dayton brings in neuroscience and psychological research to support this.
All right, y'all. I was sitting here, brain rotting, waiting for my time. Disappointing shit seeing across social media, so I had to get up off of that. I'm right here in my zone. Maybe it's a buy, maybe it's a sell. We don't know until we put that order in. Make sure your stop loss and take profit is set first. We in here.
That's what we're here for, having a good time.
Yeah. I should just be selling off right here. I got a little frustrated and I ended up taking a phone call. So, I didn't chase anything, but, should've. But yeah, you guys see what it is. I'm just sticking to my strat, sticking to my discipline, and we're about to set. I locked out for the next 15 minutes. It's now 12:52. We got 14 minutes left there. I'm right in my trading zone, so I'm not missing out on anything. Market's always gonna be moving. It's just where I want to move it to. My take profit, that is. All right. If you're here, if you ain't here, I thank you. This is how I do it. This is what I do. You flip it around. Biggest contradiction is none of your business.
That we very much need to address. Sooner or later we'll have to, and sooner is better than later. In terms of, if I can say from my time working on these issues, it's not the Fed's issue, but if you look at a pie chart of federal spending, the biggest parts and the parts that are growing are Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and now interest payments. And so that's really where the work has to be done. And those are issues that can only be touched on a bipartisan basis. You know, neither party can figure out what to do without both parties being at the table. So that's critical. All of this domestic discretionary spending, which is essentially where 100% of the conversation is small as a percentage of federal spending and is declining as it's already declining as a percentage of federal spending. So when people are focusing on cutting domestic spending, they're not actually working on the problem. Domestic discretionary spending is already going down. I like to make that point because so much of the dialogue that the politicians offer is about domestic discretionary spending, which is not the issue.
Well, let's turn to stability and regulation. Turning to the U.S. financial sector, we still have some concerns about distressed commercial real estate loans on bank balance sheets, whether they've been fully dealt with so far. There's some sense that they haven't. Add to that the very rapid growth in various forms of private credit over the last few years, which arguably haven't been tested by a full-blown recession. How would you put the resilience of our financial institutions at this point and their ability to weather potentially uncertain times?
So I think our banking system is well capitalized with liquidity and is quite resilient right now to the kinds of shocks that it may face. I do believe that. In terms of the commercial real estate, there are, and this has been the case, really we've been working on this for 4 or 5 years now. There are some banks, it's mostly medium and small sized banks who have elevated concentrations of commercial real estate, some of it troubled, and we've been working to make sure that those banks have a plan, have capital, and can absorb the losses that they're doing. So, and that's been going on for some time. The very largest banks don't tend to have high concentrations, so this is a problem that we have known would take years to work through, but we're really well into the process of working through it. In terms of the non-bank financial sector, it's grown enormously. The provision of credit by non-banks has grown just really fast. Most of it has been funded, though, with a private equity-like structure where it's limited partners who are signed up for 10 years to a general partner to invest that money. They're not depositors who can run. You know, your money's committed. And so that funding model is kind of run-proof. That isn't some law of nature, though. So when you do start to see shorter-term funding creeping in, to your point, though, Raghu, this very fast-growing and now quite large private credit part of the economy has not really been through a significant credit event or significant. It's really grown since the pandemic, and so just for that reason and for how fast it's growing, we have a close eye on it. It doesn't have the same kind of prudential regulation, though, that the banking system has. So we're watching it carefully. And, you know, as I mentioned, it's a more stable funding source to the extent its institutional investors signed up for a long period. But we're watching carefully.
Right. Wearing my banking research hat, actually banks are also involved in funding these institutions in a big way. Yeah. We do know the administration wants to relax regulations in many areas, one of which may well be banking. What can you tell us about the Basel III endgame, so to speak, which is, you know, at this point primarily focused on additional capital for the large banks?
The Fed view, and my view, is that we should proceed to complete the Basel III Accord, and we would have to do that, and would look forward to doing that in conjunction with the FDIC and the OCC. But our view is, and I think the bank's view as well, is we should complete that. You need international minimum standards. That's kind of a common good, and we're not bound by them. Really, nothing. The United States has plenty of input into what those accords contain. So our view is strongly that we should complete those, and we could do it, I think, relatively quickly. We're not so very far away from what would be a good, I think, outcome.
Well, let me move to something which is more about technological change and new kinds of instruments, cryptocurrencies. How do you see the potential for more favorable regulations coming on them, and potential risks from that for the system?
So we went through a wave of failures and fraud and things like that were the headlines for a couple of years, and I think what you see now is, and during that period, by the way, we worked with Congress to try to get a legal framework for stable coins, which would have been a nice place to start. We were not successful. I think that the climate is changing, and you're moving into sort of more mainstreaming of that whole sector. So Congress is again looking at both the Senate and the House are looking at a legal framework for stable coins. Depending on what's in it, that's a good idea. We need that. There isn't one now. And stable coins are a digital product that could actually have fairly wide appeal and should contain consumer protections of the typical sorts and transparency. And that's what the Senate and the House are working on. So that's a positive thing. I also think some of the, we took a pretty conservative, and other bank regulators took an even more conservative perspective on the guidance and rules we imposed on banks. I think there'll be some loosening of that, and I think we'll try to do it in a way that preserves safety and soundness, but that permits and fosters appropriate innovation, but that does so in a way that again doesn't put consumers at risk in ways they don't understand or make banks less safe and sound.
You have a policy review underway. Now, surveys recently tell us there seems to be a distinction between a rise in the level of prices, which is what the public seems to worry a lot about, and the rate of increase in prices, which certainly they worry about in passing, but the Fed worries much more about. That is the rate of inflation. So even though we're coming down to 2%, people remember that over the last few years, it's been over 20% increase in prices. So as you start thinking about the policy review, is there any thought about how you might want to address this sort of challenge, that it's the path of prices as much as the rate of change which matters?
First of all, I think you're right, and I think the public is right. When we say inflation is back down to 2%, 2.5%, and we think that's a good thing, it is a good thing. But if you're paying 20% more than you were paying in 2021, that doesn't help you much. You're still paying a lot more than you used to be paying for the necessities of life. So it's just another way of saying people hate inflation, and it's easy to understand why. All we can really control is a world in which, in the world we're living in, prices don't go down in the aggregate except in extreme times that we don't want to court. So I don't think we couldn't have a framework where we're going to bring prices down by 10% or something. That's not something we'll be looking at. We're essentially looking at the best way to foster 2% inflation over time. And the things we did back in the changes we made in 2000.
It's called LT Ray, a jaguar.
It stalks the secret reaches of the rainforest. A jungle master so well camouflaged that only the occasional paw prints reveal its presence.
I sigh, die, 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 die. toca. Danoka, damera, Oriani Gueda, Asa, Oriani Gueda.